Good morning, good day, and good evening. How are you doing, ladies and gentlemen? Hope you are doing well. I'm doing quite good. So for anyone who doesn't know, we had a fucking mad stream this weekend. For once, something that happens actually quite rarely around here, I decided to not fully stick to my schedule. Not in regards to me not streaming, but rather we had a little bonus stream on Wednesday, what am I saying? On Saturday. If you didn't know, and that was pretty fucking mad. So we are currently sitting at, what do we have here? 160. I think we hit a peak of 161 subs, which is fucking crazy. I also think I hit my highest average view count and as well as my highest max view count. So what I learned this weekend is that I should probably stop streaming on schedule and just only do bonus streams. What the fuck? No, but it was it. I think we had 120 plus gifted subs. Fucking insane. So big shout out especially to One Man and Trash, who gifted an absolute insane amount of subs last stream. That also means we have a bunch of new emotes. I made 4 new ones, which I just posted in chat. We still have, I think, like at least a fair share of normal emote slots left, plus a couple at like 4 or at 2 to 4 animated emotes. So once again, if anyone has any good ideas for emotes, feel free to let me know and we'll see if we can sort it out. But yeah, those are the new ones I implemented this weekend. First one in today, none other than Jin. I was going to say something there, but that is no longer your username, so we're gonna stop at Jin, yeah. First one in today, Jin. How you doing? We also have a Pirodia in here, we have Ice Aggie and Conrad. Hope you're all doing good. Hope you've had a good weekend. The plan today is that we are going to continue with a bit of Shroud of Gloom development. I think we're gonna do a little bit more art and some in-engine work as well. I am quite excited and I hope you are too. Still at my day job, I will be on my lurking duty. Thank you very much, Conrad, I do appreciate ya. Welcome in, Luasoft, how you doing? Hope you had a good weekend as well. Wishlistable indeed, cheers man. Yeah, for anyone who hasn't, if you didn't know, my game, Shroud of Gloom, is available on Steam for wishlists. So you should probably go and click that button if you haven't. There's a link pinned in the chat. Yeah, so today I think we're gonna do, like I said, I think we're gonna start with a bit of art and then move into some engine work. I think I want to make, this might be a bit intricate. I think I want to make a generator. So I think we're gonna start off seeing if we can sort that out. Maybe do more objects, more furniture and stuff, because at some point I'm gonna need a lot of like furniture and decorations and shit. I did do a few ones off stream this weekend, I think. But I had it pretty chill on Sunday, not gonna lie. That might be...
Is forcing you to stand
okay,
up for
let's
10
stand up.
minutes.
So there might be the case that not only was the stream pretty mad in terms of like gifted subs and overall support and shit, but I might also have been going on for pretty long. So I think I ended the stream at almost 4 AM in the morning on Saturday, which was pretty fucking mad. I then, you know, I still had to like eat and shit, so I ended up staying up until like 5 AM. I went to bed and I tried to sleep for like an hour or something, and then I was like, what the fuck is this? What am I doing? What is even the point now? So there is a slight chance that I got like legitimately 0 sleep on Saturday. So I am still a little bit like, I don't know, I'm slightly out of it, but I think I got a full 12 hours of sleep tonight, so I'm getting there. We're getting back. Overall though, I'm doing quite well. I started using shaders. I hate using shaders. Why are shaders so hard? I have still not really worked with shaders. It's something I'm gonna have to learn at some point, but I can't say I have a lot of experience with it as for now. I'm also gonna need to take a very short break later on in the stream, maybe in like an hour or two. I kind of fucked up today. I normally always double check this stuff, so it shouldn't happen, but yeah, I'm gonna need to run out for like 10-15 minutes or something. Probably just 10 minutes or so in like an hour and a half, 2 hours, something like that. But yeah, we're gonna start it up at least. So the issue is that I'm fucking out of snus. Normally I always check this before I start the stream, but today I completely forgot about it. So my addict ass is gonna have to run out for a little bit. Cubezoid, welcome in, man. Welcome back. How you doing? Should I move to Finland or Sweden? Oh shit, we're gonna start this debate in here now. I think we have I think we might have some Finns in here. Are you a Finn, Cubezoid? I don't remember. Sorry. First newbies, can we get a short background about you? Yeah, for sure, for sure. So, okay, I guess we should run it back as much as possible if you want the full background. I'm only gonna give you the general gist, you know. I'm not gonna be here for an hour, but in terms of online content stuff, I started over like a decade ago. Sounds kind of mad, but that is the case. Just a few days ago, I had my 8th-year affiliate anniversary on Twitch. Fucking insane. I started off on Twitch, yeah, like 11 years ago or something, with digital art. I had just bought one of those drawing tablets, and Twitch had very recently opened up what they then called the creative category, which was like one of the first non-gaming categories. Because back in the days, like, not just in TV times, you could do a lot of stuff, but when they switched to Twitch and all of that, for a pretty long time it was very like strictly gaming. But then they got the IRL category and the creator category. And that's right around the time when I got into digital art, so I started doing a little bit of that. I never got like super good at it. Basically what I did is, similarly to what I now do with game dev, I was streaming while I was learning digital art, so I did a lot of like practicing and stuff. I have some old art I've shown on stream before. It's nothing spectacular, but it was fun. I then got into gaming and I did that for a bit. Played through like all of the Dark Souls games and stuff on Twitch. The main problem back then is that I was never really consistent. You know, I was working full time around this time as well, so I couldn't stream as much, and then also, you know, me just being a bit ADHD, I had a hard time actually sticking to a schedule, so I never really got anywhere with it. I basically streamed inconsistently for like 10 years. And then about 2 years ago, I got into game development. Quite randomly, barely remember how it started, but I know I wanted to try making a game. And I'm not gonna go into too much detail on that, because if you are interested, I recently posted a full devlog of how I made my first game. So after that, I continued doing game dev on the side on my evenings and shit after work, streaming still kind of inconsistently, and then about, what, 8 months ago or something? 8-9 months ago, I decided that I was quite tired of my job. My old job wasn't bad, but it was never something I was truly passionate about. So I came to the kind of impulsive decision that, fuck it, I'm gonna quit my job. I decided that at this point I had spent like 1.5 years-ish making games for fun. And I realized that I quite liked programming and game development and so on. So I decided that maybe something in IT would actually be interesting to work with. Because typically my old job had nothing to do with game development or IT whatsoever. I have no background for this stuff. Like I said, obviously I technically started on Twitch with digital art, but that was once again, not for very long and stuff. I never really got the hang of it back then, I would say. But yeah, so what I decided to do was I applied to 4 higher educations in general IT, development and cybersecurity. Since my grades were quite good, I was lucky enough to basically get in on first place on each of those educations. And that made me a little bit cocky because I had some money saved up. And the fact that I got into all of them made me kind of think, you know what, if I got into all of these educations now, I could probably get in a few years from now if I wanted to as well, right? So why should I rush it? So I decided to still go ahead and quit my job, but instead, you know, do one of these crazy little ventures where I basically decided to start streaming for once regularly, really like dedicate myself to it, and continue to work on game development, partly to sharpen my skills and also to see if I... Like, the dream for me, obviously, would basically be to have streaming and game development to become, like, a viable thing for me to do, like, as a living. So that's basically what I'm gonna try to do. I'm gonna do my best to see if I can make this work. And if I can't, my plan B is to either see if I have learned enough to maybe get a job as a developer, or at least get my foot into some IT field somehow. If that's not the case, plan C would be to probably reapply to one of those educations again, hope I get in and take it from there. That is basically where we are at today. Any questions? Feel free to ask. Yep, you are finished as well, Cubezoid? Okay, there we have it. I thought so. You're a brave boy. I don't know if brave is the correct term. Maybe. You could say brave. You could say courageous. You could also say irresponsible. It all depends on how you view it, right? Like, different people are gonna have different opinions. Because obviously I am anything but a financial successor as of right now. Yesterday's stream was very good. It's probably the best day I've had so far. It is definitely helping me out. But obviously none of what I do right now is going to, like, pay my bills. So I am quite literally burning through my savings, which is, you know, it's sometimes a little bit stressful. There's a lot going on, you know, fortunately I don't have too much responsibilities and stuff, but we are looking at my girlfriend, my partner will possibly move here soon. So there's that as well, you know, and at some point I am gonna need to make money, right? But right now I'm doing fine. Let's not go to school, let's do indie game dev, because that is totally safe and viable field. Exactly, there you have it. No, and obviously I realize it isn't, as well as the chance of me actually making it is very small, right? Like, most games who get published are not successful. Most streamers who stream on Twitch are not successful. Like, the chance of me actually making it here is very, very minuscule, like, just statistically speaking. But, I don't know, at the same time, it's like, I'm fucking young. I don't have that many responsibilities. I do have some money saved up. If there's any time in my life where I should go fuck it and try to follow my passion, isn't that now? Isn't now the, like, perfect time for me to do so? Just like, you know, if I have a bunch of expenses and I have, like, a house, a family, or whatever it might be, like, I couldn't take this kind of risk. So I feel like I need to, if anything, I should try and make the most of it, right? That's kind of the way I view it. And then if I quote-unquote fail, so be it. In that case, well, worst case situation, I just have to get a job again, right? Probably not going to be able to stream as much. I'm probably not going to stop game development or streaming, but I won't be able to do it as much. Q Mizu with the raid, the massive one. Welcome in, how are you doing? Enrico Gucci, Just Crovino, Coltari, welcome in people, how you doing? How's your stream, Mizu? What were you up to? If anyone coming in does not know of me, I go by Mad Sherpy, and I'm currently working on a point-and-click horror game. I have just been talking about my full backstory here for a few minutes, how I came to this situation. For anyone who doesn't know, I'm a full-time indie game developer and streamer. Mizu, yep, so nothing changed. Well, that's normally my streams as well. But yeah, if you want to get more of an idea of what I normally work on, here's a little teaser for my game, which you can wishlist on Steam. Here you go. there we have it. Welcome in, guys. Matt Bird's Quest, nice to see ya. Polyglot Programmer. Welcome in, Vinny. Neko, welcome back, nice to see ya. If anyone does not know of the one and only Q-Mizu, then you have some research to do. You have someone to check out. Make sure to give her a follow and check out the game she's working on, which is called Veilbound. Veilbound? No, Veil, right? Veilbound, not Veilbound. Yeah, that's it. Jedem NZ, welcome in as well. Nice to see you here. Appreciate the follow. This is a truly co-op survival exploration set in a fantasy world inspired by Japanese culture. Make sure to wishlist the game, follow the game, all of that good stuff. If you're not logged in, just click on this little opening desktop icon. You know, go and support our fellow developers. Shit, I'm not showing this to you guys. I'm a fucking Dumbo. This is the game. This is the game. This is the button you should click on, and then you click on this button. That's how you do it. Click on all the buttons except an ignore button. Click the wishlist and the follow button. You know, that's what you have to do. Look at this shit. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Q-Mizu does a lot of work on this on her stream. She's been doing quite a lot of 3D Blender stuff, right? You do work in Blender, right? I'm pretty sure that's the case. So go and check it out if you haven't, people. Thank you very much for the raid, Mizu. I do appreciate you. Okay, let me catch up with chat here a little bit. What are we saying? At a certain point, the most difficult parts of game dev are refactoring, polish, marketing, and marketability. Yeah, I think that is probably quite fair. Once you can conquer those, self-sustaining from game dev gets easier. Yeah, I think a lot of the difficulty with these things is that you have to do it, but there's also a balance to it. Especially like refactoring and polishing. Like, being able to refactor and polish is very good to make sure that you have a good like workflow, but at the same time you can definitely take it too far. Which sometimes I think I have a tendency to do. Like, because at some point you also need to publish games, right? Like, even if you do all of those like perfectly, if you never finish, then there's no way you're gonna be able to make a living from this, right? I'm pretty good, almost finished my characters for the game as well. Ooh, nice. Do you have anything you wanna share? Any links or anything, Mizu? How you doing, Vinny? Nice to see you. Also, we had a hydrate. Shit, I don't have no water. I forgot about it. You get a coffee hydrate. Kinda cheating, but, you know. Cheers, man. Gentleman Z, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Rabbit raid indeed. Q-Mizu, the emote god is here. Do you have any good ideas for emotes? We had a crazy stream this weekend. I ended up getting like 120 gifted subs or something. So I have a lot of new emote slots. If anyone has any good ideas for emotes, let me know. I made a few ones. I made 4 new emotes this weekend. I made this one, this one, this one, and this one. Those are the new emotes. We have quite a few, but if anyone has good ideas for emotes, let me know. Do I need a dumpy emote? Do I need one of those? Is that one missing? What's up, this plant? Nice to have ya. Nice to see ya. You already have your trailer done so far? I have reiterated on my trailer a few times, and it is still a work in progress. I made a new one like 2 weeks ago, and it's already outdated. It is just the life as a, you know, mid-development developer. That was a weird fucking sentence. You know what I'm trying to say. It's hard to make an up-to-date trailer when you're, you know, making a bunch of progress in the game. We recently made a new... Sorry for showing you like the most boring scene in my game. Do you want to see how... the new stuff we made? We recently made a new main hall, which I think turned out really good. Look at this. The first proper big room here. I think this turned out quite nice. We also got some new furniture and stuff, decorations. Made a new fireplace, which I think looks a bit better than the old one we have. I'm quite happy with it. I think, as I mentioned earlier, I think we're gonna start off doing a bit of art today as well, get some more props and stuff that we can throw into the game. I like the co-op idea, they are the best games, yeah. And there's not enough. Yeah, there really isn't enough of them. Like, you know, when my partner is here, I'm often looking for like co-op games we can play together and stuff. And you know how fucking hard it is to find good co-op games on Steam today. So many games that I feel like should objectively have co-op that just don't have it too. Like Borderlands. Why is Borderlands not co-op on PC? Fucking outrageous, man. It's really difficult finding like good co-op games. Oh, I can do a picture real quick? Yeah, do it, I wanna see. Here we have it. New characters, in progress mail and cell shaded that I recently finished. Okay, let me have a look. Ooh, look at that. Nice stuff. Dude, I really want to try 3D modeling at some point. 3D development as well, I suppose. So far, I've only ever tried 2D. But I'm a little bit... I feel like 3D modeling doesn't seem as approachable. I think that's fair to say. I would probably learn it, like if I just put in the time. I feel like I could probably get into it, but... You know, everyone has drawn on a paper at some point, right? That is basically 2D, like making sprites in 2D. It's basically the same thing. 3D modeling is kind of like another medium, one which I can't really say I have done. I suppose if you've done like clay work and stuff, that's basically 3D modeling. That would be like the closest non-digital form, I suppose. But I don't really have experience with that either. I don't know, am I making any sense here? Loving the style in the black and white, hell yeah dude. Cheers man, I appreciate ya. I know we are desperate for co-op, I swear. Yeah, we need more good co-op games. Do you guys have a release date yet? Is there anything said so far? What do we say on here? To be announced, okay. Do you have any current estimations, or do you keep it on the down low? I don't know, what do you guys think? Is it hard to get into 3D stuff? Like modeling? I prefer sculpting rather than poly modeling. Interesting. So wait, how is that? Well, sculpting is what I suppose I normally see people do. I barely understand what the difference is here. Also, welcome in, new Joker. Just keep in mind here, I've never done any 3D work so far. Co-op means implementing multiplayer, and multiplayer means having good networking. No, I don't need that. I don't need any of that, Neko. I want to be clear, what I actually want is more local co-op games. That's what I really want. That's the thing I find it's so difficult to find. To be fair though, I don't know if you're doing local co-op. This might actually... Oh no, LAN co-op, you are. You are doing local. That's the thing I feel like is missing the most. Oh yeah, I see you said assuming it is not couch co-op, yeah. Like these games, obviously we recently played through... what's the name of it? The Swedish Hazelight Studios. They made It Takes Two. That was a really good game. As well as Get Out. I haven't played the Split Fiction yet, probably gonna try that at some point as well. But I just feel like there's so many games that are missing local co-op. Just for someone like me, I barely use my consoles anymore. I wanna play on PC. I have like a HDMI cable going all the way to my computer, and I have controllers to connect to my PC. I wanna do like couch co-op with my PC, but it's so fucking difficult finding games. Any form of sculpting or clay modeling would be a huge benefit to entry, never consider that. Yeah, it kind of feels like it would be. Just like with the digital 2D, it's the same thing. Like, obviously, if you are a conventional like artist, if you've been doing like paintings or whatever it might be, that is going to be a huge advantage, right? Starting to work with digital art. And I imagine there would be maybe not one-to-one the same type of benefit, but it feels like if you've done like sculpting or clay modeling, like real life, going into 3D modeling, you most like obviously you still have to learn the tool and stuff, but there must be some overlap there, right? 3D modeling is only easy to get into if you have prior 2D experience, or you are using shortcut tools to modify models. But I feel like, that's the thing, I feel like my 2D experience, I don't feel like that, obviously take it with a grain of salt, because I don't really know what I'm speaking of here, but I feel like it wouldn't help me out that much, because I barely would know how to start doing 3D modeling. It feels like it's such a different medium. I do like the cell shading though, I think the cell shading is pretty sick. But that's done in-game, right? Yeah, it must be. Yeah, because you have the model and then in-game you add like cell shading, right? The workflow is the most challenging part, and just understanding volume and shape. But other than that, it's the same old thing, just practice, yeah. Yeah, that is, like, I understand that. Like with most things, you just need to get used to it, right? I do imagine that if I gave it a few weeks, I would probably get into it a bit at least. I think we should at some point. Maybe when Shroud of Gloom is done, it would be interesting to maybe just make like a 3D game jam or something. Just do something to like at least get some experience with like 3D stuff. It would be interesting. Low poly ed modeling is not hard. I always thought it was easier than 2D pixel art. Interesting. But how is the actual workflow different here with like low poly stuff compared to like, because I assume that you sculpt this, right? This is what you would call sculpting, the thing you do, Mizu, right? So I'm a bit slow catching up in chat here. Props modeling is not hard in my opinion, but characters are pretty complex. Yeah, it seems like making a relatively simple like box or something probably wouldn't be too hard. I think I struggle a lot with anatomy. I respect people who understand anatomy to this level, you know. I think anatomy is fucking difficult, probably because I haven't spent enough time studying it, let's be honest. Do I not have streamer mode on? Sorry. Joker, thank you very much for joining the Discord, I appreciate ya. Also, sorry, that was my notification. Let me quickly... I don't know why. Streamer mode should automatically get turned on Discord. It hasn't the last couple of streams. It's on now, though. If anyone else wants to join the Discord, here's a link. A playtest will be soon. Around late of summer, but single player only, because multiplayer is harsh yet. Yeah, no, I understand that, for sure. I respect even trying to take multiplayer on. It's I am still quite scared of it. We have a bunch of issues, replication specifically, and as of for release dates, I promise next year, but no exact date. Okay, nice. Replication specific. What do you mean by replication? Sculpting is like working with digital clay. Add more to build it up. Cut part away, push in, stretch, etc. Yeah, this is what I think I see Mizu do, right? That's what I commonly see people do, working in Blend and stuff. I don't know how like the low poly stuff is. Or is that just... wouldn't that be the same, just that you add less polygons? Because isn't this kind of just like high poly in some regard? Well, I could be very off here. Like, please correct me if I'm wrong. I am, you know, I'm a Dumbo, but I am very much willing to learn. What's up, AE? Nice to have ya. Welcome in. Funny thing is, environment and props are harder for me, but I prior to the character art experience, so that may be why I feel that way. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I suppose to some degree it will be individual, right? I feel like anything with a simple shape would just inherently feel easier for me. Okay, I am slowly catching up in chat here. Thank you for your patience, guys. Understanding the intentionality of how things are shaped and where they need to be placed is stuff I have to now practice. When it comes to 3D, I'd love to say there are two different artists. The ones who have 2D background experience and will do crazy creative stuff. And those who have no experience and will do hard surface modeling like swords, guns and things that can be manipulated easily by shapes only. Okay, interesting. So how long have you been doing 3D stuff, Mizu? Because you are obviously, like, from watching your stream quite a bit, you are quite obviously you are like a proper artist. Like, I'm a little bit of a fraud. I pretend I am. I do my best, and sometimes it works out better than I expected it, but I feel like even this I think is pretty good, but at some point I'm also I feel like a fucking imposter when I see some of the artists in this category, you know. I know some of these perspectives is a little bit off and stuff, but I'm at the point where you're like, you know, if you don't look too closely, it looks fine, right? It's fine. Technically, like this can't be the same angle as this. That doesn't make sense, but you know, it looks nice to have a 45-degree angle though, so I'm gonna keep it that way. It's good enough for me, you know. But how long have you been doing art in general? I'm gonna show a model I've done before. Yeah, it's in game. It's a post-process cell shading. Yeah, there we have it. That's why. Yeah, just assume you can't really do cell shading in like Blender, right? Cool stuff. Dude, I wanna try this. I wanna try this stuff at some point. Not now. I feel like now is a bad time. I need to actually do some progress in my game as well. But I wanna try some. This is also cell shaded, right? This must be. No, is this cell shaded? Yeah. Yeah, this must be cell shaded. Yeah. Yeah. Right? Yeah. Right? So for the gross link, no issue. I should join the Discord, feel free to do so. Everyone is welcome. We have quite a few developers and stuff in there. We have some channels. If anyone wanna show off what you've been working on and stuff, feel free to do so. I wonder if maybe at some point we should do like a proper... Because right now I have channels for like game dev, game art and game audio. Or game sound or whatever I call it. I wonder if maybe we should do a proper like show off your progress type channel. And maybe have those be more like discussion stuff. Right now it's free. If you, it's completely fine if you wanna show off your stuff in those channels. I'm wondering if we should separate it. Because sometimes I'm a little bit scared that because I don't have like the conventional self-promo or show-off channel, that people are less inclined to like want to show stuff off. Do you know what I mean? Does that make sense? I think maybe we should sort one out at some point. So this is a bit more complex. It's a low poly model, but it has first started as a high poly asset with sculpting. Wait. Are we're talking about one you sent now. Wait, where did I... Can I find the link again? I think I closed it. Where did it go? It was here somewhere. Here we have it. Okay, so I think this is what we're talking about here. This is a bit more complex. It is a low poly model, but it has first started as a high poly asset. Wait. What? With high poly asset with sculpting, yes, but made it optimized for in-game usage. It has around 30,000 triangles. But that's not low poly, right? Isn't it? Wait, didn't it start off as a... Didn't it start off as a low poly and then you kind of made it high poly with sculpting? Right? I think that's it, right? When you add a inverted hull outline, it doubles the poly count. So it might be 15k model and then doubled due to the outline. Oh. Okay, replication issues. Thank you for even throwing in the little category thing about like what you're responding to, because I'm so fucking slow catching up with chat. Legend. Yumizu knows what it is like to be a streamer. When you actually remind the streamer what you are responding to. Absolute legend. So let's say you have an inventory. You get something from the ground. You throw it on the ground. And then a second player will take the stuff from the ground, and so on. As a gamer, you think that's pretty simple, but tech-wise you have to update every time an item will be in the inventory or on the ground, when it is applied to the server side and when it is on the client side. So you won't be able to duplicate items, for example, or just make them disappear. Okay, yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, that makes sense. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is the reason why I do senior player, because that's a lot of stuff to take into account. 10 months, but I have some 2D background experience, so it's a bit easier for me. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, it does seem very much like I mean, I've seen you do 2D stuff as well. You're like a proper artist, you know. There's no shading on it technically. So wait, is this one not cell shaded? What? No. How do you get the outline? Well, like, because it can't be that if I look at this from the top, I'm not gonna have this line at the middle, right? Like, wait, how does this work? Am I a Dumbo? I was going for texture, but opted for cell shading in engine, real-time cell. Okay. Oh, so that is what you're doing, right? Your art is very good, Chappy. You're not an imposter. You can do art with just zeros and ones, as long as you understand visually what it means. It's art. Don't keep yourself on the low. You're an artist. Oh, thank you, Mizu. I appreciate you. No, and I feel like I've gotten a lot better. Like, I've only been doing pixel art for like a year or so, and I feel like I have improved a lot. But it's just, I think I'm still... Hey, Jin, with the 50 bits. Thank you. Appreciate ya. I think, what was I saying? I think my confidence is quite low just before I do something, but I probably should not dog on myself as much, because usually I am happy with the end result of what I do. Like this scene I did last stream, I'm quite happy with it. The thing is, when I started doing this one, I was like, I have no idea if I'm gonna be able to make this work. You know, it feels like... I'm not using this as a reference to 3D stuff, I just mean like, it feels like I'm sculpting in general. I have this idea and I have a big rock and I have no fucking clue what I'm gonna do, and then I just chip away small little pieces until finally I'm like, you know, this actually isn't as bad as I expected. Do you know what I mean? I feel like that's kind of my approach to art. But with that being said, when I'm standing there in front of the fucking blank slate, I'm like, I don't think I'm gonna be able to do this. Do you know what I mean? There's some issues here though, I realized, which we're gonna need to fix. If you look here, this looks like it's further down than this. There's something weird going on here. And I think... Oh wait, it is 1 pixel further down. Wait, I'm just dumb. Never mind, it legitimately is 1 pixel down. Yeah, it is further down. Why is it... Why are you... Okay, so can I not... I'm gonna just say, can I not fix it by doing this? Is this not... Is that enough to fix it and make it not look weird? It does look better. This spacing is a bit weird. I don't love it. But that does look a lot better than this. I'm gonna snooze this ad because I feel like it, sorry Bezos. But sometimes we gotta do what we gotta do. What's up, Brainoid? Welcome in, nice to have ya. What are we doing? Are we procrastinating? Get back to work, whip snap. What's up, Hadouken? How you doing, man? You would never catch me procrastinating. I am the most efficient worker you have ever seen, and you know it. Deep inside, you know it. I shared in the creative channel, but 2 out of 3 things I shared are available free for devs who are debated creative or game art channel. Yeah, both work. Whether you want to share art in the creative or game art, it's really up to you. The only difference that I sometimes give as a disclaimer is that depending on the roles people have given themselves, they might not have access to both. So if it's, generally speaking, if the people you want to show it to are more specifically game devs, game art might be better, but you can post whatever you want in creative. Just like we've had people post like real life sculpting and like miniatures and stuff in creative as well. Like that one is for anything art, and obviously game art is art as well. So you do as you please. Both of them work. It's just that game art, in the game art channel, you will know that most of the audience are going to be fellow game developers and stuff. I've been working with Space DB for multiplayer, highly recommend. So is that like a asset that somehow helps you in terms of multiplayer stuff? What does it do for you, polyglot programmer, if I might ask, if you want to elaborate? Just as someone who has no experience so far with multiplayer. Yeah, sculpting gets high poly, but then you project down to lower poly or go through and remesh to get some more game appropriate for use. Example, the raptor I posted in the end was like 6 million polys. Okay, that sounds like a lot, I think. Yeah, that must be a lot, right? But after projection and remeshing, I got it down to 6,900 or 6900. While remaining pretty much identical to the super high poly one from sculpting initially. Interesting. Yeah, because I imagine that the more polys you have, the more of a process to have it in the game it's going to be, right? Or however you phrase it. Like the more it's going to affect the performance, right? This is impressive. There's a lot of details going on here, damn. So wait, is this the 6 million one or the 6900 one? I realize it's harsh to explain related to high poly mesh and low poly. So basically an image of Santa Claus chocolate that's wrapped onto the colored thingy. That makes it look like a proper Santa Claus. That's exactly what you would do with the high poly and low poly mesh. Ah, the high poly mesh would turn into the Santa Claus wrapping by using a term called baking. So you can do all sorts of stuff by just texturing. Oh, that's clever. I see what you mean. Okay. Basically, instead of proper shapes, is more textures to kind of make it more performative. I don't think that's a word, but better in performance. Am I understanding that correctly? As long as your style is cohesive and it provides a good experience, peeps will appreciate and not feel as anything is out of place. Yeah, that's a good point. I think one of the things I do the most, something I've started doing recently, is that I put a lot of effort. Oh, here we have it. Okay, so this is the 600,000 poly, and then 6900 poly. Oh, okay. So wait, this is the original one you like made, and then you basically turn it into something more low poly. I don't know, what is considered low poly? Where is the... Is it one of those things where there's a bit of a gray line? When would it be low poly? Is there a number to it? Like, I don't know. Is this... Would you consider this to be low poly? Because this is also not like low poly. This is like mid poly. I don't know. And then this is... Okay. So as Misu said, you've taken this like more low poly thing, and then you've baked this one as a texture on top of it to basically have this as the proper shape, but this is... You still get the texture of the high poly one. Right? I think that's what we're doing here. Congrats on adding the main hole. Thank you, Brainoid. Appreciate ya. As long as your style is trees... Oh, I read that one. Came into the chat and immediately hear a lie. The biggest lie all dev tell themselves. Wait, which one? What's up, Press GD? Hope you're doing good. Or the fact that I'm dodging on myself, is that what you're talking about? Yep, you got it. Okay, interesting. So, and when we say baking, what this actually means, if we're gonna use like layman terms, if we're gonna explain this to a fucking noob, talking about myself here, we take this original one, we make it into a low poly thing, and then we basically paint the high poly one on top of the low poly one, right? That's like in very simple terms, that is basically what we're doing, right? Oh, sorry, we got some ads running. Sorry about that one. Thank you for your patience. It was a 6 million one, then I posted a comparison when I was down to 600k and then to 6900. There's a number, but when I say low poly, I mean scintillate or less, meaning you can actually see the polygons. So then would this be considered low poly? Because here I would argue that you can see the polygons, right? So is that where, generally speaking, we would draw the line? Yeah, you got the baking, okay. Low poly style is more like Synthi assets. Yeah, those I have seen. Because those are quite popular, right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so these are... This is way less. This would be even less. But would you still consider this low poly? Since we can kind of see the individual polygons. Or is this like some kind of gray area in between thing? Because this is obviously a lot more polys than something like this, right? I don't know why I'm so interested in this, but it's just interesting for me to learn. Do you know what I mean? Okay, ad break should be over. Welcome back, people. Poly count matters, but you can get away with quite a lot of polys these days. 4 million in a scene is considered relatively normal these days. Yeah, but okay, but then we have to remember that's 4 million in a scene, so doing like you can't have a lot of these, right? Especially if you have a background and stuff. So that's why we still have to, but I think what you're saying as well is that even 7,000 might sound like quite a lot, but that is probably quite fine today. Because you can fit a lot of 7,000s in 4 million. What matters more is draw calls and batching things to be drawn together at once as much as possible, and including disabling things you may not currently need. Yeah. This is the kind of stuff where like maybe you disable stuff that's currently out of the view for the player, because it's technically unnecessary to show it. Or maybe things very far in the distance have a way lower poly count or less details. It's more like, because you won't be able to see those details anyway, right? This is the kind of stuff you tend to do for performance, right? I don't know specifically what occluding refers to. To close up or block off. Okay. What's up, EasyPup? Welcome in. Nice to have you again. Low poly can range as little as how Minecraft characters look. Yeah.
Hello.
Spectacular. Welcome in. Holy shit. So EasyPup stole your hello sound effect, and you then immediately get another one. So funny, man. You're never gonna get yours. I'm starting to actually think that's gonna be the case. How you doing, Spec? Nice to have you as always. Okay, lower can range as low as how Minecraft characters look. However, in modern days, a 3D hero character will fit on average of even 100k polys. So it fits well for animating as well. Before Synthi blew up, I always said how low poly was the Swarovski. I'm so focused, Nico. I'm so focused. Do you not see how focused I am? I'm doing so much work here. I'm going to the gym. I will see you later if you're still here. No worries. Have a good one at the gym this plant and catch you later. Thanks for dropping by. Appreciate ya. For me, yeah. Wait, are we talking about this one now? Is that what we... Sorry. I have way too much stuff going on. Yeah, so can we get a 1 and 2? 1 in the chat if you think this is low poly. 2 in the chat if it isn't. 3 if it's something in between. What do people think? Just out of... I just find this kind of stuff to be interesting. Okay, we literally got 1, 2, 3 immediately in the chat. You guys are not helping me whatsoever here. Okay, but that kind of... Thank you, Raka. Lovely. Absolutely lovely. Okay, so it seems like with this in 5... Fuck off. You know, fuck off, people. It seems like that kind of tells me that 3 is the correct answer because it's so divided. So this seems like it's some way... This is like a grey area kind of thing.
Forcing you to stand up for 10 minutes.
Let's do it. Sorry guys, I really have to mute when I raise my desk because it sounds like I'm starting a jet engine in here. Okay, so I think the conclusion we can come to is that this is kind of in between. It's not really low poly, but it's also not really high poly. I think that is the conclusion I'm getting here. It's not the same with the low poly art style as the low poly you use for bake. Okay, so yeah, this is more like... This is kind of like lowish poly for baking, and whereas like the low poly would be more like synth assets in Minecraft and stuff. Which, you know, would be maybe instead of 6900, it would be like, I don't know, what, 50 polygons or something? How you doing, Raka? Nice to see ya. For a game with low poly art style, that doesn't work. Yeah, that's true. Like, you wouldn't throw this one in with the synth assets, right? Like, although it being slightly less polys and stuff, it wouldn't go together with this. Like, there's a clash here, right? Because this still has like way more detail. But it is low poly that works fantastic for baking, okay. An easy rule of thumb, Sherpy, is to think about how large a triangle will be in pixels on the screen on average. Oh, I see, yeah, I see what you're saying. For that model, if it is distant, 6900 is relatively high for the number of pixels each triangle will take up. Yeah, just if this was in like a top-down game or something, this might be quite tiny on the monitor, which means that it would actually, you wouldn't almost be able to see any of these polys, right? Yeah, I think I see what you mean. Whereas if this was, you know, if this was taking up the entire screen, even then it might actually even fit with like synth assets. Or imagine this is like a Godzilla size and then you have tiny little synth asset characters. Then it might actually work because now it kind of becomes low poly. If it is very close up to the player, it will feel low poly from the player's perspective. Yeah, exactly. No, that's actually a good way to view it. I see what you mean. I actually once opened a simple asset of a lamp, was low poly in terms of the style of Synthi, but it had like 5 million polys and 2 million triangles. I was like, what the fuck? Damn. How is that even possible? That sounds like what? Just unnecessary details? And then we go into LOD. I don't know what that is. Where a model has less and less polys the further it is. Oh, interesting. So what, you would actually like dynamically change the amount of polys? But how do you do that? What? How is that possible? Do you change the actual asset? Is that how you do it? So you, as a, you know, big example, say that when it is really close to the player, we use this one, and when it's far away, we switch to this one. Is that how you do it? Or how would that happen? Or can you like low polyize it through programming somehow? You have multiple versions of the same model. Okay, so yeah, you would switch the model. Okay, I see. Yeah, that makes sense, like from a performance perspective, for sure. I assume that the texturing isn't really that bad, right? Like for example, if you would have done something similar, say you use this one when you're very close up, and then you like unbake it when it's further away, that's probably not worth it, right? Because I imagine that since we have the same polys here, it probably doesn't really make a difference. The texture wouldn't really be a problem, right? It's more like if you have this kind of difference in the polys that you would switch it. This is interesting. Thank you guys. I'm learning. I feel like I'm learning a lot about 3D modeling here. Probably not something I'm gonna need to use for a very long time, because I have quite a lot of work still left in my game, but I still, as I've mentioned before, I still find it very interesting to... I'm always eager to learn, do you know what I mean? I believe Godot has a built-in system as well. With Unity 6.2 beta, you can now generate LODs for a model that doesn't have any LODs. Oh, so you can actually like generate that kind of stuff in runtime. That is interesting. How the fuck does that work? LOD's level of detail. LOD 1 is where the object is in front of you. LOD 2 is a bit further away, and LOD 3 is even further. Then culling is when it's no longer in the view. Okay, interesting. Interesting. Going to forget everything about 3D until Shadow of Gloom is done? Yeah, most likely. Wouldn't surprise me, but, you know, at least then it's gonna be easier to relearn it, right? Right?
Oi, what's good?
I think there's an argument for that. Strom, welcome in. How you doing? Nice to have you, as always. Hope you're doing good. Hope you had a good weekend. Each LOD level has less and less polys and triangles, so it goes from high quality to pixelated cube. Pirogi. Hejsan svejsan. Cool stuff. Okay, should we do a little bit of work? Do I still have to stand up? I do. Scheisse specs. Welcome back, Pirogi. Doing well. Nice looking for you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I'm quite happy with how it turned out, actually. There is a few things that's a bit weird.
It's time for the daily Wordle.
No, never mind. Never mind. We're not gonna make any progress. Fuck progress. Let's do the daily fucking Wordle. It's all good. This is pretty fun. Yeah, sure, let's do a little bit of work. Yeah, sure.
Gamedev wants to play words on stream.
How is that? I can't do both of these at the same time. That's impossible. Okay. You know what? How do I do this? We quickly do the daily Wordle, and then we do the words on stream, because Wordle was redeemed first. So I'm gonna re-enable words on stream in a little bit. Let's start off with this one. For now, I'm quickly not... Wait, let me catch up with chat, and then I'm not gonna look at chat once I start doing this. But you can feel free to guess in chat if you want. So much derail from just showing my raptor. This happens every stream, man. It's not derailing if there's knowledge to be learned. Kinda true, actually. Why not also words on stream? Not capable of multitasking or what? I mean, do you guys want to do both? We can do both at the same time. I just feel like that's gonna be a lot for you guys as well. I can run both. Do you want to run both? One in chat if you want to run both. I mean, I can have both on at the same time. Both? Okay, fuck it. Like, if that's what you guys want, we'll do both. I just thought they would be a lot for your little silly brains to handle. I'm joking. I'm joking. Okay, how do I do this in the best way? Let's do this. Boom. Then we boot up words on stream. You guys really don't want me to get any work done, right? Okay, here we have it. Fucking brain rot stream 101. There's one more thing we need. What's that running game called? One of the infinite run on train thingy. What is the game I'm looking for? Subway Surfers. Thank you. This is the last thing we need. Can I get a gif of this? Perfect. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we can have a true fucking brain rot stream here. Perfect. Okay, is everyone focused? Do you have enough things to stimulate yourself now? Thank you very much for the bits. It's time to sit down. Great, now Gen Z might pay attention. Exactly. This is what you guys need. That's what I'm realizing. Hey, there's still space in the corner for something else. Do we need even more in here? We are now satisfied? Okay. We need Reddit stories. Just have some text-to-speech Reddit story at the same time too. Holy shit. Skibbity low tape fade and ones like that. With Minecraft parkour, yeah. This is what I expect you guys to actually do while I'm streaming. Also be paying attention to like 19 different things like this. Okay, let's boot up words on stream and let's start this. Okay, so you guys can start doing words on stream. Perfect ADHD setup. I need to check, I wonder where my limit for text-to-speech is for bits. I'm gonna look that over. Okay. And while you guys do that, I'm gonna look at this one a little bit and then start doing this. Let's do radio. Okay, I have an R in here. Imagine if we get the same word. That would be kind of funny. Let's do... let's see, I have UE, so something... maybe. That should be a good word here. Muter, that's probably a word. Like someone who mutes something. A muter. That must be a word, right? Muter. Okay, no R in the beginning or at the end, but we do have an E in here. Let's do... you guys are doing pretty good. You might be able to get all words here. Come on now. What do I have here? E-R... So R must be here. Or here. Must be. Then E. I don't know if I have enough letters to make a good guess here. I think I should get more letters out. I still have... There must be another vowel, right? Unless it is a double E. Which it could be. Otherwise, Y is like the last vowel I have. Come on, people, you can do it. Come on, at least 2 more words. Come on, I believe in ya. Okay, nice one. Peon. That's a flower, isn't it? I think that's a flower. I have no idea what's going on. I don't even know what Wordle is. I'm trying to guess a word here. The only feedback I get on what the word is that yellow means it's the correct letter, but in the wrong place. Green means it is in the correct place. We can't, there's not enough stuff on stream. Okay. I shall help you. Is this better? I can't even... How do I... No! Stop it! Stop it! Thank you. Can you focus now? Can you focus now? We need DJ music too. Can we replace Chirpy with ASMR videos? Okay, is this going too far? Should probably make this slightly bigger for you guys. Okay. E, there needs to be an R here. Either I have a double E. There's no way, I mean it could be 3 consonants, but that would be kind of mad. No, not without a T. Dude, this should have been fucking... This should be Shrek. It could actually be Shrek. Imagine if it is. Is it? I'm gonna... Oh, can I not guess on... I can't guess Shrek? Okay. But it could be 3 consonants as well. Either that or maybe a Y somewhere, like Y here. Or starting with a Y. Ether? No, because it can't be R at the end. I don't even know what ether means. Just know it's a word. Okay, I'm gonna do one more word just to get more letters out here. That's what I'm gonna do. Let's do... I think I'm gonna use Y though, because it's the last consonant. So maybe... something NGY, maybe? Like dingy? No. I don't know what that means either. Okay, lingy, hingy? Is that a word? Probably not. Bingy? Is that a word? It is. Okay, that did not teach me that much. Well, it did teach me that there's no other vowel, so it should be a double E. And there is a N somewhere. What level are you on? Level 8? Damn, you guys are actually doing pretty good. What do I should start with N as well. Do I need to guess? Do I need to get more vowels out here? I don't know if I can get a good word here. I know that. Wait, I know there's an R and an N. The R must be either here. N can't be there. Ren. Read. Should be a double E at the end too. Oh wait, it should actually. This could be something like. It should be something like spree. That's a risky guess though, because I'm wasting 2 E's here if this is incorrect. But it could be. I might just fucking go for it. Shit. Oh, but there is a double E. That is good to know. And now we know where the R is, right? The R must be the second one. We know we have a P, so probably PR. The N, because it can't be NR, that doesn't make sense. So it must end with N. If we have a double E... What? Preen? That's not a fucking word, is it? Well, it must be. Unless it starts with E. E-R? What? Open? Do I know N is here? I don't. I just know it isn't here. But R must be here, and N-R doesn't make sense. It should be... No, Ernep. That's not a word. Preen? Is preen a word? What the fuck is a preen? I did get it though. Okay, in today's lesson with Chirpy, a preen is of a bird is a verb. Tidy and clean its feathers with its beak. Reed buntings preened at the pool's edge. I've never heard that. Of a person, devote effort to making oneself look attractive. Adolescents preening in the bedroom mirrors. Congratulate or pride oneself. I have never heard this word. It's what birds do to clean their feathers, yeah. Birds preen each other. The hell is preen? Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what I don't think I've ever heard this word before. How are you doing? Damn, level 10. You guys are actually doing good here. Yeah, we're gonna keep it rolling until you lose. That's how we're gonna do this. Oh wait, is this gonna be an issue when you can't see all of the stuff? If I bring this up a little bit. Now you can see it, okay? Fucking Gen Z people in here. I believe it is where prune took the inspiration from, but I may be wrong. Oh, interesting. I'm not a linguine. Oh, there's a fake letters now. Buff, that was a good one. Did you have loaf? Yeah, you had loaf as well. Foul? Isn't that a word? Oh no, wait, that's with you. Foul? Okay, I got one word in there. Advanced 2 levels. Does anyone remember what our record was? I think we got to like... It's something in the teens as well, I'm quite sure. Why is the guy in the stream talking to us, guys? Come on! How are we doing? Damn! Spectacular! 77! We got Lewis of 73 and New Joker 70. Damn, you guys are doing good. Red Raka, not bad as well. Also got Enrico, Vinny and Hirogi in there. Oh wait, you did gasp. So what, does that mean G is fake maybe? Sharp. Hard. Okay, yeah, I think G is fake. Because all the G words have been wrong. Pause. Pause? Pause. Where's pause without a E? I have no idea now. Chap? Is that a word? Haps. Okay, one more word. This one we can definitely do. I'm gonna skip this ad. Okay, come on, wait. One more. We can definitely get this. Hasp. Oh, like a... What was that? Like a door hasp? Is that the same in English? We have hasp in Swedish. Is that what... Is that a coordinate? Yeah, it is. It's the same one. The husband in the... Yeah, exactly. 5... Okay, I think we are basically hitting a record here, if I'm not mistaken. Like I said, we're gonna keep going till you lose. Oh no, now we got question marks here as well. And probably a fake letter somewhere. Only 5-letter words and more? That's kinda mad. A record is reached when I'm not playing. Okay, the secret one is probably not a D. Union. Wait, does that mean... No, we did have 2 N's, right? Could it be a... No, can't. Junction. Ooh, nice one, dude. Okay, there must be... There might be another T-I-O-N word in here. Junto, I only know that as a Portuguese word. It means together in Portuguese. Or juntos. Do you say the same in Spanish, Vinny? Like todos juntos. I don't know. Oh shit, this one was actually hard. Tonic. Oh, okay, we have... C was the one. Age was fake. No. Count. Are we gonna make it? This might be very close. Tunic. That was probably a good one. Oh shit. That was the rip indeed. That was it. Yeah, that was not bad. I don't know how many words you need to get to not lose. 17. Gee, I don't remember what the last we got to was. I think it was pretty close. I think it's something like this. Higher teens or whatever. Yeah, I think it is time to get back to work, people. This is enough Gen Z content for now, so I'm gonna get rid of these as well. Did I sort this out? I did. Doesn't make full sense, because this would technically be on the wall, right? Do I need to move it down one more? But is that gonna look weird? I mean, I could. But no, that doesn't make sense. Just realized I should probably not have the top line here. I don't think we should have this one.
Cheers.
Shit, I have still got no water. Cheers, Joker. Remind me next ad to go and get a bit of water.
Time to stretch.
Yeah, I saw it coming. My attention span. Back to our regularly scheduled program, exactly. 103. Wait, what's 103? Oh, was that the score you got? Damn. Who won? Was it Spec? I saw Spec was in the lead before. What's up, Amisis? Terve minne suomalainen veli. Ei sappeite. Pipparkakkuja. How you doing, man? Hope you're doing good. Next ad break, go and grab water. Oh! I was gonna say, I mean, you did probably say it a bit early, but the ad was actually coming quite soon. We got an ad coming in about 1 minute for any not... Jävla fitta, what is up, Amisis? What? No, now we're taking it a bit far here. Perkele, satana perkele, voi vittu. Yeah, I can do it back, man. Hope you're going good, doing good, whatever. You know what I'm trying to say. I have brain rot now. We've been watching too many Subway Surfer GIFs and Minecraft parkour videos. How you doing, Amisis? Hope you're doing well. How was your stream? It's all fun and games until the swearing comes in your own mother's tongue? Yeah, very much. All of a sudden it's like, wait, that actually sounded bad now. I'm joking. Time to watch chats doing countdowns so I feel better about myself. Okay, ad should be starting. Thank you for your patience. I'm gonna quickly run and grab a bit of water and stuff. Maybe get some tea, and I shall be right back. Thank you for your patience. Hello, friend. So, do you want to hang out tomorrow? Okay.
Right,
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 down,
down,
left,
left, left,
down,
down.
right.
We got it. 8 seconds left. Holy shit, we actually did it.
Damn, that was intense.
Oh, dude, yeah, Fucking easy, bro. Fucking easy. Sit down, boy. Okay. Let's go. I forgot I made him active. Sorry about that one. That did get me a little bit. I don't know if this fingers should be longer though, because it's a very fucking... Oh no, you know what? It's not that thick. This feels very wrong. I'm gonna stop now. Okay. We're chilling, dude. Sit down, boy. 3rd time's the charm. Let's fucking go. First try. I mean... Oh shit, no, wait, is it one of these? No, 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 not again.
I'm on my way.
Not again, no. No, it's like the Abyss Watchers. No,
Brother,
don't do this to me.
wielding sword of Lothric's
Oh.
prince.
Shit.
Rise if you would.
I mean, there are fucking huge ones. But you know, it's not about the size, it's what you do with it. Yeah, this one would be thinner compared to the one I have. Because mine's fucking massive. Okay, we need to stop. It looks so sick, absolutely. And we are back. Thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. I have no idea what is happening. Me neither, man. I think I changed something in Twitch. My chat is looking weird. Random words are spawning. My summer car language. Thanks for asking. The stream was amazing. I did the woodcutting feature with one go. Damn! Not bad. Do you have a video or something of it? Anything you want to show? Time to riot. You know you're doing something good when the monster in your own game stares you, all in the Unity editor? Yeah, it has happened multiple times. Mainly because I thought I had the enemy spawner turned off, but I wasn't. Yeah, I've done the exact same thing. I was like, sure I had turned the monster off, and then accidentally I hadn't, and it freaked me out. Yeah, my face tends to stare people. Like I said, I'm gonna need to run out to the store really quick in a little bit. But I just took a break, so we're gonna keep it on for at least a little while. There's something here I don't like. There's a few things here I don't like. This looks weird. Also, this section here looks a bit weird. I don't know if I care as much about that. Like, if you don't look too closely, it looks fine. But this looks... These parts definitely look off. The issue here is that this thing over here is actually supposed to be a cornice. Which means that this is technically where the floor ends and this becomes the wall, right? Which means that this is technically like half inside of the wall. It doesn't make sense. And like I said, I also think we can remove this line here. Since I don't have an extra line here. Probably shouldn't have one there either. And then we can maybe move this one a few steps to the right. Another thing, I don't remember if I mentioned it or not, I kind of want to make a generator today. I feel like it could be cool to have a generator somewhere in the house. Do some like kind of old school-ish like gas generator, put it down in the basement or something. I feel like that could be cool. Yeah, I think I prefer this. Kinda looks a little bit cleaner. And then we just need to move this one, which might mean that probably need to redo this. Unless I make it taller. Are you... Okay, so how would it look if I grab this? And then we go up one to the right. And then I should be able to get you 1 pixel down. Where do you end up? Did I do it? No. Where do you end up if I do this? It's still not entirely correct. Definitely looks better though, but it's not fully... I think I need this to be 1 more pixel to the side. Like if I can get this to be here, then I think it would look good. Because then it still looks at least... I could probably go even 1 more pixel actually to the side. Maybe go 1, 2. Yeah, I think that's how I want it to be. That looks so much better. Because now it looks like this is actually connected to the floor instead. And we also don't have this very long gap there. I think I prefer this. Which means we can still use the same stairs, those should be fine. But now we do have to fix this thing. So let's go like boom, boom, maybe. And then maybe boom. Maybe. And then boom. Looks kinda fine. I like that these connect here. Let's see if we can fix this ourselves somehow. Or whether this is gonna look weird. Does that look weird? I think it looks kinda fine.
Cheers.
Cheers, Easy Pop. Now we got some actual water. I think that looks pretty fine. I think it looks better. I'm quite happy. Looking great, thank you, man. Oh wait, I'm topping the floor now as well, that's no good. Okay, so this should be on the same height as that one. That pixel should connect to the upper one. So... boom. No. What? How does that make sense? What? No. Boom. Oh yeah, because I moved it, that was the last position. Okay, there we go. That should be right. Should I not just flip this entire thing and see that everything is correct? Yeah, floor is the only thing changing. Yeah, let's see how it looks in game. This is how it looked before, with these weird spaces here, this pole like half inside of the wall. And now it looks like this. That is much better. Yeah, I prefer it. I did add a light in here too. I know I wasn't sure if I was gonna do it before, or have this room be completely dark. But I decided to have the light just not show it, but you can still like flip the light on and off. The only thing that's weird now is that this section up here is technically the same room, and now this is dark. I'm kind of wondering if I should connect these lights in a way, so that if the light is on here, then the light is on here. If you turn off the light here, then you also turn off the light down here. Do you know what I mean? Since it's technically like the same area. Oh, maybe I should show a smaller light here. If I'm gonna have the light visible, like the lamp visible here, then we should probably be able to see it from down here too. We'll see. Before we do that, I think I'm gonna see, I think it could be fun to see if we can do a little generator. I might have to do this in the test room though, just to get the size correct and stuff. Boom, main door, let's turn you off. These are the old doors, they no longer look like that, but that's fine, I think. Let's do a new one here, let's call you Generator. And then let's search for old generator. see if we can find some good inspiration here. I think I want a few things. We need to have... Maybe you should be able to like fuel it up. So we need to somehow visually show where to add the fuel. And then we also need the exhaust. Because PSA to anyone, you should not run a generator inside. It could legitimately kill you. The only way to make it work inside would be to have some type of a exhaust, right? Could have a little portal one, but I imagine that this house is relatively big, so if we have a generator, the generator should probably be pretty big. This looks like it's outside, so I don't know where you would put the exhaust at a first glance. We need something where it's relatively intuitive where to refill it, as well as where to connect the exhaust. Maybe, can we go old generator inside? Holy shit, this is fucking massive, isn't it? Maybe it's just the perspective. No, this is humongous. Imagine the generator control panel has LED red color like the monster eyes and playing not lighting up the flashlight, thinking it could be a real monster. Ooh, that's a very nice idea. Do a little, basically like a little fake scare. Like first when you enter the room, it's gonna look like its eyes. Yeah, I kinda like that. That's pretty clever, man. That's pretty clever. So this looks like the exhaust, right? This fucking question mark is a bit in the way, but I think it is. This is probably going into some ventilation system to get the exhaust out. But this is very big. I don't know if this maybe is too big. I want some kind of like medium-sized thing, I think. Like it can't be as small as those like portal ones. We would portable, not portal. That's completely different. I don't think we should have just a tiny one like this. Maybe it doesn't have to be super big, but at least, no, it should be bigger than this. I'm imagining that maybe the full size of the generator should be like... maybe like this, you know? Which is one of those portable ones, I think you're like they can be this small. I think that is too small. Like maybe something like this type of size. We also doesn't need one of those that covers like half the room, but... Maybe we can use that. Someone gave me a good source here for looking. Who gave me this? I'm so sorry that I don't remember. Someone showed me this website that has a bunch of resources. Didn't we have like industrial here? Thank you very much to whoever linked me this. I'm very sorry that I don't remember who it was. Because maybe we should have this kind of vibe down here. Because I'm imagining that if we have a generator, you would probably place it in the basement. If you have it indoors, that is to say. This is like an attic thing here. We should probably have more of like an industrial field down here. Maybe even have some of those like pipes and valves going on. Like... And then maybe, as someone said before, we do like maybe brick wall or something. This is 1, 2, 3 pixels, 1, 2, 3. That looks pretty good. Yeah, I kinda like it. I want this little thing? Maybe. I think that looks pretty good. Should maybe have one, just so we get some variety, have one without this as well. Maybe one with like a... you know what, you can also have some shit where we can connect these. But in that case, the connection should probably be where this is. Oh, maybe we do this. Oh wait, this is uneven. What's up, Ginger? How you doing? Welcome in. Trying to do some art assets here for a possible like basement or something. Try and make it look a little bit more like industrial or whatever. What's up, AO as well? Welcome back. Nice to have ya. I feel like these things are a bit too big. Maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Boom. How big is this? The entire thing is 9 by 9. See what looks best. Yeah, I think that's better. I think I went too far up there. So 9. Boom. Oh, is this gonna look weird? It's gonna end up right where the... Is that fine? Could probably move these one down and these one up, maybe? To not get it to perfectly line up with the, like... cornice or whatever. I think this is called cornice, isn't it? Oh no, wait. Cornice is tartless. This is the cornice. What do you call this again? I know this word, but I have to look them up every fucking time. Skirting board or baseboard, I think you call this. Okay, so cornice and either skirting board or baseboard. I don't know how common these are. Do you guys have a lot of baseboards and cornices? It's very common in Sweden, but I do recognize that this could be a little bit of a geographical thing as well. Pipes gives steampunk vibes. Yeah, I think that is good, because that, like, steampunk is quite industrial, right? And I imagine that a basement of a large building is going to, generally speaking, feel more industrial compared to the upper floors, right? I'm quite happy with those. Okay, let's see, how do I want to do this? I'm gonna snooze this ad, and the next ad I might have to run out for a little bit. I'm only gonna be like 10 minutes or so, just that my addict ads need a bit of snooze, and I'm all out of it. For once, I did not check before I started streaming, sorry about that one. Okay, what I want to have here is a generator. I feel like I need to find a good reference. I mean, I know the general gist here. We need some motor of sorts. There must be a tank somewhere, if we do like a gas generator. And since we're doing it indoors, we need to have an exhaust. I think those are the 3 things that I need to be visually represented somehow. Oh, we also need a connection to the actual, like, electrical installation or whatever. Because it needs to be able to run it, right? So we need 4 things. We need 4? We need a motor, exhaust, tank, and electrical connection. Yeah. We need 4 things to be somewhat clearly represented. Am I putting too much attention to detail? Maybe. Maybe we don't need all of them. Should probably skip the electrical connection. Should even skip the motor as well in some regard. The most important ones are the exhaust as well as the tank, because that should very well become a, you know, a gameplay thing. Maybe you do need to refill it at some point. Maybe you need to fix the exhaust so you don't die. I don't know. Just thinking of potential like gameplay ideas with this as well. I feel like I'm really not finding the right reference I want. I want a relatively big generator, but not massive. But like something like this is too small for a building like this. This is probably a bit too big, and looks steam engine. This is too old as well. I think we're doing gas. Use Pinterest, Google search for reference. Is that better? I never really used Pinterest. Do I have to log in? Can I use this without logging in? Explore. Okay. Maybe old generator. Probably needs logging after some time, okay. What do we have here? We'll probably check art station too, right? But is this a steam generator? I don't know if looking at... Let's be honest here, this is a 3D object, right? Yeah, I've made this old generator. That probably uses a reference. I would rather find the actual reference. Electric generator. Picture of connected to antique machinery. Okay, so this is the motor part. That might be an exhaust. I feel like I want something where you can see where to fill it as well. Full of AI generated stuff? Depends on what you're searching for, you can filter it after a while. Oh, okay. This looks AI generated. Or maybe not. I don't know. Okay, we have an ad coming in about 1 minute. I think I'm gonna quickly take my break here. So I'm just gonna very quickly run to the store. I'll probably be like 5-10 minutes or so. It shouldn't take very long. And then we'll be right back. If anyone finds a good reference for a suitable generator in the meantime, I would very much appreciate ya. Because this is kind of hard. I want something medium-sized, a gas generator, or diesel generator, whatever. Like, not a steam generator. I think I want it to be gas-driven. And medium-sized. Now, it shouldn't take up a whole room, but it shouldn't be like a small portable one either. It could be, yeah, medium-sized. I don't know how else to really describe it. Okay, thank you very much for your patience. The ad should be running. Like I said, I will be just like 5-10 minutes or so, and we shall be right back. Thank you very much for your patience. If you decide to stick around, just know that I appreciate you. Cheers. And we are back. Sorry guys, that might have been a tad bit longer than 5 minutes. Terribly sorry. I might have met a mate of mine at the store, so did end up talking to him for a little bit, but we are back. Thank you guys very much for your patience. Also, Midney, welcome in. We also have Cornbread in here, and Midnight Moonlight. Hope you all are doing good. So, if you just came in, I'm trying to find some good reference for a generator. Trying to make a few of these assets to fit more, I guess more of like a basement vibe kind of thing. I am back indeed. Thank you for your patience, AO. Appreciate ya. Maybe we should do the opposite. Usually this type of stuff has like insulation on it, right? If these are like, I mean, I guess it depends on what kind of pipe it is. If it's heating, it would have insulation. If this was like, what you call it, drainage, it wouldn't. I just realized that we should do the opposite here, where you do, instead of this getting thicker, you do it thinner. Kind of like the... we can't do it like that though, like this. Maybe that's better. I might actually prefer it. Which one do you guys think look best out of these two? Thin or thick? Awesome, it is Monday. It is Monday indeed. Why are you up to midnight? Anything fun going on? Thick looks more realistic. I think it depends on what type of pipe it is. I think that might be my issue here. That I'm trying to design pipes without like fully deciding what these are used for. To be fair though, that's kind of the thing. At least if it doesn't have a gameplay perspective, if you're gonna do something with this, we have to make sure that it actually makes sense why it is or whatever. But if these are pure decorations, then I don't think the player cares. I don't think a lot of players are gonna stop and be like, I wonder if this is drainage, or like if this is the incoming water, or like, I don't think people are gonna think like that. Players will chat, fuck me then. What's up, Whale? How you doing? Worked all weekend on my trailer and submitting Steam page. Today I have a relaxed day. Nice. Has it been reviewed? Is the Steam page up, or are you waiting for the review? Most people won't chat consciously. Yeah, I think that is the case. Waiting for review. Ooh, exciting. I hope it gets through. Mine did on the first try, so I bet you'll be fine. I do though. Yeah, I know that. Like, to be fair, I am the type of person who, if I play a game, I do appreciate those like small details or whatever. I think for now, we're gonna keep this as like generic pipes, and then we'll see. Maybe we should do some. What if we do this? Maybe. Oh, I probably want to have one here though, don't I? Oh yeah, I kinda like that one. Maybe. Send a few images for the generator on the distro general channel. Ooh, let me have a look. Let's see, we have some new people joining the Discord as well. Welcome in, guys. Thank you for joining. Always nice to have more people in the community. Bot just posted a link there in the chat in case anyone else wants to join. Okay, how about these? I kind of like this one. I feel like this is... I mean, you could just make a similar thing that's slightly smaller, though. We could take this as inspiration and just make... Because I think this is a bit big. This would take up, like, the entire room. But the style is quite nice. Maybe have this kind of the bar thing around it, too. This one might look... Especially with the control panel here, it looks slightly too modern. The main issue is that I think we need to look at a manual of something. Where do you refill this one? Here? Because if it's a gas generator, you need to be able to refill it, right? So there must be a tank somewhere. This is the motor. Right? Motor, like the actual generator thing. Is this the exhaust? We should take inspiration from a few as well. Thank you very much for looking at some references. Oh, we're getting more stuff here. Okay, this must be exhaust, right? That must be an exhaust. Okay, I was just on a break, so I'm gonna skip this ad. I think that's the last one I can skip now. This is the motor. This one is a little bit small, just I don't want it to look this portable. But once again, we can still take inspiration from this and instead do the opposite and make it bigger. This is like a full V8, isn't it? Isn't this why you call it V8? 8 cylinders diagonal. I'm not the best when it comes to motors, but I think that's the case. Just a second. I think this is fine. I don't love shopping websites, which I think this is. Sometimes they like a little bit of doxing. Okay. That must be the exhaust. I kinda like, this is kind of the size I'm looking for. This seems to be like a very, it doesn't take up a full room, but it's also not like a really small one. As I said, the control panel looks a little bit too modern, but that, like, we could just make that one look older and we're pretty much good to go. Reliable and powerful solution for industrial or commercial applications. Exactly, because the issue if we do one that's too small is that it doesn't look commercial or like industrial. I'm still imagining that this is not just... We're probably in a relatively big house. Whether this is like a industrial building or not, that's a different question, but I'm imagining that at least it's going to be... If it doesn't have a full-on purpose, it's still going to probably be like some type of like mansion or manor or something, like still with some size, you know, which feels like something that is a little bit more industrial would suit better, I think. Waiting for my review, yeah. Midnight Moonlight, let me know when it goes through, and I'll have a look at it. Or you can do a Dead by Daylight type generator. Oh yeah, this is the one you sent. Well, that's actually pretty big though. When I just saw this one, it seemed... The wheels make it seem so portable that it seems kinda small. This is a pretty good size. Is this the... What is this? Oh. Oh, I see. The size here is okay, because it's not like the small portable ones either. I will thank you, no worries, man. I love it when I go to IKEA website to show friends where I get some of my favorite plushies and it doxes me. Yeah, I've almost done it a few times as well. Like, for any streamer or aspiring streamer, it's probably a good thing to note. If you prefer not being doxed, you should be a little bit mindful when it comes to shopping websites. Because a lot of them, like straight when you go to them, will put like a massive window just saying, oh, this much to ship to your exact location. And it's like, fuck off, man. I'm good. I'm good. I don't know where it fills from either. It should be that though. Yeah. Just this was... Yeah, this is a diesel generator. Do they have frequently asked questions? No. I feel like I would look at the actual manual for this. Clean the fuel tank. Clear the oil sump to prevent sludge buildup. Inspect and test fuel injectors for optimal. Oh, I see. I think this is... This has some... I think this would be connected to a diesel tank and it would like automatically refill. Can I fucking open one of these? This is gonna be tiny, isn't it? Why do you not let me like open this full screen? Okay, we have an ad coming up in about half a minute for any non-subscribers. I cannot skip this one, so thank you for your patience. This almost looks more like a steam generator of sorts. Bunch of valves and stuff. If we look at other games, as I said, I prefer looking at a proper reference, but video game generator. Okay, I didn't mean... It could be something, like, it doesn't have to be... Even something like this could work, but it still needs to be obvious, like, where you would refill it and stuff. And I wouldn't mind getting more of this, like, kind of industrial look, where it's a bit more open. Just, it looks, it's more interesting, right? Like, doing something that's just a big old square isn't as fun. Not gonna lie, the yellow one looks more like a transformer than a generator. Yeah, that's what I mean, like, it's not as... This could be any, like, insert any type of electrical... machinery thing, you know? Or Amazon plastered an address when you load any page. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, if you're a streamer and you prefer to not be doxed, just don't use those websites. It's the safest thing. Just don't do it. That's how I've started doing it. Because I'm very wary when it comes to shopping websites. The maintenance part looks like a mission in a video game. It kinda did, not gonna lie. This is like, your objective. Perfect, eh? Ads should be over. Welcome back, people. My son approved the trailer. Now I'm happy. Let's go. Do you have the trailer? Do you want to share it? Gas generator indoors. Never use a generator indoors. Pfft, it's fine. As long as you have some exhaust. Because look, I imagine this is probably the exhaust, pushing out the exhaust air from this, which means that in that case it should be safe to use it indoors, as far as I know. Then maybe we do one of these boxes to show that it's like connected. This is a lot of detail, we don't have to do it that way. What the fuck is this though? Okay, maybe we don't do it like that, but... yeah, just this must be the exhaust from the actual motor. Fan part connected to the wall, we could do that. I think this is the the dangerous exhaust going out. I don't know if I wanted this proper. I think I might do it a little bit more like just a flexible pipe kind of thing. Just then we could potentially do something fun where maybe that pipe is like damaged and you have to fix it. I don't know. Obviously I'm just brainstorming ideas here. This is too boring. I don't want to do this. It's online on YouTube, I will send when the Steam page is online. Okay, that's fine. Imagine using that generator to charge your laptop. Have a few spots on and near the generator, could be cool. Yeah, no, it could be technically connected right into a fuse box. I have been thinking about doing something like a fuse box somewhere else, potentially. But nothing says that you can't have more than one. At least have some kind of electrical connection, because that also visually tells the player like what the purpose of this generator is. Even though I think most would inherently understand that, but it isn't bad to communicate it nonetheless. I don't think we're gonna do wheels. I think I want this to look more, because wheels signify that this is portable, right? It shows that this is a... it looks more like a temporary solution kind of thing. I do think I want this to look more like permanently installed. Maybe I searched gas before, maybe we try diesel generator. Maybe indoors. Okay, what do we have here? It seems often that we have this thing connected to the wall, and then from the center where like the motor is, that's where we take the exhaust. That's a big one. Ventilation in, out. But this is like the hot air coming out of this one, whereas this, I think, would be the actual exhaust, right? Okay. How would I...
Bruh.
Bruh, what's up? You know those big tubey things? People Used are usually in basement. No one where you're welding or doing something that creates fumes and it takes all the ban. Oh yeah, true. We should even do something similar to these, right? But where we make it more like this is a ventilation thing. I don't know if that is exactly what you're referring to, but... that looks kinda shit, but... Maybe use the word industrial instead? Yeah, maybe. As a factory generator. Yeah, but I think it should look more... I think it should look more industrial / permanent. Like, as I was saying, I don't want this. This looks temporary. Because even though this is probably not gonna take place in like an industry, per se, I still think it most likely will take place in a rather big building. Even if it doesn't have like a industrial reason for it, I think it would probably still be like at least some type of like mansion or manor or something, which means that it makes more sense to have something closer to a industrial generator compared to like a portable average home generator, if that makes sense. Looks like fire sprinkler. I mean, we could make... I feel like it would be smaller. I feel like fires... that kind of stuff tends to be quite small. Yeah, maybe. Something like that. I feel like that looks more like a... fire sprinkler. In the basement, could have been a small factory. Could be. The thing is that, obviously, since the story isn't fully finalized, I can't make that decision right now. I can't say for certain whether that's going to be the case or not. So that is why I know this is a bit risky, because I'm doing work that, you never know, might not entirely fit the game. But I feel like for that reason, the most safe thing to do is to do kinda generic-ish stuff that I think will like most likely fit the game no matter what I do with the story. And since I'm pretty sure I want this to be, whether it has an industrial reason or not, like I feel like it most likely will be some kinda relatively big house. I want... it is not gonna be like... the story is not gonna play out in like the 1800s, but I still want it to most likely be a... even if it's a relatively modern age, I still want it to be a relatively old building, if that makes sense. Just because I feel like it's more interesting doing like this more like older looking furniture compared to what we did before, this like straight out of IKEA shit, which I arguably think looks pretty shit. I just want to try something. Just had an idea. What if I did this? Does that look bad? Now it looks like, rather than this just going down, it kind of looks like it's bulging outwards or whatever. Oh! Wait. Should we break this, maybe? That could be interesting. Like, maybe this is... it's like broken somewhere. This is very random ideas here, but that should be kind of interesting. Just to add some type of detail to it. Ooh, I think I like it. I think I like it. I think that looks pretty good. That looks good, you think so? I quite like it. Is he mad to even draw like the missing piece down here? But this is gonna... There is one issue here. This is going to seem interactable. That's gonna seem like something you can pick up. And if you can't, I think it's bad to have it. I think it's fine just doing this as well. Oh, I quite like it. Break it and put bloodstains on the edge of the broken railing and slide blood on the floor. Mmm. I think we need to add more colors to our palette. Because right now my palette looks like this. I think I need a few shades of red. I can't always use the most vibrant of reds. It's a bit too harsh. And I didn't actually. The blood we have in the room have a few shades. I think I need to decide. Maybe we do the equivalent of these two, but as red. Which would basically be this color. As well. Wait. It would be this color. This color. And this color. I think that should be good. So we have a few reds we can play around with as well. So our palette basically has ish the same colors in white, basically full color, light color, dark color, and then black of course. I think we might do that. How do I do this again? I have this color selected. That looks close enough. Options. Presets. So how do I add color? I don't remember how to do this. Edit color, we unlock it. How do I add more? Oh, I see. Okay, so we want 3 more. And then now, when this is unlocked, I think I can select this one and do this. No? How do I... Oh, do I need to select it and then do this? Can I not just boom? That's pretty good. Oh wait, it's only 2 more colors I want. And then we want a red similar to this, which is basically the middle point, so like here. That seems pretty good. Now, can I move these around? Now we go boom. To be fair though, I actually use these colors the most, so they should probably be up here. Let's do boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom. I think that's pretty good. Save palette. No, can I not like overwrite palette? Save palette as preset. Shroud, replace. There we go. I changed my mind. I want you here. Just then we can do 4x4. Look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful. Replace. And then lock it. You just keep it as a text interaction, the broken piece, maybe the player can fix it. Yeah. But the only thing is, if you can fix it, we need a purpose. Why do you fix it? Is there anything to gain from fixing it? Because the issue is that once you're up here, you can't see this. This is behind you. No, I think that's too much. I was thinking maybe you could do it so that if you're up here and you click on the back arrow, if you haven't fixed this, then you like fall through and you hurt yourself. But that might be, I feel like, might, because I don't know, then we kind of need to make some animation or something, and hurting yourself doesn't fully make sense because you don't really have health in this game. I'm open to it though, if we can come up with like a good idea for it. Fun palette indeed. Q shift a bit towards blue, do you think so? I know hue shifting tends to be very good in palettes. The thing is that I have such a simplistic palette, I don't know if it's necessary. Technically speaking, I have like monochrome and a few reds. That is all I have. I know if you have like a big palette, that hue shifting is quite good because it gives you more room to use the colors. Yeah, you need to use color picker on the bottom. Yeah, I did. Try the 2 bars. Yeah, that was the thing I was looking for. This. But I thought, yeah, kind of shit that you can't add a new one by copying one you already have. Is there not like a... I think there is a way I could have done it. Do you not have like... load palette from sprite? Yeah, new palette from sprite. I think that is why I should have clicked. Because then it would have loaded in all of these colors, right? 6 big booms indeed. The game ends with you slipping on a red banana peel and falling off the railing. And that could be a good idea later, maybe you're being chased. And if you don't fix it, you fall instead of go down the stairs. Yeah, you could do something like that. It's just that I have to think about like how would you make the falling? Like how do I show that the player falls? Like even, it sounds like a simple thing, but making a full like cutscene of you falling through there, it's kind of hard. I do like the having it a little bit broken though. I think that's pretty good. Hue shifting isn't for palette optimization, it's for temperature of lighting. I see what you mean. But it kind of optimizes the palette too, because you can do more if you have hue shifting. Because you can kind of use a... Like if we look at the Apollo one, this one has a lot of hue shifting going on. Yeah, you can kind of use this one as a shading to this one as a shading to this. You can use this as a shading to this, and so on. Like, you can kind of play around a little bit more rather than only going with the blues. Even use, you could even have like, potentially even have like this color. And then very easily kind of shift it towards this. Oh, did I? Oh. Am I fucking up the palette? I think I am. Just like this stuff goes a lot towards the blue, right? I'm not saying that's the full purpose of hue shifting, just that it can be used that kind of way as well. Okay, generators. I don't think we had a generator here. There's some pipes and stuff going on though. This might actually be a generator of sorts. Why does this say Unity Asset Store? That's weird. Like, why is the... Am I a fucking Dumbo? Where's the tank on these? Because they must have... You must have somewhere to refill it, right? I mean, this one it should be down here as well. Because this looks like the electrical stuff, this is like the motor. This, I think, is the exhaust from the motor. Well, I mean, that should be here as well. You could exhaust it into this fan, to be fair. Because I think there's a fan on the other side here. Or inside here, rather, maybe. I feel like I'll need to look at an actual manual of one of these. Well, you had a website for this one. You made your pallet picking looking so easy. I hated every bit of it. Dude, pallet picking is incredibly difficult. That's why, generally speaking, the Apollo one I literally took from Adam C. Unis. He uploaded this one on that website. What is it called? It's super useful looking for pallets. It's called Low Spec. Really good website if you wanna... Yeah, exactly, Low Spec. If you wanna find pallets. Because I'm not super good when it comes to like color theory, and if you're not, I feel like the easiest thing, you don't have to reinvent the wheel, just find a palette you like and use it. That is better than trying and failing at making your own palette, in my opinion. Because having a good palette is very important to make stuff look like good and consistent, you know. I'm not super good at color theory, but I got good intuition. Yeah, I mean, if you can do it, you can definitely go for it. I don't trust myself enough to pick good colors. Because if you start like constantly changing the palette, for someone like me, I feel like it's a risky move. Because at some point it might start looking very weird. Obviously, this palette is very, very simple. This one I feel good enough picking myself. But if I would try and do something like the Apollo palette, like, no way I'm gonna make that look good. It's better for someone like me to just use one, I think. I should really get my new doors in here. These don't fully represent how the game looks. Wait, can I not do this? That's better. Oh, is the door blocking that one? So this is basically my testing room. Sometimes it's nice to... Like, it can be hard to draw a prop looking good in this sprite sheet because you have no context. So to get like sizing and stuff right, I use this little test room. Yeah, there we go. That looks better. Let me quickly check my pipes here. I bet I missed some. Yeah, knew it. Whoops.
Cheers.
Boom, boom, boom. I want you in my room. Cheers, Rom. All the game out, we finished. The colors are so weird looking at it for the first time. I'm changing some of it. Yeah, color theory and stuff is difficult. Yay, hydration. If you use the index color mode, then your colors will update when you change it in the palette. Oh, wait, do you mean that if I change something in the palette, it's going to update in the scenes? Is that how that works? That is pretty fucking useful, if that's the case. I need to start using that. Okay, we got some ads coming up in like 1 minute for the non-subscribers. Thank you for your patience, appreciate ya. Wait, if you see this from that perspective, it would probably be like this. This is kind of centered, so you would probably be like that. No, that looks weird, I don't like it. That's fine. Okay, let's separate this a little bit. Let's do boom, boom, boom. Rename you into pipes. We can put this on the same one for now. No, generator is there. These walls don't really fit a basement. Maybe we should have a separate... Or should we try making the brick wall? I feel like brick wall could be very nice for a basement. Soda stream, indeed. Sprite color mode index. So does that save it for the sprite I'm currently working on? Because here you can see that there's some weird stuff going on. I've accidentally mixed a few different grays. But that could be from here as well. That's kind of a... I think that's fine though. This is like an exception I'm willing to take. Yeah, I think those are a lot of the... Yeah. But here something seems risky. These are very close. This one should be white as well. That should be the same as this. Sprite color mode. RGB colored grayscale indexed. So how does this work? Can I switch to a different palette now? Oh damn, that is trippy, look at that. Is this how we should make the game? Obviously not, but I kinda wanna see how this looks. This looks like trippy. Is it a good way to restrain yourself from adding new colors constantly? Yeah, true. It's annoying though, because sometimes I feel like I want to have exceptions, like this. This one I'm fine with being a bit of an exception. For anyone who doesn't know, this is the... It's supposed to be like the outside light or whatever. And I feel like having a little bit of a gradient there makes it look a lot better. Generally speaking, I do want to stick very much to these colors. Please add a feature where you can color change the palette yourself, where you can change the palette yourself. I have been thinking about it. I know some games do it, like Return of the Obra Dinn does it. And I know the other horror game, pixel art horror game we were looking at, did it as well. But there are some questions, because I don't know if I can just... Because, you know, I can't do it with post-processing, right? We could just make it so that the player can do this. Like, change the color filter. We just like default it to white. But then we could allow the player to switch between a few different colors if they want to. But I don't know what to do about red. Because this is going to change the red color too, right? If I'm not mistaken. Which means that now like blood and stuff might end up being like purple. Blue. And that feels weird. I don't know. If there's a way to get around that, I might allow the player to change the colors. At the same time, I don't think it's like a make it or break it type of feature. Maybe I should I center the generator? Oh, whoops. I should center it too. No, I think I want it towards the wall. I think so. We can change to order at which post-processing gets applied. How do you mean? Made it rainbow changing colors, just full RGB. Looking like a modern fucking gaming computer. What do you mean change to order at which post-processing is applied? Hey, Svejsan. Can have an effect before bloom. What's up, Midney? How you doing? But then we have other issues. Like, do I not want bloom on this stuff? Maybe not. But then, like, if we get post-processing to not be applied to this, then we have other issues where, like, what about the film grain and stuff like that? Is that not gonna affect this either? And what happens with sprites? This is fine because this is mainly just a red sprite. What about stuff where I mix it? Sometimes I might have red as a part of another sprite. Then it gets trickier. Storyboarding right now? Interesting. How are you? I'm doing good. Finally, I did catch up on some sleep this weekend. I might have fucked up my sleep very badly, but we're doing all good. Had an amazing stream this weekend, so that was fun. But I might have ended the stream at like 4 AM in the morning, so, you know, my day and night cycle got a little bit messed up. It was all fun though. It was all good and fun. You want bloom, but if you have an effect where it changes color palettes, you want to apply it before bloom. Do you think so? Because isn't this applied after, if I do this? Say that we want the game to be like a bit greenish or whatever. Because this is gonna make my bloom green, right? Is that an issue? Yeah, here we can see that there's like green bloom going on. Isn't that what you would want though, if you have the game be this type of color? Oh, I forgot to change the color of these. Whoops. Become an issue if you have a color replace shader. I'm not sure if I am following. Oh yeah, look at that. So here's the issue. The red turns green now too. Or invisible, one of them. Because there should be red on these titles. Yeah, all my red has disappeared. I don't know, it's something I would definitely consider it, if we can make it work. But I would say it's not the end-all be-all. Like, if I can't get color changing into the game, I don't think it's the biggest issue. Then now they're updated. I kinda like these pipes though, not gonna lie. Oh, maybe I can... What if we do this? How would that look? Kinda like it. Maybe not. Oh yeah, I made a little shield yesterday, in case we want to have a shield somewhere. Just a slight wall decoration. Don't know yet about like having sprinklers and stuff. We'll see, we'll see. What's up, Coding? Boa tarde, pá. Como é que é? Bem-vindo. Oh, it's kind of nice if we connect the source to the back, because then we don't have to show the connection, we could only make it come out of anywhere, really. Then we connect this to the wall. Seven. Interesting. Base frame and fuel tank. The base frame provides a structural base support. The fuel tank store... Oh, so is that one like synced down below? Is that how that works? The fuel tank stores fuel to be used by the generator, and it usually has an adequate capacity to keep the generator to run for 6 to 8 hours on average. I suppose that does depend on the size though, right? Depending on how big an industrial we go. Okay, then I assume that... Like, here you actually don't see it. Right, you don't see the fuel tank. Oh yeah, it would probably be in here. But then where, now we get to the issue again, so where do I refill it? How do because it must be visible to the player. Maybe we just do a little thing coming up from below there then. Maybe that's fine. As long as we make it clear that it's an interactable object, which we easily can do with the highlight system, I think it should be fine. Because we should even make it look a little bit like... Like, imagine that we do something like this. that looks kinda shit, not gonna lie. It doesn't look good. Don't like it. Unless we just... maybe the player doesn't have to refill it. It's just that it could be a good game mechanic. Maybe, you know, the power cuts out, the player's like, oh shit, we have to make the... we have to get the generator going. You make it all the way down into like the stereo basement, and when you get down you realize, shit, it's out of fuel. Now you have to go out of the spooky basement again, and then find your way back after you have the fuel. But it doesn't have to be that way. Because if we want some game mechanic like that, where you have to fix it first, like, there could be multiple reasons why the generator doesn't work. It doesn't have to be that there's no fuel, it could also just be that, you know, the exhaust pipe is damaged and starting it would be too risky, or some electrical component is missing. Like, there's more ways to do it. Let's just see if we can make some general type of generator here first. How do I want to do this? Let's do the... I guess we do kind of like a base first. We want to connect it to the wall, I think, yeah. And some kind of exhaust. We might push that one up into the ceiling. Or depending on whether this is going to be an outer wall or not, we could go out here with the pipe as well. What is storyboarding? I've heard this term. Visual representation of how a story will play out. This is what I need to do. I need to do storyboarding. Do I? I don't know, I need to work on story, at least. That's what I need to do. I feel like this is maybe better for like a concept for a cutscene or something, maybe not as much for the full-on story. What do you use it for, Minnie? If you don't mind. What specifically are you storyboarding? So a weird solution that might be annoying would be to have a shader that changes the colors based on its hue. Yeah, just that could be a way to solve it, because then we should still have red be red, if that makes sense. Right? But now it's starting to sound like it's quite a lot of work just to get different color schemes into the game. And I wonder, I would love to see data on a game like Return of the Obra Dinn or whatever, and see how many players actually change the color scheme. Because I have a feeling that it's a kinda small minority. I don't think I would. I am probably the type of person who would just go, keep it default, I feel like. But maybe, I mean, maybe a lot of people do it, I don't know. It would be interesting to see actual data on it. I mean, it could be fuel, string to start, or maybe fuses for rooms if the generator is perfectly fine, just need to activate it. Yeah, but that goes, because the fuses... Oh yeah, you mean maybe the... Yeah, maybe the generator is able to run, but like the fuse box that it is powering is missing fuses. So yeah, the generator is basically fine, but still the whole of it won't be. Yeah, that's a way to do it too. I mean, fuses be modular would be cool. Take wherever you... and put wherever. Yeah, I have been thinking about having some fuse box or something in the game. It's very possible. Storyboarding is about making story beats. It's a very fun visual. My friend calls it schizophrenic rambling. I'm sorry I had to leave earlier. No worries, Amises. I know how it is. I checked the VOD and you asked for a video footage of woodcutting, so here it is. Let me have a look.
All right, this is it, boys. This might be a small step for mankind, but this is a big step for Amisis. Here we go.
Look at that. Wood
Clutched!
cutting.
Clutched, motherfucker! Look at that! Woo, 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 woo! Let's
Birchwood.
fucking go! And it came back! Oh my lord, that is so good. That is so fucking good. Oh my lord, we got another one.
Look at that shit.
I'm sorry, my friend. So we can't cut it down when it's not there, and we can.
Nice stuff, man.
That
I'm
was
excited.
a power move,
Start
ladies and
doing some
gentlemen.
wood
A
cutting.
power move.
What is the wood cutting going to be used for? Is it for like, are you gonna have like fire making cooking? Is that kind of the purpose? Or are you gonna do like full on crafting and shit as well? Also, if anyone doesn't follow Amisis, go and do so. Go and check him out. He's working on a really cool game called Shadows of Tuonela, which is basically RuneScape inspired. Dope shit. I have been playtesting this game a bit, and not gonna lie, it's actually quite fun. Have you updated your screenshots? I think you've updated your screenshots. Have you? Oh, craft? Or is this old screenshot or new? You haven't? Okay. I'm just being silly. Go and check the game out. Support our fellow developers. Zayko, welcome in. How you doing? Having this monochrome color scheme is great. Also, you could have one room have full color if you want to mess with the player and story related in game, which would be really unsettling to see physiologically. Yeah, you could do that kind of stuff where at some point maybe one room goes full red or whatever. Very possible. Okay, let's do a... Let me get my references up. Let's do a simple base here. This looks a bit off, but it's going to be fine because that part wouldn't actually be visible. It's only like this part that would be, right? So let's actually do... How do I want to do this? I want to do... maybe that kind of size? Do I need some perspective here, maybe? Is it cheeky to go with a straight line here? That looks a little bit weird. Yeah, I think something like that might be better. Even this looks a bit weird. It can't be that angle technically, but give me some time here. Let me cook. How the fuck do I do this? 1, 2, 3. Oh, like this? kinda looks fine-ish. This looks a bit weird, but it's probably not gonna be visible. This is gonna be a bit difficult, there's a lot going on here. Maybe we make this a little bit taller. Oh wait, that means I have to change this as well, right? Yeah, maybe something like that. One, two, it would be boom. Well, that doesn't work. I fucking hate this. What if we make it bigger? Longer? Because if we get this central to the room, I can be a bit cheeky and just do this. Yeah, I think I might do that. Let me get another wall in here. Yeah, I think that's fine. Yeah, we're currently in the middle of designing the whole web of professions. It's probably going to be woodcutting, firemaking, cooking. And there's more uses and cooler stuff that you can get at the end of it all. Nice. I'm excited, man. When do you think you'll have the next update, playtest update? I'm doing good, had my first and second Twitch stream today. Ooh, interesting. How did it go, man? Did you enjoy it? I guess you have if you ended up doing 2 in one day. I'm gonna make an assumption that you did. I wanted to ask you for advice. I'm working on my own shape-shifting psychological game. It's my first game, it's my dream game. We already have much of it done with voice actors and everything, damn. But I have no confidence on this because I feel like it's different than I want it to be. What advice would you give someone on how to start out to share and market that game on social media? I'm gonna be honest, I don't know if I'm the best one to ask. I actually haven't done that much marketing unless you take my stream into consideration. Like, my stream is the majority of the marketing I've done. I've done a little bit on Blue Sky as well. I did a post the other day that actually went pretty good. I realized that people liked before and after stuff. Because I did this post on Blue Sky and I think this is my most liked post so far. Might even be more liked than when I published my Steam page. How many did I get on that one? Yeah, it is. I think that is my most liked post so far. Advice would you have to give to someone how to start out to share and market their game on social media? I don't know. It's like the reason I'm like hesitant to answer is because, you know, I don't wanna say something where I don't fully know that whether it works or not, you know what I mean? I do think that if you're gonna do like social media marketing, do like actual like content and stuff, one thing I can say is that YouTube, from the data I've seen, seems to be one of the best places. Ilford Games recently posted some data where he showed how, I think his conversion rate to wishlists per view on places like TikTok and Instagram were like one wishlist per like 250 views, whereas on YouTube we had one wishlist per 13 views. So the conversion rate is much better on places like YouTube. So maybe put my focus there. That's probably what I'm going to do at some point. But it's a little bit tricky if you, because you're saying that you're not confident on it, because I feel like it's different than I want it to be. Because I feel like one of the difficult things when it comes to this kind of stuff is that it's kind of hard to market if you're not entirely sure where the game is going. I feel like where it's going is more important than where it is, because you can always kind of, in some regard, explain or, you know, in some regard show what the plans are. But you don't want to give people the wrong idea. I think that could be an issue, if people get the wrong expectation for your game. We have some ads coming up. Thank you for your patience. The streaming went well. I enjoyed it, and it was very productive as well. You're going to stream more tomorrow. Nice, man. So were you working on game development? Okay, we can't make this too complex. Let's see if we can get something going here. Does mean that in the case of like, we can't do way too much details here. Ads should be over. Welcome back, people. I think I need to be working with layers here. So let's do that. Working on a 4X strategy game. Ooh, cool, man. That seems like a difficult genre. There's a lot going on in 4X games, right? Maybe. Should have like a start button here.
Cheers.
I don't know how to make like it visible that this would be the start button. I can't make one of those like start signs. Cheers, AO. Have the full story mechanics, all the idea pods, storyboarding and script draft done for the future. I know where it's going, I just need my own skills in implementing them is why I don't have confidence in them. I feel like as long as you know where the game is going, I feel like marketing isn't as big of an issue. Marketing is the hardest if you're... Like for example, a good example would be something like making a Steam page before you know the final graphics. It doesn't have to be, you know, it doesn't have to be perfectly final, but at least kind of showing where the game is going in terms of graphics, I think is important. But imagine if I had my Steam page, I've been working on this for a shit ton of time, and then I change it so it's no longer like a monotone pixel art game. I feel like that would be an issue, because now the people who have wishlisted the game are expecting this type of graphic, right? Does that make sense? Your streams are so fun to game there with. Oh, thank you, man. That means a lot. I'm happy you enjoy it. I feel opposite. I feel like you actually have posts. Have people that want to see your game and you stream and have a YouTube and distro. That's a lot, which is why I'm asking you. I mean, in that kind of stuff, I feel like you just have to get started with it in some regard. Does that make sense? I mean, it sounds very... That might not be the most helpful advice. I recognize that. But also, like, I think the reason why I'm hesitant to say too much about this is because, like, as an example, it might seem like I have a lot going, but if you look at it, like, in general, I have, like, a bit over 300 wish lists. In like the grand scheme of things, that is not a lot, right? So I think that's why I'm a little bit hesitant to say too much. If that makes sense. Yeah, the games are huge, like a lot of games on the simple side of genre. Interesting. I remember listening to a podcast about 4X games, and they said that if you want to... So just out of curiosity. I know they said that if you want to make like a slightly less scope creep version of a 4X game, one of the most important, or one of the simplest way of doing that would be to focus on one of the X's more so than the others. Would you say you agree? Is that something you do? I feel like it's getting there. How's your dev going? So far so good. Trying to make a bit of like a generator here. I feel like that could be interesting to have. We also made these pipes. I'm thinking about having like a basement area. And if that's the case, I feel like it should look a little bit more industrial. You know what I mean? How's your Monday going, Codin? Are you working on anything fun? I don't really know what I'm doing here. I'm basically just playing around to see if I can make something that looks good. I think our focus is a little bit more on the exterminate side of things. We also try a lot of the fort's requirements, not related to the access directly, like diplomacy, multiple victory conditions, etc. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Get another version ready to upload to each. Ooh, exciting. Was about to upload it, but we still have a couple of bugs to fix, and also did some small changes based on player feedback. And such changes are temporary, so a lot of proper solutions yet to come. Yeah, I understand. Are we kinda getting there? Does this feel a little bit like a generator? I need this part to look more like a motor. But overall, I feel like we're kinda getting there. Something is happening. Going to have a break and then wrap this up later. Have a good one. See you later. No worries, Coding. Thank you very much for dropping by. Always nice to have you here, man. And best of luck with the new update. Pixel art motor. Okay, I searched for motor and you give me bicycle. Not really what I'm looking for. I think it would be weird to have it with this rotation. At the same time, it would make it a lot easier to draw it. If we want to show like some cylinders or whatever. Like this type of thing. Like rotating this would make it a lot easier to draw it. I don't think it makes as much sense. Does it have to make full sense? That is a question one could ask as well. Maybe a pixel art generator. Not really. not really what I'm looking for. Still feel like we are getting somewhere. I had a fun day yesterday. I was chatting to some scammer on Discord for like half an hour. It was pretty fun. I'm so amazed at like how much of that kind of stuff is actually going around. There was some guy impersonating like a relatively big YouTuber slash streamer. And I never got around to it. I think I was being too patient. No, too impatient actually. Because he asked me a bunch of questions about like, oh, are you a streamer? And like, oh, how is streaming going for you? And like, what do you game? What do you play and stuff? And after a while I was like, obviously this is going somewhere. Like, no streamer has ever contacted me like this. Like, obviously I had a very big feeling that this was some type of bot, probably looking for what I would imagine this goes for some either view botting thing or just straight up a scam. But I was a bit impatient, so after a few of those questions I ended up asking just like, why exactly... I said something like, sorry, but what is the... basically, I said, cut to the chase, like, what do you actually want? And I don't think that actually worked, so I think he got more defensive and started being like, oh no, I just like connecting with other streamers and stuff. And I think that was bad, because now I didn't get to see what the actual plan was. Do you know what I mean? I feel like I should have been more patient. Overall, I don't necessarily... I'm not saying that you should play around too much with these bots or scammers or whatever it might be. But it's just interesting to try to see what like they're trying to get at, if that makes sense. But yeah, after a while he stopped responding to me. I think it was when he said something like, what did he say? After a while I asked him, because he had a YouTube... Oh, he sent me his Twitch channel and was like, here, have a look at this. And then when I looked at it, it was like, this particular streamer had been inactive like this entire year. And I was like, okay, this makes sense. You're putting in all this effort to connect to people, but you're not even actively streaming on Twitch. Made sense, right? And then I also realized that his verified YouTube connection on Discord wasn't even to the correct channel. When I tried going through to it, it just said that this channel doesn't even exist, and I'm like, yeah, there's enough evidence here to support the fact that this guy is not who he says he is, right? So I straight up asked him, like, I basically says, you know what, I'm pretty suspicious your YouTube doesn't even link to the correct account, and although you're saying that you're like actively streaming and stuff, you haven't, or the person you impersonate, then you haven't been streaming for like the past year or something. And he gave some response about how that is because of these bots and stuff, and I'm like, I don't know, that didn't even make sense. And then I said, okay, no matter what, you know, just respond to my message I sent on Instagram and we're all good. Because obviously I sent a message to the actual streamer being like, hey, just so you know, I think someone's impersonating you. And then he stopped responding to me. It was kind of sad. I feel like it would have been fun to see where that would have gone. Once again, not advising that you do this, but...
Cheers.
Cheers, Miss Chirpy. Don't think so. I don't know how to make this connection to the wall, but I feel like we should have one. We got some ads coming up in about 1 minute. Thank you for your patience. That should kinda work. Can I do this? Is this... am I being too lazy here? Is this gonna work? That looks pretty good. That is not too bad. It looks a bit off. How do I fix that? I pull you down a bit more, I guess. This still doesn't really look like a motor, but I feel like this might be good enough. This doesn't make sense. Bitcoin miner. Moriesta, Unity Choda, how are you doing? Yeah, this is the newest version of a Bitcoin miner. Do you know what it is, Unity Choda? This is actually quite useful. If you haven't been here when I've said it, and if I do this, whoops. Do you have any other idea what it should be? Question, is that a Easter egg for Asapete? If a player puts towel over heater, house burns down? Might have to do something like that, not gonna lie. That is a pretty good idea. I mean, this should go all the way to the ceiling. Can also go... should go to this wall. Let's get in there. Is there anyone who doesn't know what this is, who would like to guess what it is? What's up, Darth? How you doing? Welcome in. Just did some cool sound zones in my space horror game, editing a video now. Ooh, nice. I need to work with some sound zones as well. What do you mean by sound zones? Out of curiosity. Also, do you want to guess what this is? Do you have some idea what this could be? It's a traditional Finnish gasoline sauna. I mean, could be used one, kind of as an improvised one. Probably be quite dangerous. Well, this looks like shit. Why does this look like shit? That's much better. Smoke machine, vintage AC? No. I'm using Fmod plugin. You can have a component, assign a sound in it, and tell it to trigger on trigger enter and stop on trigger exit. Set up a collider in the room and boom. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I basically do the same thing. What kind of sounds? Is that for like ambient sounds and stuff? Is that what you use it for? I basically do the same thing. Fortunately for me, I don't have to use like, you know, I don't have to use colliders or anything, since I don't have movement. So I just set it up in the actual room. I say this room has this ambience and so on. And then I have a system so neighboring rooms can copy the ambience, so you can hear the rooms close to you, if that makes sense. Hmm. I don't know what I'm doing. We have a leading track that's mainly grungy, scratchy sounds with some breathing. I have a main zone like the start area with space synth music. Then you see stereo BF environment, go around and I set up more stereo version of the synth which also features heavy breathing. Ooh, interesting. Is it for the game that I played? Is that the one you're working on? The one where you were like scanning stuff and stuff? Oh, you're working on a game today? I am indeed. What is up, Limetech? How are you doing? Do you know what this is? Do you have any guesses? The Swedish supercomputer, yeah. This is how my computer looks. Promise you. It's still shite though. We just haven't caught up yet. Do you know what I mean? I'm a little bit scared this is not going to be obvious enough. Temporary title Spoot Space R, yeah. Oh, is tea not... Oh no, it's tea, not coffee. It is tea indeed. You have no shame. Oh, no. Boom. Wait, why do I not do non-contiguous? Color everything in like here, then we do contiguous, and we uncolor the background. So much easier. Why did I not think about that? So much quicker. Boom. Anything else? I think that should be good. I feel like I need to do something here though. That's not it. Boom, boom. Maybe. But what is the thing though? Do you have any guess? Yeah, do you wanna guess what it is? Anyone who doesn't know what this is, do you wanna have a guess? If no one guesses what it is, I'm a little bit scared that it's not obvious enough. At the same time, with like game, you know, we might nudge to play a little bit in game so that you would understand. That could maybe solve it. We'll see. This is the kind of stuff we have to check with playtesting as well. What's up, iJoyan? How you doing? How are you? I'm doing good. I'm excited to work on the game. Doing a bit of artsy stuff today. iJoyan, do you want to guess what this is? Do you have any idea? It's very obvious though. Yes, AO, but it's kind of dangerous to say that, because we know what it is. It's, you know, it doesn't mean it's as obvious when you come into it not knowing what it is. Like, you've seen me draw this for a few hours with the knowledge of what I'm doing. Not saying that it would, like, you know. The red pixels on the floor, what is happening? No, I don't know what you're talking about. Machine to turn people into tiny pieces, a little shredder. Could have been. Yeah, could have been. I can see this being the, like, throwing stuff out kind of thing. I mean, it's good, like, obviously, it seems like people are understanding that it's some sort of machinery. So that's good. I have no idea what it is, I just came back. Yeah, this is the thing then. No one who did not hear me say what it is so far seems to have guessed what it is. That is slightly concerning. Something related to air. Not entirely correct either. I mean, it is good guesses though. None of you are like, you know, you're not like super far off. I might be able to solve it with other gameplay narrative stuff. Like somehow make it so that the player is more inclined to guess that this is what it is. Teleportation device? No. Maybe instruction for it is needed. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, there probably is going to be some type of instruction around it. So that might make the player more inclined to see what it might be. Air compressor or dust collector thingy? No. See, like, all of these are good guesses. So we're not too far off. Some kind of sticker on the wall, yeah. Maybe round off the bat side, like a capsule maybe. Which do you mean? Do you mean this as the bat side? Or this one? Or this? That's a pretty good idea, Cubezoid. Doing a bit of environmental clues or whatever. If not air, then water. The thing on the left confuses me. It's neither air nor water. Left side looks like it shoots put air or something. That is true. But it's not the purpose of it. Well, all we can say is congratulations to Hadouken. It is supposed to be a gas or diesel generator. Indeed. So this would be... I mean, I can show you the references, right? Thing connected to the air, then we have like the exhaust going out. This is the exhaust from the motor. This is the general air being pushed out of it. Then we have like the... This is supposed to be like the control box. This is where it's connected to the electricity of the house. The thing on the left, that is supposed to be this one. Or this one. Didn't realize it's still connected to the house like that. It has to, right? Because it's supposed to power the house. Which means that it needs to be connected to the electricity of the house somewhere. Doesn't touch the wall though, I think something is happening with the perspective. It could also be this wall. Let me see if this makes it better for you. Otherwise you could be correct. But let's try this first, just to see. Maybe you're right. Maybe it does need to go out a bit more. Because I think the other wall makes it look a little bit off. Because there's like panels and stuff going on. Box section on the left is usually the intake or radiator. For inside mountain, yeah, we have generators working, they're all outside. Yeah, no, it's safer to run one outside. I don't want to have one outside in the game, because it goes against some of the design a little bit. But that's why we need some type of exhaust, because if you didn't know, PSA, running a generator inside without an exhaust is extremely dangerous, and you should not do it. But, you know, generally speaking, it is much better to have a generator on the outside. Not sure about that. What if we do something like this, maybe? Should that help out? For inside a mountain, yeah, I did read that one. I say too, the grey lines on the wall look off from the white outline of the intake shroud. Those squares look funky. Do you mean these ones that we had here before? I think it looks better now. I think that wall did mess it up a little bit. It doesn't make full sense with that like wood panel. Obviously we're not gonna have that down in the... Because this is probably down in the basement, I'm gonna imagine. Probably need to have like a basement window. But also can't seem like the player can get out of here.
Cheers.
Cheers, Liomatech. Carbon monoxide saturates oxygen receptors in the lungs for a few minutes and you suffocate. Yeah, exactly. It's very dangerous and you should take precautions for this kind of stuff. Generally speaking, don't use generators indoors. We have an ad coming up in about half a minute. Thank you for your patience. That should work. I think you might benefit from having a perspective grid. I don't know. It's difficult though because I don't have full perspective in the game. That's kind of the issue. Now, 1-point perspective grid does not look good. I think my game arguably looks worse with a 1-point perspective. I did try it before, but because the thing is that, like, these lines, for example, are not correct. However, in pixel art, a 45-degree line looks so much better than a jagged one like this. So I kind of, the way I do it, I use kind of a stylized perspective where I lean a little bit towards getting 45 degrees angles as much as possible. And that it does make my perspective like slightly off. But I think the end result still is that the game looks better, in my opinion. And the good thing you have to remember as well is that it is very rare for you to see an entire scene like this, right? Like, my game, most of the time... Is this the biggest I can have? Oh. Most of the time, my game looks like this. Which means that, you know, you can't actually compare the perspective of everything. Because most of the time you're only looking at like one section at a time. Which kind of is a benefit in this regard. Took the batteries out of the carbon monoxide alarm. The beeping gave me a headache and made me tipsy. That doesn't sound good. As long as the space is readable, I think it works. Yeah. I am very much aware that I don't have perfect perspective in this game. But I think that is for the better, in my opinion. Same thing here. There's definitely stuff in here that you can point to not being correct. By the way, don't tell me you're using mouse for all of it. Of course I do. What are you on about? Of course I use a mouse. Not gonna lie, this might be a little bit outrageous. I kind of prefer it when it comes to low-res pixel art. Read that joke the other day. It's a very good one, not gonna lie. It's clever. Because here's the thing. I have a drawing tablet. It's not that I don't have one. I could use it. But yeah, I don't know. I kinda actually prefer mouse when it comes to low-res pixel art. But it is for sure a lot of clicking. That is true. Which one do you have? I have a kinda small and shite one. I have the Wacom Intuos Small, I think. Wacom Intuos Small. So I don't have one of those big fancy one with like a monitor or whatever. This is too new. Mine's way more old school. This is the one I have. I mean, it works though. It definitely does the job. It would have been nice. I think when it comes to pixel art, I would probably be more inclined to use it for pixel art if I had a screen on it. But I actually feel like I would... For like digital art in general, I like to use this one. But for pixel art, I actually think I would be less efficient using this one. Because I am slightly less like accurate with it. I think that is... It's better for like motions. But like most of the time I don't use specific motions, like because most of the time I do this, right? Rather than me having like a fine swoosh or whatever, which is how I would do regular digital art or whatever. It is 100 times more expensive with the screen, yeah, I know. Which is like mainly the reason why I don't have it. Just I don't know if I can, like those are, like if we go for like a Wacom one. Like how much are these? Yeah, Wacom Cintiq 16 would cost me like $1,000, whereas like one of these costs like the one I have, you can get for like, I don't know, less than 100 maybe even. I think you can get the one I have for like $50. It's a big difference. I have a Lenovo Yoga laptop that can flip the screen completely and draw with a pen on. For about iPad? I haven't really. Can you connect those? Because I do need it to be connected to my PC. Can you connect an iPad as a tool to the PC? Because otherwise it would probably work to draw on it. The main issue would be that I also need to... Like, I do most of my drawing on stream, right? Not sure if iPad can connect a Windows machine. Yeah, true. Maybe some workaround you can do it. With capture card, iPads have HDMI output. But then the issue instead is now I need to... Because then I would still be doing everything locally on the iPad, and then I need to like send stuff back and forth from my PC all the time. It feels like just that like middle step would get time consuming in the long run. If you want something more affordable, non-screen tablet, I recommend the XP Pen, but I don't make pixel art. I work on illustrations and cartoon/anime style, so yeah, I think it will work for pixel art. The question is that like, I feel like if I'm not gonna have a screen, the one I'm currently using is probably fine. Like if I would get a new one, I feel like I mean, you can argue that mine is a bit small. It would probably be easier to work with a better one. Mine is like, what, A5 paper, if you know what that is. I think that's international, right? A4, A5. Yeah, I decided without the screen you already have a good tablet. I feel like mine's fine if I'm not gonna have a screen. New model will not make it any easier, yeah. Mac laptop or computer, don't get an iPad, A4 etc. is part of the metric system, right? Not sure, I actually don't know either. A4, A5 measurements. Can I get like a Wikipedia paper size? These are standardized dimensions for sheets of paper. ISO 216 standard, which includes widely written as A series, like A4 paper. First proposed in the 18th century. Wait, 18th century? That's the 1700s. Holy shit, that's a long time ago. Formalized in 1975. Regional variants exist, such as North American. Of course you have a different one in America. But then it might not be entirely a part of the metric system, but basically the same countries that use the metric system also use this one. Is that fair? What is this? Yeah, that's still for the papers. A4 tablet is Intuos large, okay. A5 is Intuos medium. Oh, maybe I have a medium one then. Wait, do I not have it here? Where's my tablet? Give me 1 second. Maybe I don't have a drawing tablet anymore. I don't know where the fuck it's gone. Because I think mine is basically like an A4. Intuos small. I thought it was called small. What's it? 7.9 inches. 8 inches. No, yeah, I think this is the one I have. That sounds about right. But it does use millimeters, true. What is it? I think A4 is like 32 centimeters-ish, or 30 centimeters, something like that, the tall side. I've used it as a impromptu ruler sometimes. Like, shit, I don't have anything to measure with at home. I just use A4 paper. You know, to be fair, it works surprisingly well. Were they into a L a long time ago? Oh, did you? I feel like it's better to have a big one, isn't it? Just if you want to work small, you still can by just zooming out, no? Now, like, you can still work on a small area of a big one, whereas you can't work on a big area of a small one. It seems like it's almost always... I mean, unless you're like traveling and stuff, I suppose. I suppose that is the only way where you could argue that maybe having a big one could be more annoying. Depending on your budget, Canvas Line in Huon is pretty good. I think I've heard about those. Is that with a screen as well? It's not too... This would be like, what, $200 or something? Ish for me. 13, what's that? That's almost A4 size. 293 times 165 millimeters. That is pretty much A4 for like 200 quid. Still a lot of money. But it's not as bad as, say, Intuos. Just I can't pay 1,000 quid for drawing tablets. It's still way better priced. Yeah, I have a big one, it helps. No, it's slightly better to have a bigger one, takes all the space and requires different gestures. But you can still use small gestures, right? Because if you want to work small, you just zoom out. I feel like it's more versatile to have a big one. Maybe that's a better way to put it. I would say it's personal preferences. Yeah, probably. That's probably fair. Where comes prices are ridiculous. Yeah, like $1,000 for one of those is it's kind of mad. It's kind of mad. I don't think I can pay that kind of money. I don't think I can pay that kind of money. Wait. I'm relatively happy with this. I think this is fine for now, and then we'll see if we can sort it out, you know, iterate upon it later on. I think it's good enough. Do I need to divide this up a little bit? What is actually interactable here? Well, that depends on how we do it. I feel like, should you be able to just start it immediately? It feels like you have to fix the generator. So then, if that's the case, we basically have to consider how do you fix it? What is the fix of this thing? If it's not that it needs to be filled up. Maybe adding a jerry can though. I did not know this is called a jerry can. Can you not say like gas canister? Isn't that a term as well? Gas canister? No, wait, that might be different. Yeah, just this is not what I mean. This, here they call it a fuel canister. Maybe that's regional. Oh, apparently we say it in Sweden as well. Jerrykanna. Oh no, wait, that's in Finnish Swedish. Jerrykanna. We can call it a jeepdunk. Like a jeep can. Interesting. It should help to you, but this is gonna feel like it's interactable. Question is, should we add it if it's uninteractable? But it should help sell the fact that this is like a gas generator. But people are gonna try to click on it. Is that gonna be an issue? If you're not supposed to use it? I feel like that should be an issue. That looks like shit. I don't know. I don't know. If you're not gonna use it, I feel like it could be bad having one of these. In Ace Sprite, can you have a small view with your zoomed out canvas there? Like, yeah, you should be able to. View, duplicate view, maybe? Nope. I think I turn it off at some point, but that might actually be pretty good, because I know I do a lot of zoom in out stuff, because I always want to see how stuff looks from further away. It's quite useful, actually. What's my preview? Yeah, there we go. You can use one of these. Oh, that's a bit weird though. Oh, it zooms in a little bit on the thing I'm working on. I see. Yeah, just then I should be working close, but still have like a overall perspective of it as well. Can I dock this? Is that possible? I don't think I can. What's this? No idea what that does. Full screen? Oh, can I lock it? Oh, I see, I see. So if I unlock that one... Oh, I can lock it like so, I see. Doesn't scale here though, that's a bit annoying. I think this is a good topic to consult ChatGPT about. Do you mean with the gas canister? Was a video in gamedev? Right, shit. So that one probably triggered by a collider, I assume. Oh, you added like a mask thing here. It looks like I'm wearing a helmet. I don't think you had that when I played it. That looks nice, man. Also have this plant. Also working on a horror game. Ooh, nice animations. That's kind of creepy. Pretty good sounds. Yeah. Quite sick too. Cool stuff, guys. Thanks for sharing. So placeholder helmet is going to be more detailed inside. Yeah, but I like the idea. The idea of having that kind of seeing a bit of the inside of the helmet. You could even maybe implement some UI stuff in the helmet. So it's like diegetic. Could be cool. Oh, maybe that is kind of what you're doing here. Is that what this is supposed to be? But that, I suppose that also depends on how, like, because that is going to make it seem a lot more futuristic. I suppose it depends a little bit on, like, how futuristic you want to go with it. put this one by the other windows. Should you be able to smash this window as well? Shit, I think you need to. If you can smash the other one, I think you should be able to smash this too. What is happening here? Why am I... What? The fuck is going on? Oh, tolerance. Yeah, I mean, in some regard, if you can smash one window, I feel like you would be able to, or you would expect to be able to smash all of them. What is happening here? Oh, this is because I'm using the index thing, right? Oh, interesting. So even when I use the color picker, that is very clever. It actually picks the closest color to the one I'm using. That is fucking interesting. Yeah, that mode might be quite useful, actually. Guess we could reuse the shattered, but then we just do something like boom boom. Oh well, in that case we need 2 copies of this. Yeah, maybe. So now you could smash that window as well. Then we have the generator. Put you like here or something. Yeah, something is a bit weird with the perspective, I think, but I think it's fine enough for now. Just canister. Or jerry can. I don't know if we need it. Because I feel like this is such a small object that it's going to seem so interactable, and if it isn't, I don't think it makes sense to have it. The way I view it is that that could be... It might not be needed, because I think... we can explain that this is a generator with other stuff in the game. Because it's probably going to be a little bit of like a objective-ish if we're gonna have something like this, and you know, you have to like turn it on or whatever. But somehow we need to explain to the player that like, maybe just have a note that you can find. Say the power cuts out, and at some point in the game you find a note or some document that says like, ooh, in the case of a power outage, there's a generator in the basement or whatever, kind of to nudge the player towards it. And at that point, they're gonna go down in the basement looking for a generator. And I feel like if you go around looking for a generator and you find this, I feel like at that point it's probably fairly obvious that this is what you're looking for. Whereas if we just show this without no context, I think it could be more of an issue, where someone maybe doesn't understand what it is. It's already diegetic. Do you think it should be more prominent, more curved? I think the curvature would help out. Yeah, because I imagine that out here, the helmet is probably quite curved. So get in a little bit of a curve here. Like making this side a little bit less tall. It probably doesn't have to be a lot, but just have a little bit like that. I feel like it would sell it a lot more, in my opinion. This doesn't look bad either, but I think it would look better if you did like slight curve on it. It would sell the diegeticism. That is definitely not a word. We have an ad coming up for the non-subscribers. Thank you for your patience. Muteless, welcome in. Tjena tjena, how you doing? I'm doing good, been working on a bit of new art today. I think we should be able to implement some of this into the game. Ooh. Wait, I have an idea. If you're gonna turn on the generator, it's probably here. I imagine that this is like the... Maybe we can make a flip thing here. You flip it up. Like a big... Or maybe this should just be a button. Maybe it should be a button. Maybe we do this. And this. Yeah, maybe that's better. Which means that that thing should probably be interactable, right? Or maybe we do like this, and then when you flip it on, we go boom. Or we could also have this be red to show like I am turned off, and then we switch it to white when it's on. No matter what, this means that this little section here must be interactable, so we need a new object for it. Ads should be over. Welcome back, people. You doing good, Muteless? Just came home from work. Nice, man. Hope you had a good day at work. Any plans for today? Would be cool if you made it glowing, then when the interaction is done. Yeah, we can do that. Just add a light onto that object. That's quite easy. And Signals will play them maybe to the audio when it's complete, yeah. Yeah, we need some startup sound. But it's also the whole thing where maybe slightly less when it's turned off. Maybe we do that one. And then this is when it's turned on. And then let's just do this to show that that is the uninteractable one. What was I saying? The only thing is that I don't know if you should be able to just turn this on. It feels like... it feels like you almost have to fix something like this, right? This is a horror game and you're going down to get the generator working. Are we really gonna be nice enough and just have the generator working as is? It feels like you have to have it... It's broken in some regard, don't you? We should break the exhaust pipe. Maybe the player has to find like duct tape or something. And we can put a note on the wall from some old janitor or something saying like... warning, don't turn on the generator. I promise I will definitely fix the pipe soon. Because we should just break it quite easily by maybe we do something like this. To be like, oh, that's broken. That looks a bit shite. You get the idea. We should break the exhaust. Because that would be... Then if you try to turn it on, we should even have a loose condition, like you die. Which is, once again, running a generator indoors without exhaust. Kind of dangerous. I even think it would be pretty realistic for the player to die. Because I don't think it takes a long time. I mean, you would probably have to fill up the room. It would be a relatively large space. This is kind of fucked up conversation, but how long do you think you would... How long does it take to die from carbon monoxide poisoning, whatever you call it? Carbon dioxide it would be, right? In a room of this size. Could even argue that there would be some ventilation, like some of it would probably go out here. Depending on temperature and wind and stuff, like it could also be the opposite. It could be heat coming in through this, if nothing is pushing it out. I don't think it's too bad to have the player die in that case, if they turn it on. Hell yeah, we'll be continuing on my game later. Nice, man. What are you working on? Anything specific? Or are you just doing tweaks and polish kind of stuff? Damn, 1-2 hours? Fuck, that's quite a lot. At the end though, you can also argue that this is a game. You know, everything doesn't have to be super realistic all of the time, right? I think that's fair. You should have something where, like, if you turn it on, maybe we stop making stuff interactable, and then you have like a 20-second animation that starts, where maybe the player starts coughing a little bit. Maybe we even made the room go a bit blurry, and then you die. A higher concentration can take like 5 minutes. It's hard to say because this room, right, is like relatively big. I do imagine, and also I would imagine that the carbon dioxide goes to the ceiling first, right? Yeah. Carbon dioxide rises in air, which means that even if it would come down to like your head, if you like pass out or something, you would probably land in like air again. Is the poisoning at that point enough for you to... How realistic are we being now? Do we have to be this realistic? Maybe we are taking it a bit far. Could be a good argument. Maybe even gas. Could do something maybe with like particle effects. Or some particle effects. Shooting out stuff here. And you see like the room slowly filling up. You could say that this is a quite industrial grade, so it might... It might actually spew out quite a lot of it in a short time, so maybe it wouldn't be too unrealistic. Okay, let's see if we can just get it working now, because this is gonna change a few things. We need to make it so that every lamp, every electrical thing in the game has some little check. We need like a power manager that has a like static bool or something with a reference to whether the power is on or not. And every electrical thing in the game, like in on enable, it checks whether the power is on. And then we could script some event where somewhere into the game the power cuts off, or we go full Project Zomboid and we randomize it, how long it takes. No, I think that might be a bit much. It could happen in the first minute of the game. No. I think I want maybe a note on the wall. Do I have something? I might have something in my items. I think this was supposed to be like a... Yeah, I think this pixel is supposed to be like a nail or something. Like this has been nailed to the wall. And that actually looks pretty good. What's up, Bjarne? How you doing? Yo, since when did we hire Picasso? Art is looking really sick. Thank you, man. Appreciate ya. Did you see the new main hall? Did you see that one? I made this little thing. Or maybe that was the one you were referring to. Quite happy with it. Oh, I might have to move this though. I just realized we have a like emblem thing here in the middle. We should actually check how this looks in game. And that is kind of fine. Ah, it feels a little bit too close. I think we're gonna... I don't want to do this. I grab this section and I move you here. I think this is better. Really good, thank you, man. Yeah, I felt like we needed some kind of like... We needed at least one like major space. Gotta step up on the music now. Just like this is what I'm envisioning to be like our equivalent of Filing Shrine, right? This is like the place that like connects to all the different places. Kind of like the exit room here. I think I need to separate this though, so that we have two different doors. I don't like both of these highlighting. I feel like if I hold on this one, only that one should highlight. Can go up the stairs now too. We have a new little fireplace. A posh bloke on a painting. New cabinets and tables, looking a little bit more old school. That looks awesome, what the fuck, thank you, man, appreciate ya. How do you make it so the art automatically updates in Unity when saving in Icebright? I usually export as a new image and replace with the new lol. I used to do that as well, and then I realized that if you just overwrite the file that Unity is loading, it automatically loads in. So fucking convenient, man. In my first game, I think I have like 15 different like major sprite sheets loaded in of the same sprite sheet where I just added one more thing, and then I would just grab the new thing I wanted from the new sprite sheet. But you can just like you can do a lot of stuff with this. Like I can even do this, right? Yeah, let's make this one red. Okay, that one is behind now, so that didn't fully update. I make this one red. Even in runtime, it immediately updates. It's quite convenient. So yeah, all I do is I just never make new files. It's a little bit risky, because you could accidentally overwrite the wrong file. That could be a big issue. But yeah. I just always do, I open the file and I just use Ctrl S to save. So I know, I never like manually go in and overwrite it. I also realized the other day when I was trying to sleep, I realized the way we might be able to make doors work. Because I have an issue with doors, which is that if this door can obviously be open and closed, right? However, if I go in here, what I do is that I just have a passage here. There is no door. But this is a bit annoying because that also means that you can't close the door. And the thing I realized before is that it's very difficult to make that actually work, because I don't want to have an open door when you come in here. You know, I might be taking this a bit too far, but that doesn't fully make sense. What, that would mean that I open the door, I walk in, I close it, and then open it my direction instead. Which also means we have bi-directional doors, which I think is fairly uncommon. You know, I'm a sucker for details, and that doesn't make sense. I feel like that would be weird for me. It would be something that like annoyed me slightly if that was the case. However, the thing I said before that makes it hard to make this work is that I also can't just like put the door like this, right? Because if I do the door like this, where the fuck do you click to enter? Like, I can't force the player to click up here if you want to go through. Now clicking here would close it and then you can't get through it. That's a bit weird. But then I realized, can we not just fade it out? Like, should I not do... Just so we have like it would be kinda small. But should we not just do something like this? Tell me if I am crazy, but I feel like this could work. Maybe even show a bit of... those are actually quite far out. What do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pixels. 3, 4, 5. Maybe the door is slightly more open. Who's gonna know? Maybe we could even do this. This isn't perfect now, this is just for testing purposes, but couldn't we maybe do something like this? And then basically have it so that if you click here, then you go through to the next room, and if you click here, then you close the door. What do you guys think? I feel like that might be better than having the door be like fully open like this on both sides, because I feel like that doesn't make as much sense. Maybe I'm paying too much attention to detail. Could be. Could be an argument for that. This also is slightly scope creep, because every door now needs a reference to the door it goes to. But that's actually good, because the thing I realized as an issue with this is, what if we have it so you can walk around? Say that you haven't opened the door from this room, and you go around somehow, you end up back in here. Now the room is this is going to be open, but when you walk through, the door is closed on the other side. That doesn't make sense. So I think I still need to do something like that, where like each door can check for... Basically each door has like a reference to the other side of the door, and when you open either side, you make sure to always open the one on the other side as well. And vice versa when you close it. You know, I could actually save this and see how it looks in game. Looks good to me. I feel like this might be fine. So basically, anywhere around here, we would let the player walk through. But then if you click like here, you close the door. Maybe we can add one more pixel. And now, if we had the door open here, it kind of made sense. Like the door is open here, you go through, you can see that the door is open, and now the player can close it if they want to. I think that might work. This is too big, because I feel like most of the time you're gonna want to walk through. Maybe we can be a little bit cheeky and move this in so you can see that portion as well. Is anyone gonna notice? Are you guys gonna tell anyone? Because I think it's better to have the hitbox to walk through be bigger. It's basically where do we want to play to misglitch? What's more annoying? To be fair though, it's probably more annoying to want to close the door and accidentally go through. Because that means you end up in a completely new room. And accidentally closing the room, or closing the door, just keeps you in the same place, and then you click again to open. Otherwise you have to like go back again. So maybe this should be bigger. Should be equal? I feel like equal is too much. Because that would be something like this. I feel like that might be too much. Okay, maybe we do this. I think we should try it. Oh wait. This would mean that we have to do it on the doors facing forward as well. So the question is, how do we do it here? The door opens like this. So what, we do this maybe? Doesn't make full sense because normally speaking the doors open a bit wider, but that would mean that the door is invisible here, so that could be an issue. Also, people, it's a game. It's fine, right? I think I have a tendency to overthink this stuff. I feel like most players, at least, are not gonna care. One, two, three, four, five, six. One. What? I don't know if I like this. I mean, it kinda works. But wait, you should probably see the opposite side instead. We should probably do... We did this. Make the side closest to us more defined. Or should, wait, maybe we should make it fully fade out. Why am I not fully fading it out here? Let's be consistent. If I fade this one out, maybe we should do the same thing here. Which means that we don't want this line. Maybe we just go... boom, boom, boom. And then that fades out. Maybe we add one more here. I feel like that should work. Let's check in game. Let's go in here. Not here. Scheiße. My monster eye is fucked up, I need to fix those. I don't know why this doesn't automatically switch to cutscene, I can't skip that one. So that's how we would look. So obviously this looks a bit weird, it would be open and closed at the same time. But this would be a good way to make the hitbox to exit big, but still allow the door to be closed. Top soundtrack playing, you like this one, Lion Attack? I think we might do that. Also, how you doing, Bjarne? You doing good? You're off next... what? Friday? Or now on Friday? Are you not? This Friday, yeah, nice. You're doing good, nice to hear. Yeah, I think we should try that. I think this idea could work. We could make a brick wall in as well. I think we want brick walls. Kinda, not maybe this small, kinda big brick walls in the basement. I don't know where the basement is gonna be though. I was thinking about maybe having one more room in between here. So before you get to this exit, that was a bit weird now. There's like a middle room in between, like basically under this room, right? And then maybe we could have a side door there that leads to the basement. Maybe. The thing is that I kinda wanted to have the basement door on a forward-facing wall, which is then we could have a little sign that says basement. Could be kinda cool. Could I do that? Maybe I could get the perspective to look right, even on the side door. Okay, I'm pretty happy with this. Quite happy with that one. We got the new door thingies, so we can try that. Should we sort out the basement wall? Or maybe we just use this one for the time being. This one looks bad enough, I was almost about to say. Just like, we can't have walls like this. Like the wood panel thing done in the basement, that doesn't make sense. Yeah, fuck it, let's see if we can add some of this stuff in-game. We got some ads coming up in about 40 seconds for any non-subscribers. Thank you for your
Time to
patience.
stretch.
That is probably true. I need to make a list of the sound effects we need as well. Maybe I should organize it better in-game. Because right now I am in the new audio system, I am still reusing some of the old sound effects. Because we did say, Bjarne, right, that we're thinking about replacing most of them to our own ones, right? That would make it easier to... Wait, did I misunderstand this? Did I say that the ads were coming when the ads started? Maybe. No matter what, thank you for your patience. Yes, man, is we can make ourselves, yeah. Why do you add numbers to folder names? So that they appear in the order I want them to appear. Basically, so that's my own way to specify the order of these, whether or not it starts with the like alphabetical way. Do you know what I mean? I couldn't do it with localization because it actually broke my localization system. Why do you need a specific order there? I mean, I don't need it, but it's convenient. Because I basically made it so the stuff I'm most often looking for is higher up. But it's definitely not like a necessity. It's not a make or break in the game, you know? But I quite like it. Let's do props pipe 0. And then make this props pipe 1. Then we have this big ass generator. Should I have all of this? Is this going to be interactable? I don't think it is. I think the button is the... Well, it might depend on if we do something with this one, as we said. Should I make that one separate? Maybe. In that case, we only need this. Generator. Oh, do I need to make an animation to make it look like this one is running? I put little feet on it. Have a running animation. That was such a stupid joke, man. Holy shit. But maybe have some parts like moving a little bit. Maybe, but that is future Chirpy's problem. Let's be nice with the hitbox here. Props button 0. Button 1. We added something more, right? The windows. Props, basement, window 0. Props, basement, window 1. Yeah, it can do in the game as well. Maybe. I don't know if I'm gonna use this one, but in case... props... shield. Could be cool. Light switch 0. Light switch 1. I added a extra little grey pixel here. I think that could look nice. I think you could sell this one pointing up and down a little bit more, because the thing closest to us is more defined. If that makes sense. Ooh, put a bunch of barrels down in the basement. That would work. Okay, I think that's good. Let's save that. But then I think we are gonna separate the pipe. In case we do something fun with that one. Oh, no. Yeah. How do we get the generator sound? I mean, the good thing there is that it doesn't even have to be... Like, all we need is a motor. Because that is basically what it's gonna sound like. Any, like, non-protected motor. Otherwise, I might even know someone who has a generator sound. Or a generator sound, someone who has a generator. Maybe we should sort it out that way too and actually have a proper generator start. I think we can. I think we can solve it. This one probably needs... I mean, wait, if this is gonna be interactable though, it's probably gonna be interactable in one specific area only. So that is the thing that's going to be interactable, like where you need to fix it, if we do that thing, that is. Let's keep it like this. Generator exhaust. What else did we add? We added stuff to our doors. Move this one a little bit. I also think I want to change this one. I don't like how this one is highlighted. It slightly annoys me. Spiral patch, see you soon, Bjarne. How do I do this? Okay, 2 more pixels on that side, 1 more pixel on that side. You know what, let's do this instead. Let's put you here, duplicate you again, and do this. Boom. I think that's gonna make my life easier. Ooh, is that missing pixel? There we go. Now we should have these be 2. I fill in the wrong one. Fucking Dumbo. I am actually kind of bad working with layers. Or like remembering which layer I'm on and stuff. Am I the only one? It is something I seem to struggle a lot with. Boom, there we go. We should have 2 different doors, and then we make the frame non-interactable, so... let's do this. I hate when I realize I'm on the wrong layer. I know, right? It happens way too often. I don't even know if I'm gonna use these. From the game jam. Boom. Okay. The doors. Let's put you down here. Let's call this one door main entrance frame. Wait, I can just flip these. I don't need to have both of these. Doors, main, entrance, door. Yeah, because I think this already is flipped. But this is the same, right? Yeah. That's right. Okay, we should have everything in the game now, so let's go to the entrance room. This is gonna look a bit shite right now. So let's make it look better. Wall front. Let's make you... Is that one gonna look better? Well, I'm gonna need to have a big opening here, actually. But you're not gonna be able to open this door for now, so I am going to say I don't care about it for now. Let's do that, and then... Door main entrance. Let me open you up. Frame. Shit, I need an exit too, don't I? But you're not gonna be able to open it for now, so that's fine. Let's leave that. Close the door. Oh shit. Wait, we need two versions. We need 2 closed doors and 2 open doors. Right? So let's... We need to duplicate all of this. But all we need now is a closed door. Let's do that one. Boom, boom, boom. Door. Are you behind the frame? What? Oh, just this one has, that's right. Okay, I see. Yeah, there we go. Let's flip this one. -3. -20.5. -3. And then -20.5. I think this is gonna look much better. Because it felt weird that the entire door was... Yeah. Do I like this? Should there be one? Should this be 1 hitbox or 2? What do you guys think? Any thoughts? I'm actually not sure. I'm slightly undecided. Okay, we should sort out the doors and stuff, but I think I wanna... Let's see if we can get like a basement room going. I think that could be kind of fun. So, how are we gonna do this? Let me just duplicate the entrance hall. Let's call this the generator room. Probably need a door in here. Do I want side doors? Probably. At least one. Let's use the right one. Let's remove the left one, I think. Then we definitely don't want the main entrance. Goodbye to you. We don't want the rug, we don't want the table. Don't want the lamp. It's probably good to have a lamp in here. It should be a way to show that give more feedback that the power is on if you fix the generator. Like maybe when you turn it on, the light actually starts to work. Do you know what I mean? Which means it should probably be off from the start. Should it be broken? No. Let's keep that one. And then let's change the wall. Now one, the best basement looking one. I mean, we could do it blank, but that's kind of boring. I think we're gonna do this one. I don't know if can you guys even see this? It's kind of dark. I think this is the best one. I feel like there should be different lamps down here too. Have something that maybe looks a bit more... Maybe do like one of these square box thingies. Or rectangles. That could work. Feel a little bit more basement-y. Okay, I want to add a few things here. Let's do... I feel like the barrel would fit quite well down here. That feels quite basementy, doesn't it? Just have a little barrel in the corner. Barrel. Let's make you... Should it be interactable? Does it have a purpose? Should you be able to open the barrel? I don't know. Should it make a sound when you click on it? Question is, this is something I'm struggling with a little bit in terms of like the design. Like in the game jam version, basically everything in all the rooms were interactable. At the very least, almost every single object would play a sound when you clicked on it. But I've started leaning a little bit more towards the fact that maybe it is unnecessary. Like if all this thing ever can do is to play a little noise when you click on it, maybe it doesn't need to be interactable. If this would have an interaction, what would that be? Like break open the top to find something inside, maybe use the hammer to like smash it open. Should have that as an interaction. Yeah, maybe. Maybe you should be able to open it. Interactable. Interactable, highlight object, deselect item, raycast alpha pixels, probably not necessary. Oh wait, in that case you should be a child object. Create empty parent. Barrel. Then we call this closed barrel? No, let's try the other one, broken barrel. So normally what you do is to play sound on click. That sound is going to be wood knock. Then we want a child object. Let's call this interaction with hammer. If you use the hammer, then we play sound on click. This time it's going to be impact wood. Then we add a switch objects on click. For footstep sound effects, would you like a walk loop or a single step? Do you mean for the players? The one we were thinking about having between rooms? That one could probably be the whole sound effect, I think. Because I think most likely we're only gonna do like 2, maybe max 3 steps or something. If those... Because I feel like, yeah, if we wanted to have variation, I might just add a slight bit of pitch variation on the entire thing, rather than like randomizing the footsteps. I feel like that. I don't know, what do you think? What's up, Hotel Soap? How you doing? Welcome in. Do you think making YouTube videos is profitable for game devs? I think that's a pretty hard question to answer. There is a lot of things to consider. In some regard, I'm not the best one to answer it, because so far I haven't started doing... I plan to do a bunch of YouTube videos. I've only done one devlog so far. And that one wasn't really to market this game, because I assume you mean for like marketing stuff. Like as a marketing strategy, basically. I think it's worth considering the fact that there's a... It takes a lot of time. Like making a YouTube video is time consuming, right? That's just the way it is. So it is going to take a lot of time from your project. Like my first devlog took me quite a while to finish. However, at the same time, if you do produce good content, you can have a lot to gain from it. I know Hilfoot has been public with some of his data, and with one YouTube video. To be fair though, that was also it was actually his trailer, which I suppose you could argue is slightly different to doing proper like YouTube content. Because a trailer you're probably gonna make no matter what. Whereas a devlog, which I think is what you're referencing, that kind of video is more like optional. But yeah, but with YouTube stuff, I think he has gotten like over 10,000 wishlist or something only from YouTube. I think it might even be more. I know one of his videos basically gave him 10,000 wishlists. So at that point, it's hard to not say that it could be worth it. If you mean directly profitable, as in like from the YouTube video itself, not in terms of marketing your game, could also be the case. Like, because in the end, if you managed to get like, you know, 500,000 views or something on a video, that is quite a bit of money, you know, in ad revenue. Even more if you would be able to get like sponsors and stuff. But for everyone, I don't think it's worth it. It depends, like it's time consuming, you have to keep that in mind, and it's even more time consuming because if you're gonna post like low effort content, it's probably not gonna have a great return on your investment. But at the same time, if you wanna make like high quality content, it's gonna take even more time. I think there's a lot to consider. It's a difficult question, to be honest. I don't know if I would go... I plan to do it. I don't know if I would go as far as to say that I would recommend for everyone to do it, but I mean, for indie developers, I think it is one of the better ways to get your game out there if you don't have like a publisher and stuff. If you have something like a publisher, if you have the marketing side sorted, probably unnecessary. At that point, I feel like it might be more worth it to just focus on the game. It's kind of weird when listening to the loop over and over again, it becomes a weird pitched rhythm. So randomizing steps might be good. However, it might be just me listening to it on it continues that makes it sound like that. Yeah, the thing, you can walk kinda quickly. Maybe we don't have to fully... I mean, we could... Okay, I think this could be the way to do it. Because I imagine that we don't need a lot of them, right? Like, maybe not every single step has to be randomized. Maybe... this is basically me deciding whether you or I should do the effort, I'm realizing. Because either you can do like 3 different footstep files. Like, say 2-3 footsteps in each. And then I randomize between these 3. Or you give me 3 different footsteps and I randomize the order every time, or even more. Maybe I should do it. Maybe it might actually be more efficient for me to just randomize it all. Yeah, maybe just give me 1-shot footsteps and I'll sort out the rest. However many you want to do. Just then I can play around with how many footsteps we have and stuff as well. We can try it more in game. Yeah, fuck it. Do 1-shot footsteps. I have 4 at the moment. Yeah, that's probably pretty good. That wouldn't probably give enough variety. What's up, One Man? The legend, how you doing? Welcome in, man. Nice to have ya. We have some ads running currently. I'm gonna respond to your hotel soap as soon as they're over, in case you are in an ad. There we have it, ads should be over. Like, instead of taking so many hours making videos, one could just work a regular job and use that money to buy ads. Yeah. I mean, that is a fair argument as well. Can't really deny that you have some point. I think it's different for everyone. Like, I think one big thing to really sit down and consider is whether one thinks... Like... Each game developer probably has to kind of think about whether... This is gonna sound... This sounds weird. But like, are you gonna be able to make good enough content for YouTube to be worth it? Do you know what I mean? Just like, if that's the case, I think it could be very much worth it. Otherwise, probably not. Because it is hard, like doing YouTube is hard, it's time consuming. And as you said, you could just buy ads on different platforms and stuff. Been noticed in the game dev, to make any money is the hard part now, yeah. And that's the thing, like, whether ads work for you, or whether YouTube videos for the purpose of marketing work, are, like, both are viable strategies, I think. And for each person, it might differ a bit what is best. Because I think YouTube videos have a bigger potential. Because with YouTube videos, not only could you get a bunch of marketing for your game, but you can also make money from it. You do have to take that into account. Like, the potential benefit of making YouTube videos is much higher than the potential benefit of paying for ads. Because with ads, you have guaranteed downside. You do with YouTube videos as well. The guaranteed downside with YouTube videos is it's taking time. The guaranteed downside with ads is that you have to pay for ads. The upside of ads is only that you can get a lot of marketing, or you can get a lot of visibility, which that upside you do have with YouTube videos, but you also have the upside of, if the video does well, it might actually even make you money. It might actually give you a financial return on your investment, other than the, you know, what inevitably the visibility of your game would have done. I think like all arguments are valid in some regard. I don't think there is a one-size-fits-all kind of thing. I'm sure there's good games on Steam that someone put loads of time into, but nobody has played it. Yeah? What's up, Dark Abilly? How you doing, man? Are you doing Next Fest? Not now. I think currently I'm aiming for the one in October. I was gonna do this one, but there's no way I'm gonna get a demo out in time, so I didn't join it. Are you? Are you in the Next Fest? Same here? Okay. Are you also aiming for the October one? Paying gaming YouTubers to play your game, I think is very effective. Yeah, if you're gonna do ads, I think that is more effective than doing like ads on Reddit or whatever. Like, that could work too, of course. But I think today, getting like a big content creator to make a video about your game is probably one of the best marketing strategies you can have. However, with that being said, Because I see, for example, one man, you're taking Markiplier exactly as a, like, if he makes a video about my game, that would be like the best thing that could ever happen. At the same time, I don't even want to know how much I would have to pay Markiplier to make a video of my game, because I imagine that when you are like one of the top YouTubers, I think there's a pretty fucking big price on those sponsorships, and I don't think that would be viable for someone like me. Like, if you can afford that type of stuff, I think it is some of the best marketing you could have. Especially if you find the right YouTuber. Like, for someone like me making like an indie horror game, I think the absolute goal would be to have Markiplier play my game. I think that is like the best thing that could happen in terms of like, you know, affecting the sales of my game. However, if you're making like a roguelike or like a some kind of clever game, puzzle game or something, I think, you know, maybe like Northern Lion would be one of the best ones to play your game. Like, you have to take into account that it has to be kind of the right YouTuber as well. Like, it makes no sense for me to have someone who doesn't play horror games play my game. Like, that wouldn't have the same effect as having Markiplier play my game. October, nice. It was so tight for this summer one. Have you not dropped a demo yet? No, I have a like placeholder playtest on Steam. That's it, but like vast majority of the content in it is placeholder. So I was like, there's no way I'm gonna finish my demo, because then I would have to really rush it, and I don't think I want to do that either. Have you started working on like the proper demo? Milo and Magpies comes to mind. It had less than 50 reviews, I believe. Then a gaming channel made a video about hidden gems and it blew up after. Yeah, I think content creators is one of the best marketing strategies today. YouTube audience has to be a gamer, then developer. Yeah, because one of the issues you could say with like the devlog type of stuff is that I do think it's fair that the vast majority of the audience who watches game like devlogs are actually game developers. However, there's also an argument that the vast majority of game developers are gamers too, but they probably have less time to play. But yeah, that is a pretty fair argument. 1 million views on a YouTube video is like a miracle, but paying 1 million views is only like $800. Do you think so? Yeah, what do you mean by, in that case, paying for 1 million views? Because a YouTuber who gets 1 million views per video, I feel like they could charge more than that. This is an assumption though, I don't actually know. But if someone gets consistently 1 million views on like YouTube, I feel like they could charge more than $800 for that type of... for like a video of your game. But I don't know if maybe you could also be referring to like ad views on like any platform. But I don't think that, I think that is slightly less effective. I think YouTubers are probably the most effective thing today. Even low-end YouTubers charge like 10k for a video. Like, that's what I mean. Like, I think if we're going for more like ad views, yeah, I think that might be cheaper, but I don't think it's gonna have the same return as like 1 million ad views. I think has a worse conversion compared to, or return on investment, compared to 1 million views on a popular YouTube video. Because that popular YouTube video is going to inevitably inspire more YouTubers to make that content as well, so you probably get... Like, if Markiplier plays a game, a few other creators are going to play it afterwards, almost guaranteed. So paying someone really big to make a video is gonna get you a few extra, kinda in the same price. But obviously, like, normal people, I don't think the average solo game developer can afford to have someone like, you know, Markiplier, Northern Lion or whatever. Like, I would imagine that they charge a lot. But if a game blows up on its own, most of these YouTubers will play it for free. Absolutely true. But then you still need the game to blow up on its own. And that's the hard part, isn't it? Uploaded the step sounds. Nice, man. I'm gonna have a look at it. For the love of God, remember to put a slight reverb on them. Yeah, I'm gonna need to put reverb on a lot of stuff. I wanna fix that. I still don't have the system in But now when we have the main hall, like, we need to have more reverb in this place, right? Not that we really have that many interactable objects right now. But even the footsteps when you walk into this room would have more reverb. So yeah, I still think we want to have it. And the footsteps when you walk out. And you never know, we might put some little interactable object in like the corner here or something. But yeah, we want more reverb in here, I think. Oh, also this sounds like opening your backpack and stuff. That should also have more reverb in here. So yeah, I need to fix that system. Maybe the broken one should actually be non-interactable. Okay, how easy would it be to make a broken version of this? Too much effort, I'm not gonna do it now. I'm gonna leave you. Let's see, prefabs, props. Let's throw the barrel in here. Then we have you. Boom. Well, that's you. Boom. Now, maybe we should do some sound stuff today. It would be cool checking the reverb system, getting that to work. I don't think it should be that difficult. Okay, what do we need here? We need one for the generator. We need I think we can probably do a child object for the first button, the off button, and one for the button when it's on. And then we're gonna need one for the pipe. I think that should be it. Generator. And let's call this generator base. And we're gonna have generator exhaust. This is going to be button off, like when it is off. And then we have button on for, you guessed it, when it is on. Button on should be this one. Boom, boom. Button off should be this one. Boom, boom. Generator exhaust. Then we need the base. Generator. Boom, boom. Oh, did I move this one? Scheisse. I want to move, let's move the entire parent, I think. I think that's better. Let's put you like here, maybe? That would be 18.5. Then maybe somewhere like that. That probably works. What, 66? Does that look fine? Oh wait, all of these need to be... lit materials as well. Components are only on one object. All of these should have an image now. Oh. Material lit. Boom. There we go. Okay, let me catch up with chat here. I'm doing a beta build for Steam currently. Oh, nice. Are you gonna do early access? Or full release? I don't think Five Nights at Freddy's would have ever blown up without the likes of multiplayer and game theory. Yeah, probably not. I think that could be said about a lot of games today. There's games like Baldur's Gate, that would survive on their own. Yeah, there are certain games who, like, just if the company is big enough, if the audience of the game is big enough, you know, like Elder Scrolls releasing any game, that will probably be fine, right? I wanted to pop by and say hi. I've seen you been streaming very consistently. Very hyped to see. Thank you, man. Appreciate you dropping by. Always nice to have you here, man. I've been making a video that gets 1 million. Like, it just seems impossible to start a YouTube channel and get 1 million views on your own video. I mean, it certainly is very, very difficult, right? But at the same time, it isn't impossible. Like, there are people who definitely do it. But it's very, very difficult. It's definitely not something you can expect. But that's why it's so hard to say, because yeah, if you end up having unsuccessful videos, then it probably wasn't worth making those. At the same time, if you end up having a very successful video, that's probably very, very much worth it. At the same time, you can never know that. So that I feel like that's the main reason why it's kind of hard to answer the question, right? Minus 66, let's do 65 maybe. I feel like the pipe is too close to the wall, maybe even 64. Yeah, I think that looks better. And for now, let's say generator base and exhaust are for now going to be non-interactable. Button on and off are... does button on need to be interactable? Maybe not. Maybe you are non-interactable. Or no, maybe you should be able to turn it off. Let's do interactable. Then this one should also be interactable. Here I think we want to raycast alpha pixels to be a little bit nicer with the hitbox. Item interactions, probably none. However, I want to play sound on glitch. We did get some new... You made some new button sounds, Biana, didn't you? Small button press, button hover? Button press? Have I not added all of them? Button press is probably the one I'm looking for. Let's try that one. See what it sounds like. Wait, I know we're gonna need to play more sounds here, because we need to... Or maybe... The generator should just have a looping sound on it. Oh no, actually what this should do, probably, is to trigger a sound in the room. Because the room have room ambiances. The generator should probably be a room ambience, so that you can hear it when you walk through here. So in that case, we can probably use play sound on click. Because then I think I have something like How do I trigger room ambience player? Is this the script I want? I think this is the one I want. Get component in parent. This one can't get the component in parent. Whoopsie. That might be an issue. I mean, I could get the parent, continue looking until I reach the room, because at some point I must find the room. Pretty sure Terraria and Don't Starve crossover help both games. Do you mind elaborating on the crossover there? As someone who's barely played either game. You got a light switch to the main room? I did indeed. I changed my mind. The room is so big, I kind of want to show it off. So having a light in there is kind of nice, I think. We'll have to get back at it. Great to see the progress. I'm very excited to see your game in October. Cheers, have a great stream. Thank you very much for dropping by, Abilene, and I'll catch you next time. And best of luck with your game as well. I do find it funny how Bethesda's one big success in over a decade was outsourced work. Yeah. What was the last like proper success from Bethesda? Is that Skyrim? To be honest, I don't know how many Bethesda games I've played. They are not Elder Scrolls. What else do they have? Fallout? I never really played any Fallout games. If room is not equal to null, change room ambience. Change room ambience. If original ambience is equal to new ambience, return. Otherwise... Oh, I have to pass in the original ambience. That's shit. Now I could make new functions to play and stop playing, but we don't have this sound right now, so I think we're just gonna leave this for the time being. Because we're gonna want like a startup sound and then like a running sound on this one, right? So when you click the button, we do the startup sound, and then we loop the running sound. I think that's what we do. But for now, let's just have these switch objects on click. You can deactivate the off button, activate the on button. Then you are gonna do the same thing, but vice versa. So deactivate on button, activate off button. Fallout 4 was pretty successful. When did that one release? Yeah, so now nothing is interactable except for the button. That one, I don't think that was the right sound though. I mean, that should work. I think we need to maybe up the volume of it. I don't know if I use this one somewhere else, do I? Because the big sound is still going to be the generator starting, right? Button press. That one is at max volume. Can I? Should probably. Oh, this is the one I think I wanted. Old click in, old click out. Do I have those? Click. Oh, I do. I just didn't call it button. I think maybe these are the ones we want to try. Click. Which one am I on? I'm on the off button, which means you would click it in, right? And then on the on button, you would click it out. Let's try these. Yeah, that's much better. I think that's a better sound. Might still be slightly low. But I think we could... Am I not able to boost it? Love the art style, it's so simple but effective. Thank you, Adye. Yeah, I'm actually quite happy with it. Is it possible for me to boost the volume here? What happens if I do a 200% boost? I don't know if this works. I think that was louder. Was it? Wait, I actually don't know. Volume multiplier, let's put you back at 1. I don't know if I can boost it more than 100%. I think you might have been boosted. But I actually don't know. No, it's not. That's the same. Okay, I don't think I can boost them more than 100%. I think there's a workaround to make it work though. Because that should probably be louder than a light switch, right? Yeah, it feels like this is a bigger button. It feels like this one should be louder. That's from an NES. Oh, the sound effect? Damn. I love simple palettes and clean style. It achieves what it must. Yeah, I think we did nail this kind of like... What do you call it? We do very much with very little, if that makes sense. NES hinge sound. I think it works pretty good. Oh, why is the barrel not interactable? Oh, because I have the broken barrel on. I see. Takes me back, damn you. There we go, and then we can do this. Yeah. It didn't enable the new one though. Why is that? Interaction hammer. Oh, I forgot to add the object to activate. Now, I don't have a broken barrel. I'm gonna have to sort one out. So, for now... Why did that still not work? Well, that's a bit odd. Interaction hammer. Like they would impact deactivate. Maybe I can't. What do I do first? Maybe I should flip this. Maybe I should make sure to always activate the new items before I deactivate. Because there could be an issue where deactivating this stops that loop or something. Maybe. I don't know. Minecraft button sound, anyone? It's been so long since I played. It still doesn't work. Or maybe the position is off here. Wait. Oh wait, what do you actually deactivate? Do you deactivate the parent object? Ah, of course, that's the issue. Now it should work. I was deactivating the wrong item. Because a null would have given me a exception, right? There we go. And this is the broken barrel because it's uninteractable. I just don't have the sprite for it at the moment. I don't know how I want to make this look. Because I think I don't want to open the top. I think I want to actually break it open. I think maybe we should see if we can sort out the footstep sounds, because I think that would be good. I think it's gonna sound a lot better. It's gonna sound more like you're an actual person. We got some ads coming up for any non-subscribers. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate ya. Except for Adye, because he's in Iceland. OP strategy, not gonna lie. Kind of 5-head strategy, living in Iceland. Basically free turbo on Twitch. Okay, should we get a few sound effects? A few footsteps. Gonna miss your ghost twist ending. Yeah. That one we won't be able to do with the footsteps. Because it is funny how much it kinda sounds... I think it's the fact that we have a very like smooth transition, like the movement of it, and then with the like wooey sound effect, it actually feels like you are like floating between the rooms. It could have been fun, like if we did that type of twist though, it would have been fun. Imagine if the player was playing the game and we're like, isn't it weird that there's no footsteps? And then all of a sudden, like, the twist is that you're actually a ghost, and the reason there's no footsteps is because you are quite literally, like, floating between the rooms. Would have been kind of fun. Can I select multiple files here? I think I can. Download. Yeah, that did work. And these are sent in now, right? Yeah, they should be. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, let me quickly do this. Shroud of Gloom. Assets, projects. Audio. New sound effects. Let's grab these footsteps, throw them in here. Is this your footsteps? As in like your personal footsteps? Or did you fake this? Did you do the cucumber slapping on the floor? Yep, okay. I heard something, isn't that a common thing where people make footsteps with cucumbers? Surprisingly enough. Like slapping cucumbers on stuff to make footsteps. I think that is like a pretty common like Foley strategy or whatever. Yeah, my hands in shoes, nice. I fucking love it. Foley is so interesting, man. This is what you call Foley, right? What exactly is Foley? Can I get this in English so other people can understand? Sound effects added to the film during post-production after the shooting. Oh, so does it tend to be specifically in post-production? Can I get a proper like definition of this? Everything goes on Wikipedia often. Just 2% of our most loyal readers give 30 crowns a day. Ah, Wikipedia is looking for donations. Shout out to Wikipedia if anyone wants to donate. It's a very fucking good website. Probably deserves it. Slapping cucumbers. Wink, wink. No wink wink here. Oops, other uses. I think it is the filmmaking one. In filmmaking, Foley is a reproduction of everyday sound effects that are added to films, videos and other media in post-production to enhance audio quality. So okay, so Foley does tend to be like post-production stuff. And it is quite specifically reproduction of everyday sound effects. But that doesn't mean it can't be, like even if you would quite literally record the actual thing or whether you fake it, doesn't really matter, right? Because both of those are kind of a reproduction. It's named after sound effects Jack Foley, sound effect artist. Foley sounds are used to enhance auditory experience of a movie, anything from swishing of clothes to footsteps by squeaky doors and breaking glass. Can be used to cover up unwanted sounds captured during a set of a movie during filming, such as overlaying airplanes or passing traffic. Oh, interesting. Places where Foley process takes place are often referred to as the Foley stage or Foley studio. Foley artist recreates the realistic ambient sounds that are portrayed in the film. The props and sets of a film often do not react the same way acoustically as their real-life counterparts, requiring filmmakers to use Foley as the sounds. The best Foley art is so well integrated into a film that it goes unnoticed by the audience. Interesting stuff, slightly of detour there, but I just wanted to brush up my... I didn't show you guys any of this, sorry. I forgot about the monitor. Well, I did read it though, so hopefully you gathered something from it. Okay, what am I doing? We added the footsteps, so we are now going to go to audio. We're then gonna go sound effect scriptable objects. Let's duplicate this one. And then we rename it into player footstep 0. Which is player step 1. Let's do full volume for now. Should I add pitch variation as well? Or is that unnecessary? Might be unnecessary when we're gonna randomize the order of the steps anyway. I don't know. Sound engineer Bjarne, do you have any thoughts? Let's see, play step 1. Here we have step 1, which is step 2. Step 2, which is step 3. And last but not least, we have step 3, which is going to be step 4. Counterintuitive, but as a programmer, it's easier to count as a programmer. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. Perfect. If we randomize, probably not needed. Yeah. Where do I play these sounds? Probably... Where do I play the current one? Is that through... Do I play it through the room manager? I probably do. Yeah, room transition sound effects. We could keep that one and just do it kind of low audio as well, if we also want to have a bit of a whooshing sound. I don't know. But now, I think I want to... I'll do this the best way. I think we're gonna do serialized field private sound effects. But let's do an array of sound effects. And then call this footstep sound effects. Boom. Let's see, where do we... Trappy.audio, we have the new system in here, that's good. Where do I actually play these? On room changed. Audio player play transition sound effects. So this is where we want to do it. Why is this just a void? It can be private. Let's make a new private void play footsteps. How many do you think? I think 2 or 3. What should we start with? Let's see. We have to figure out how to randomize this though. So I think we're gonna make a for loop and say that I is less than footsteps sound effects dot length. No, no. This should be the actual number of footsteps we want. So let's do this. Let's do footstep amount, so we can easily change this for testing. Let's do a integer called footstep amount. 3 sounds like a good number. Let's try it. I think it's worth testing. We also can't play... Oh wait, I just realized this needs to be a IE numerator, right? Because we need to add delay in between them. So let's make this a IE numerator. Then here we now need to say start coroutine, play footsteps. We can probably calculate a good amount here. Because we can see how long a transition is, right? Start coroutine. Okay, we wait half a second. And then we do the last transition, which is another half second, because that is the timer, right? So currently the full transition is 1 second. So with 3 footsteps... Oh, is that gonna be quick? We should wait a little bit longer. 3 footsteps in 1 second? Sounds like it's almost gonna sound like you're running. Let's just try it and see how it sounds. We should probably delay the last one a little bit more. It's actually going to be more than 3 seconds though. Because what's gonna happen is that we're gonna trigger the last footstep at the end of 1 second. And then if the footstep, you know, it's going to play after 1 second. So it's gonna be slightly more than 1 second. Okay, if I is less than footstep amount... Should I do some protection so we can't play the same one twice? I think we're gonna try without it for now. Let's do int random index is equal to random.range, and this should be between 0 and footstep sound effects dot length. So we now have a random index. Now we want to use that one to play the sound effects. So we go audio. Let's do this. Sound effect is equal to exactly footstep sound effect at the random index. Then we go audio player dot play sound effect. Do I need to do something here? I don't really need to. If I don't pause in a position, it's going to play from the... Ooh, maybe we want to have it played a bit below, rather than the center of the screen. For most people using stereo headphones, I don't think that makes a difference. I'm actually not sure. If anyone knows how the spatial audio in Unity works, if you use stereo headphones, like a left and right headphone, like speaker or headphones, can you hear the difference of up and down? I'm not even sure. You can't, right? Can you? If anyone knows, feel free to correct me. But otherwise, it would probably work if someone would have like a full-on stereo. Or not stereo, full-on like surround system. Potentially. Let's just play it normally for now. Why is this not working? Oh yeah, we need a delay. Okay, so we play the first one immediately, and then yield return new, wait 4 seconds. Let's do footstep delay. And then you play the next one, boom, 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 until all are played. So now we need a float called footstep delay. And that should be all we need, as far as I'm aware. We need to set this up in the inspector though. Footstep sound effects. Play a footstep 0, and then we're gonna need 4 more. So we can do 1, 2, what? 2, 3. 0, 1, 2, 3. There we go. Footstep amount, let's try 3, and the delay should then be something like 0.33, maybe. We can play around a bit with it, but let's try this and see how it sounds. I have no idea about the volume now. Let me pause the music quickly so we can hear this in a good way. It wasn't too quick. Probably a little bit loud. Yeah, I think it's slightly loud, but I feel like the delay is actually pretty good. What do you guys think? Let's see, let's take these 4 and maybe we go 75% volume. I think it's nice having footsteps though. Yeah, delay seems good, I think so too. Did I forget to change one of those sounded louder than the other? Maybe not. Or maybe that's just that sound being louder as well, could be. I still think they're too loud. Yeah, I quite like it. Because it is pretty fast movement as well, like it's 1 second but you get across this entire room, because you basically walk here, right? And what is this? Say this is like, what, 4 meters or something? That's fucking long steps. But, so, it's kind of nice if it sounds like you actually cover some distance, which 2 footsteps wouldn't really. That's pretty nice. I think that's pretty good. Yeah, I like it. And it even works to spam click. They don't really like overlap or anything. At least not too much. Yeah, they don't even overlap. Yeah, I think that's gonna be nice. Should we see if we can add the reverb system? Holy shit, then having a bit of broken thingy here actually looks really good. Oh, I like it, man. I like it. Good shit. Okay, so what I did before is really coming together. I think so too. I think the game is turning out quite nice. I'm very happy with the general direction here. Carpet would also be a nice addition to a room. I do have this carpet. We should probably have more because I don't want to reuse the same one everywhere. I do think I have a round carpet too, actually. I don't think I have it in-game, but I'm pretty sure I have one. Yeah, I made this one too. Which we could use somewhere. To get a bit of variety. I saw it just as I wrote it. Yeah, no worries. No worries. I think it's fair. I think overall carpets add quite a lot. Maybe we need a carpet in the main hall. Should even have a long one here. Because I don't know if the one I currently have. Maybe the round one could work here, actually. How would this look? Oh, this fucks with the perspective, though. Right. Does it? Maybe it doesn't. It fucks a little bit with the perspective. No, this does. Something here is... I think it's because this line is technically incorrect. And this one kind of highlights that. This one should have been a bit more... less diagonal. But I also don't want to move this wall. Maybe I could fix that though. Why if I just made this one start further out, like we start here? Because I think this is the biggest like incorrectness in this perspective, whatever. And what if we did it from... Should I even start here? And then maybe we go... But this is the thing. This is why I don't like doing correct perspective. Which is, I think it arguably looks worse. Because it has to become like a jagged line. Look how much cleaner this side looks compared to this. Yeah, it does those jagged lines so oddly. I think so too. And this is the reason why I actually think that having correct perspective in this game often looks worse. Like, it just doesn't look as clean. That is really it. Because these lines are so much cleaner, man. But I wonder maybe if we could have the round mat in here. That might be better. How can I open this one's path in here? Open C# project? No. Open show in Explorer. I don't think I can. Let me try the round one. Art. Oh, that's not correct. Prefabs, props. Here we have the rug. Let's duplicate this one. Then we just change this into... that one. Is that part of the... I might have taken that from an old sprite sheet. It should be called props rug, shouldn't it? Yeah. Let me try this one. Props rug round. What did I do? Props. Round rug. I think that one is better. I don't think it breaks the perspective as much, right? Compared to this one. I feel like this one shows the incorrect perspective a lot more. It feels like the floor is leaning down towards me, if that makes sense. This looks okay, in my opinion. I think we should maybe bring it down a little bit more. Maybe not show as much of it. I think that's fine too. I kind of like showing it though. Well, you do need to go down a little bit. Let's do like minus 79. Is this one pixel perfect? It is. Yeah, fuck it. Holy shit, you could go so far with details, man. I could do something where we check in each room if a rug exists, and if it does, the first footstep plays muffled. I'm not saying I'm gonna do this. I feel like this might be taking it a little bit too far. But you could technically do it. Like, it's functional. Like, you could theoretically make that happen. But I'm probably taking it a bit too far here. I feel like somewhere we need to draw a line as well to like what is truly necessary in the game. And this feels like one of those things that maybe is not like entirely necessary to have. Is a generator in the basement? That's the plan, yeah. So this is going to be like a basement room. Didn't I add a window? Oh, I don't think I made the object. We do that? Wasn't I gonna add reverb? Thank God for undiagnosed ADHD. Maybe I should just copy the other window. That is probably better. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. Let's remove this. Do I not have a window here? Yeah, window. Let's duplicate you. Open this. Let's call this basement. Window basement. On this I don't have an outside currently, so let's just remove that. Let's move you over here too. Let's see. Window frame, let's just call you window. You should now be this one. Set native. Oh, non-lit window. We have one of those as well. Window, boom, boom, set native. There's some ads coming up in about 1 minute. Thank you for your patience. This one should be the broken window. Boom, boom. And so should you. Now we can put you back at this position, and this should be a fully functional window. Shit, maybe I should have done this as a prefab variant. I can't be bothered now. This is fine. Generate a room. Let's add the basement window. Let's find a new good position for you. Maybe we keep you centered. If that's pixel perfect, that is. Scheisse. It's not. Houston. We have a problem. We can probably remove one in the middle. I think. Because this one is slightly bigger anyway, so what if we just do this? We take this and we just go boom. Who's gonna know? No one is going to know. And then window, basement. Let's see here. Window, non-lit, window, non-lit. All of you, set native size. I didn't even see a difference. Oh wait, you're still not pixel perfect. How is that possible? Are these two centered? They are. Are these centered? They are. Oh, I know why. I know why. I have to change the hitbox, right? Props, boom. I feel like visible damp would maybe look good, extra detail. How would we do visible damp? Do you mean like spots on the wall or floor or something? Oh no, do you mean on the window? Is that what you mean? Will the player ever be outside? Will there be any other floor materials? Probably. I imagine that we're gonna have like a stone floor or something, in the basement at least. Otherwise, I think most of the upper levels, and if we have like an attic or something, it's probably all gonna be wood, I would imagine. But basement is probably stone floor. Outside, I'm honestly not sure. I can't say. Damn streak below the window, kind of mold. Wood, concrete and gravel. That is probably all we would need at most. Gravel, I'm unsure. Because that is if we have outside areas where you can walk back and forth. And I'm honestly not sure. Oh shit, do I need to change it now so the last footstep checks what floor the room has? That's probably quite easy to do though. Because then we should do first 2 footsteps, play the footsteps from the floor that we are in, the room that we are in. And then for the last one we check, is this the same floor, is it another floor, and we change it. That would be quite easy to do. So it actually sounds dynamic. But yeah, concrete we are definitely gonna have, I think. Gravel might have, but I cannot say for certain. How do we make... Because were you thinking that we should have something where we like have it basically drip down from the window or whatever? Is that what we're thinking? That could look good. Let me see here. Window damp mold. We find some good reference here. Very clever idea, not gonna lie. Okay, so maybe we should do this. What if we add a few sections that are not fully white? I don't know how this would look in game, but then maybe do something like this. Shag carpet? What is a shag carpet? I don't think you mean to, you know, engage in coitus with the carpet. I hope that's not what you mean. What is a shag carpet? Something like this? Let me see. Okay, so this would be a bigger spot. The only thing that's slightly annoying is that I don't think I want fill-in colors. Ironic because I'm looking at a window, which is like the only exception I think, where I actually use a fill-in color. Only to make it look like the outside. Oh wait, the outside here needs to be a different layer as well. I just realized the reason I had the outside be a different layer is because the outside is non-lit, so it looks like it shines through the window. Scheisse. Shut this, paste, move. Okay, cause I don't know, is it gonna look good if we do something like this? Maybe. What do you think? I'm gonna head to bed. Take care. No worries, man. Thank you very much for dropping by and good job on the sound effects. And I'll catch you next time. Have a good one. What do you think? Could this work? Like a lot of the time, I think we kinda need to get it in-game to be able to fully make a decision. Let's see how it looks in the actual room. Wait, what have I done? Oh, scheisse. Okay, copy this one.
Don't forget to save.
That is a good idea. Oh, we should probably do commit. Now that I think of it. Okay, yeah, let's finish this and then we do a commit. Oh, that's how. Oh, I see what the issue was. Enough. But do I want this to be part of the hitbox? Maybe, it doesn't matter. Save. Let's finish this window in game and then we do the commit. That feels like a good cut-in point. Otherwise, we commit this half-done thing. Window basement, no overrides, okie dokie. Let's do a boom. See, window. You are... Yeah, wait, how did I do the other one? Let me check here. Window. Let's see, outside is behind the window frame. Oh yeah, wait, I remember, I also did it like this, didn't I? Not that it really matters here. We might as well. Boom. Let's go back. And I assume that was not even non-interactable, but just want to keep this color maybe. Yeah, and then non-lit material. Okay, art, props. What was I doing? Windows. Let's see, window 1. It is now 38 in width, so you should be able to be centered. Nice. Boom. And then we need this section here, which is going to be props, basement, window, outside. Apply, go back, go back. I'm definitely gonna remember to commit after this. Let's add a UI image. Make this a outside. Boom. Set native size. Put you behind here. And then window, set native size. Image, let's call this the outside. Oh, non-lit windows. You also need to set native size. There we go. Now it should look correct. Let's copy the outside. Paste as child. Put you behind. 1 in height. Disable the broken one. Enable the non-broken. So now if we turn off the light, why do we have 2 lights? Is the main hall enabled? It is indeed. Let's see, let's simulate the light. If I now remove the lamp, it should look like it's shining through the window. It does indeed. Pretty neat detail, isn't it? Can I ask how many wishlists you gathered so far? Yes, you can. I'm currently sitting at 300 and as of yesterday we were at 352. I actually post it on I keep track on my Discord, so anyone who's interested, you can go and check here. It is manually updated though, so it's not always fully accurate. I think I got a few wishlists yesterday, or 1 or 2 or something. So I'm slightly above this, I think. But that is where we are currently sitting. So current goal is to hit 1000. My final goal is probably to... It would be really nice if we can end up hitting 10,000. But yeah, I don't know yet. It's hard to say. But we're making... we're in a pretty good way to hit the first target. Currently sitting at about 35% of the way. Kinda neat. Okay, so a few things. Window basement. I think you should be a bit further down. I think this is a little bit high up. Should be relatively high, but... yeah, maybe something like that. Oh, that is actually pixel perfect. Who could have thought? And then there's one more thing. In the broken window, we have the glass shards. You should probably be on the floor, let's be honest. Boom. And you are centered as well? Yes, you are. We can disable that one, go here, apply everything, and we should have a working... Are we gonna get a null reference here? It is possible. No? Seems fine. Yeah, you can... Wait, I don't have a flashlight. You can see the mold.
Flawless.
Cheers, man. Yeah, I think I like it. The mold thing isn't like super noticeable, but also having small details like that, I think is fine. Because I don't think I wanna, like, the next step up in color would be this color. Which I think would be, I think that would be too much instead. I have been thinking about maybe having a gray in between these two. But we'll see. And also, it's dangerous to keep adding more stuff to the palette, because it's hard to know where you draw the line. Do you know what I mean? At some point you have to just like say that this is my palette and I'm sticking with it, you know? It's a nice addition when someone notices it, tiny detail, but adds some atmosphere. Yeah, I think you're right. How do we make something look like a concrete floor? Maybe what we do... Because I think I only have 2 floors as of right now. Oh, do I only have 1? I only have 1 floor in the entire game. Oh, never mind. I thought I had... Maybe we should do one without details. Let's leave it for now. I think that's pretty neat. I was thinking, I don't know, feel free to say what you guys think. Because right now we have 2 rooms in depth, or whatever you want to call it. So... Sneaker, welcome in, how you doing? So currently the game, the house is structured like this, right? We have the main hall, which is kind of big. We have a room here.
Vinny R is forcing you to stand up for 10 minutes.
And a room here. Let's do it.
Cheers.
And hydrate as well, let's do it. Cheers,
Time
Vinny.
to stretch.
Appreciate ya. Wow, your game looks awesome. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate ya. If you think it looks interesting, you can wishlist the game on Steam. Would very much appreciate it. But yeah, thank you very much. And welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a good Monday so far. I am so focused, Agi. I have been focusing so much today. We did have a slight moment of distraction. I'm super focused. Okay, so now we are in the main hall, right? That was not the thing I wanted to drag. So this is the main hall. However, we also have a room above the main hall, right? Which is this one. Well, yeah, it's really in front. And then now, if we go through here, this is the exit, which means this must be the outer wall, right? Like this is... On the other side of this would be the outside, is what I'm trying to say. Which means that this room up here... This room must be above this room. Right? Beautiful door, thank you, man. I felt like we needed a bigger one. Maybe I've gone a little bit crazy with the height here. We could also do a higher ceiling in this room, maybe. But overall, I'm quite happy with it. Just, you know, it needs to be visible to the player that this is like the final door, or whatever. Yeah, this means that currently here, there's only... we only have 2 rooms in depth. Technically, you can go back here, but that triggers a cutscene apparently. Keep writing the wrong windows. So, technically speaking, we have a room here as well. Well, really what happens is that this room is... why do I never use layers? I hate myself. What's up, Cornbread? How you doing, man? Nice to have ya. Oh, do you like my new emotes, Vinny? I made quite a few new emotes. I think we have 4 new emotes. Yeah. Since we got so many subs over the weekend, I decided to use some of those new emote slots. We got a few new ones in here. If anyone has more ideas, we have even more emote slots left. Since I think I broke my sub record by a lot of subs. So any good ideas for emotes, let me know. 7.5 hours today, damn. Yeah, we're getting there. Rookie numbers is what I like to call it. Okay. We have the main hall. The main hall is directly connected to... I'm still not using layers. We have the main hall, which is directly connected to the entrance hall, which I like to call it. This is where we have the big old door, right? We then have 1 room here, and we have 1 room here. Technically right now the first room is here, so it does go back a bit more. But I'm thinking if maybe we should add 1 more room in between here. Because right now, on the upper floor, currently don't have any rooms here. Currently don't have this. Boom. On the upper floor, this is technically not part because the ceiling is so high, right? But you can go up here, which means that as the way we have structured this now, this room must be above this room. And if this is the exit, we can never push forward here. That's not really an issue because nothing says that we can't have a building that looks like this or something. Like I'm imagining... this is pretty common, to have these kind of wings that go out a bit more. But I think it could be kind of nice to grab the entrance room, actually push you forward here, and do a little middle room in between. So that, basically imagine that there would be 1 more like hallway thing inside of here. And then when you go straight through that one, that's when you end up at the actual exit. Only getting started probably, you know it, Conrad. So in between here we would have 1 more room. Because I feel like that should be like a reception lobby. Yeah, kind of. That feels like a pretty good place to maybe, potentially, put a little side door. Or something. That leads down to the basement. Because I struggle a little bit with like figuring out like where's a good place to have the basement door. You know, and I feel like a little mid-room hallway type of thing like this could be pretty good. Because it doesn't make... I mean, it should be in like a... technically speaking, it should be in like a corner room too. Like, you know, you had to go down to the basement. Maybe this isn't fully necessary. I also have... we should actually do the basement like this. So you guys... do you want to see what I have? I haven't put this into the game yet. But maybe that's good. Maybe rather than going straight down into the basement when you click on the door, you go into like a small room and then we have... Where are you? Boom. We have this thing. And that's where you actually go down into the basement. Maybe put a few barrels here, just have this as like a midpoint thingy. I'm about to wrap up working on Frog for the day. Nice! Has it been going well? Have you ever played Expedition 33? The entrance area reminds me of the manor in there. I haven't. Manor entrance, can I find this? I don't know if I can. Is that the place? Oh, is it this one? Oh, the middle staircase should have been pretty nice too, actually. And like side doors here instead. Yeah, it seems, I think that is a door. Could have been cool too. Have doors here and here. Center left and top of stairs, yeah. 3 hallways. Do you have a kitchen? Maybe a room connected to the kitchen, you go to the basement? Yeah, that's quite common, isn't it? I don't have a kitchen currently. We could make one. A lot of stuff in a kitchen though. It's just a bunch of cupboards and shit. The table is all skin from an old spin dial phone. This one? Yeah, I might have to do one. Usually they store food and stuff in the basements. Yeah, true. Yeah, might have to do a telephone. So I'm just trying to think of like a good layout here. Like we could put a kitchen in here. Then maybe have a door on the side which says like... Just, I think it could be nice to have a text saying basement. Because then later on, if you find like the basement key, you know where it's supposed to go, do you know what I mean? And I imagine that at some point we're gonna be like, oh, you know, if we do this whole generator thing, it's gonna be like, oh, the generator is out. Fortunately, we have one in the... or the power is gone, but we have a generator in the basement, kind of thing. You will have to create new assets. That is true, but at the same time, I'm gonna have to create new assets for almost every room I do, no matter what. The only difference is that there's a lot of stuff in a kitchen, but to be fair, most of it is just cabinets, right? Or cupboards, or whatever you want to call it. We're gonna ad starting in about 20 seconds for the non-subscribers. Thank you very much for your patience. On left side, I have a wall-hung rotary phone. And a table flower on the table. Yeah, I do have a dead plant somewhere. I'm pretty sure. I do have this little bugger. Should throw that one in. I also have a tablecloth we could use. decorate it. Rotary phone. How did I look on the wall? Oh, this should be pretty neat. When did you use these? What time period are we talking here? In what years were rotary phones common? Did you guys know something mad? I've been speaking a lot of English recently, right? Like my partner speaks English, and I stream in English 3 days a week. Like, I speak a lot of English. You know what's interesting that I've noticed? This is actually pretty mad. I have actually started making more of those like native speaking mistakes the more I've been speaking English. Which is kind of mad. I'm doing these mistakes that are very common for native speakers, no shame. Whereas they are the type of mistakes that are actually incredibly rare for non-native speakers. And I thought so much about it, and I'm like, this doesn't make sense. Why do I keep making these mistakes, which I've never done before? Like, I think I've almost never done these type of typos, and now I do them, and I think I realize why, because I think English is becoming more verbal for me. It's more of a spoken language than a written language. And the reason those type of mistakes are so common for native speakers is because they focus more on the sound than the written word. And yeah, exactly. The ones I'm talking about, as Cornbread is saying, is like, you know, there, and there. Stuff like, you know, your, as well as, what did I do now? Yeah, I mean, where are not even that close, but I still kinda, like these very similar spellings, but, and stuff, which is very uncommon for non-native speakers to do, because if you're learning English as a second language, you kind of learn it written, so we learn the words first and then how to say it. Does that make sense? Which means that you really do memorize it by the spelling in some regard, whereas a native speaker, you tend to learn the word by sound first, right? Because when you start off as a little baby, you hear your language all the time, but you never write it. So you learn like the spoken language first and then the written one. Whereas that's why I think these are more common for native speakers, because there's more of an emphasis on the spoken language. Whereas, you know, second language speakers tends to learn these type of words in combination with the spoken language. Thank you very much for learning, Vinny. Appreciate ya. But I've actually noticed now when I basically speak more English than I speak my native language today. And I've actually started mixing these up more and more. And it fucking annoys me, man. It's kind of interesting. And I think it has something to do with the fact that I speak the language so much today. We have like a hatch that opens the path to the basement, so it's special. I don't know where though, but just giving you ideas. No, we should do that. I still have a hatch from the Game Jam version. We have this one in the Game Jam version. You should do something like that as well. The only thing is that... I think what we should do is think about what's more scary. Going down the stairs or going down the hatch? Because the basement should probably be one of the freakier areas, I suspect. Your English is good, very posh. You think my English is posh? 50s, 60s, 80s? It seems to be 20s to 80s, so you were all quite good guesses. Are you sure you're not Danish? They're always proud of their perfect English, but it sounds like they're choking a seal when they speak it. No. This is almost... Calling me Danish is almost bannable behavior, you know? It's... You step in very close to a line here. I'm messing. I get you. All the homophones, yeah, exactly. People in America are actually stupid, so it's like 50% that just never get us right. No, and I think it's interesting, but I think these type of mix-ups are more common for native speakers in general. Obviously, I'm not trying to say that I am like a native speaker in English. You know, my English is still far from perfect. But I do speak it a lot more, and I found it very, you know, also as a language nerd, I found it very interesting how I've really noticed that I've started doing more of those mistakes now compared to what I did before. Your English is very good, mate. Cheers. No, like, I'm not saying, like, I know I'm not bad at English, right? Like, I understand that my English is decent, but I also think that, like, I don't think people would, like, mistake me for a native speaker either. Do you know what I mean? I think that's really what I'm trying to say. What's up, Lupo? Good evening. How you doing? I think that's good. Sorry, just fixing my light. Your accent almost sounds Australian. Well, that would be bad. That would be an issue. But it depends on what you compare it to. If you compare it to American, it would definitely be closer to a Australian one. Both you and Humana have great English. I mean, a lot of people do, right? Also, aren't Swedish and English kind of similar? Yeah, but that mainly goes for vocabulary, right? Because if you want me to speak with a Swedish accent when I speak English, it sounds a little bit like this, and it sounds absolutely horrible, right? Like, so if I take all my Swedish knowledge, or my Swedish muscle memory and stuff, and I try to speak English like this, then it sounds fucking horrendous. Do you know what I mean? So, like, although Swedish is obviously very similar, you definitely have like, if you speak any Germanic language, whether that is like German, Dutch, any of the Scandinavian languages, or to some extent even Romance languages, like English is one of the easier languages to know. But it's also not like a full one-to-one. When it comes to accent, I think Dutch people have the greatest advantage. I think the Dutch people tend to have very good accent in English. Because I think they have quite a few of those, like, a lot of their vowels and stuff are very similar to the English ones. I think it's specifically American English. Can you do an American accent? I actually struggle with it. I used to speak with more of an American accent, but it's kind of harder now because my English has changed so much. Like, the main difference really is that I would stop pronouncing my R's a bit more, stop doing my W's instead of L's. Because I say stuff like, you know, people make fun of me because I say, instead of saying bool, I say boo, like, right? Like that kind of stuff. Rather than saying people, I say people. So that's one of those things I need to change. And then obviously pronouncing the R's. Instead of saying like car, it would be car, right? But I think today my American accent is way worse than my British one. Swedish, indeed. Sounds like you speak from a sinus or something. I like Swedish Norwegian accents. Yeah, I think that it's just the like Swinglish and Norwegianlish accents. I think for a Scandinavian speaker, it sounds kind of cringe. I think it's hard to get around that fact. But I think most people probably feel that way when it comes to people speaking English with an accent of their own mother tongue. So it's something I do put in quite a lot of effort to not have my Swedishness, you know, shine through. But it does do every now and then. Like, we had a word recently which I mispronounced because I kept doing the Swedish emphasis, which was parenthesis, right? No, parenthesis, that one. The singular one. Parenthesis. I hate that fucking word. Never mind. Scottish accent is my favorite. That's a good one. I like Scottish. English is pretty easy to learn, hard to master. I think that's the case with most languages in some regard. As long as they're relatively close, like language-wise. So like for any of us who speak Germanic languages, English is relatively easy to learn. But that's not the case for everyone. You have to keep in mind how easy or difficult a language is to learn has everything to do with what your native language is. Like, for example, for Chinese or like Japanese people, English is a very difficult language to learn because it's so different, right? I mean, Chinese grammar, I think, is relatively close to English grammar, but the sounds obviously are completely different. And Japanese, like the grammar is completely different and the pronunciation is completely different. We have sounds in English that they don't have R's and L's, right? So like that's the reason why English is actually considered one of the hardest languages to learn if you are a native Japanese speaker. But then obviously it's the opposite for us. For us, Japanese is one of the hardest languages to learn. And for us, English is easy. For them, Korean would probably be easier because I think they have similar grammar to Japanese. You know, how difficult or easy a language is, the main factor is what languages you speak. So we can't say stuff like English is an easy language as on a universal scale. We have to keep in mind English is an easy language as Germanic speakers, or even to some extent as Romance speakers as well. Also, at least similar. Close enough, as they say. I'm fluent in Indian English because of all the programming tutorials. There's a lot of programming tutorials in Indian English, not gonna lie. I once watched a senior Amazon developer who was Chinese. I didn't understand anything. Yeah, but the thing is that it's very difficult to blame them because, you know, at that point it's like, try speaking Chinese. Let me see how you fare in Chinese, and then come back and tell me how it went. Do you know what I mean? As an American, I thought you were British the first few streams I watched. Did you actually? I think it's easier maybe to fool other people, though. I feel like for British people, I very much doubt I would fool a lot of British people. I feel like they would catch me pretty early on. Do you know what I mean? Icelandic English is shit because we speak with a very harsh tone. We sound like we are grumpy all the time. Oh, so the complete opposite to Norwegians there. Because Norwegians, they always end on a happy tone. Do you know what I mean? So they end up sounding so fucking happy. Talar du norsk? You know, that's how they speak. They always end it on a higher pitch. Swedish is very melodic as well. I feel like we do tend to sound kinda happy, but not to the extent that Norwegians do it. What's up, Fight on Compositions? Hey Chappy, have a nice stream. Are you going out? Thank you very much for dropping by, if that's the case. Appreciate ya. Somehow I can still very easily tell if someone is Swedish, even if they are very good at English, and you will always see it shine through. Yeah, no, it's you know, it's the easiest as a native speaker, right? Because you know the sounds very, very well. Like you've listened to them all your life. So even if one little Swedish vowel just ends up, you know, shining through, then, you know, you instantly notice it. But it's harder for people who are not natives. One of the reasons why maybe someone like Strom could mistake me for being British, because it's harder if you are not a British speaker nor a Swedish speaker, you are not as, you know, accustomed to the vowels and stuff in those languages. Because most of the time I feel like it's the vowels where we kind of fuck up. Not always. If we take the Japanese to English example, they have some consonants like the, you know, RL kind of thing, which is very difficult But for Swede, I feel like most... No, there's one vowel, J. We have a very soft J in Swedish. So a common mispronunciation by Swedes is to do a soft J, which sounds like a Y. So a Swedish speaker might tell you, I went to Yale, but actually mean, I went to jail. And those are two completely different sentences. As an American, I didn't think you were British, but I also dated a British chick for like 6 years, so yeah, that's what I mean. So you are more acclimatized to it, or accustomed to it. Also, let's be honest here, it's not like I'm trying to fool everyone. Like, I don't even think you have to scroll down to the stream to see a description of me saying I'm Swedish, so, you know. It's not like I'm trying to pass off as something else. I always say Norwegian is like Syrian, yeah. I'm going, yeah, just go ahead. Okay. No, I just saw the have a nice stream. Sounded like you were about to go thing. How you doing, Phytome? Nice to have you. Nice to have you back. German sounds like they're always yelling. There's a meme video about it. It can sound slightly harsher, but I think this is also I think languages that sound harsh is also one of those things where I think a lot of it is that we are just not used to it, right? Because I think if you would ask like a German speaker, they wouldn't agree, right? Russian is another one. A lot of people say that Russian sounds like a very like harsh language, but then a lot of the time you also have a lot of people who think that Russian is one of the most beautiful languages there are. Once again, I think it so much just depends on what languages you speak. Doing well, nice to hear. What have you been up to today? I've done a few new... we've done a little bit of art. We got a first little basement room going. So, what did I do? I made this basement window, and we got a little generator going. I also did some slight changes to the main hall. I think there was some issues here, this didn't look right, that's fixed now. I also made this one, like, slightly broken. I think that looks kind of nice. Sweet little detail. So trying to add some of this stuff into game. We also have footsteps now, which I think actually turn out really good. Listen to this. Isn't that pretty cool? Oh yeah! Oh, this cabinet is not fully centered. That is slightly off. We can't have it like that. That's illegal. We need to be pixel perfect. Upper main hall. Here we go. Love it. Looks insanely clean. Thank you. Appreciate ya. Everyone thinks that language is the most beautiful. I disagree. I don't. It's probably common though. I'll give you that. It's probably quite common. Interesting. This one is slightly off. Let's make this bigger. Not on that side. Let's make you taller. 48. There we go. And now let's put you at minus maybe 17. There we go. That, my dear friends, should be pixel perfect. Let's apply that to... Can I not? Why can I not apply this? Who cares? What's up, B Studios? How you doing, man? I speak Dutch natively and the language is barely holding itself together. Do you think so? I like Dutch. Dutch is cool. Goedemorgen. Do I know anything else? Barely. Jongen. I think that's like youngling or like kid or something. Goedemorgen, bitterballen. Yeah. I also know. Wait. How do I say it? Wait. I think it is, if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's bedankt voor de gezelligheid. I think that's the phrase. Bedankt voor de gezelligheid. I think that's how you say it. How would you even break your railing like that? You know what, I just realized that's a bit weird here. I didn't even think about this. It just made me realize. Because I was thinking that this were like a full wooden thing, that's why you can't see through it. But now here I turn this into just wooden stick thingies. Maybe that is what it is now, but you still can't see through it because I cannot be bothered. Everyone has to love how French sounds. Do you think so? I think it's very common to like the French pronunciation. I don't know if everyone. I'm very inclined to say that it's very few times where you can say that everyone agrees to something, right? I think I can find some people who don't like it. Because it's all subjective, isn't it? I don't mind French though, I like French. But unfortunately, what you say? Malheureusement, je ne parle pas français. Maybe you didn't read many Swedish literature? Not really. I also don't think we have that much of it. Like, it depends. Like, for example, I've studied quite a bit of Portuguese. In Portugal, people are like everyone studies Portuguese poetry and stuff, because it's such a common thing. Do I have any Swedes in here who ever studied poetry? Like, not because you took a class yourself, I mean because like it was just a part of your curriculum or whatever. I don't think I don't even know if I can name one Swedish poet. Muklas, can you name one Swedish poet? I don't think I know a single one, if I'm being honest. Whereas, I can name you like at least a handful of Portuguese poets. I can't, yeah, I don't think a lot of people can. And I feel like there's a big thing, like I feel like if you have a lot of like poetry and stuff, famous poetry in your language, I feel like speakers might be more inclined to find that language one of the more beautiful ones, if that makes sense. I feel like Portuguese is already a very poetic language on its own. Yeah, that's probably fair to say. The closest I know is Henrik Ibsen, who is Norwegian and not even a poet. Fair enough. Italian is one of my favorites. Italian is nice too. I like pretty much all Romance languages. Let's be honest here, I like most languages. I mean, we can basically just put a period there. I'm just a fucking language now, let's be honest. But in the Viking Age, once you were about to die in battle, it was custom to cite a custom poet about the situation. Oh, really? I didn't know that. So, Adi, Can you name any Icelandic poets? And also, did you study any poetry? Not as a optional study in school? Is Portuguese the language you study the most? Yeah. I mean, unless you would count English, but I feel like you almost can't. But yeah, Portuguese is definitely the language I've studied the most. Other than English, I would say that Spanish is the one that I've studied the most formally, because I did take a bit of Spanish in school. But, you know, I was also just like a, you know, shitty teenager who didn't pay attention, so I definitely didn't learn as much as what would have been nice. I kind of regret it today, but that is how it is. But I did study Portuguese for quite a while. Bolu Hjalmar. Interesting. I used to study poetry as an art of insults. Why did you decide to go for Portuguese? Kind of happenstance in some regard. I knew a few Portuguese people here on Twitch, and I got very much into languages. I did try to learn Japanese for a while. I studied Japanese for a bit. And then I wanted to try another language. Not because skill issue, I promise. But I wanted to try another language, so for some reason I had learned like a couple of words from those streamers that were Portuguese, and I was like, you know what? Maybe I should, just for fun, like learn a few more words in Portuguese. Also I had the advantage, obviously, of having studied a little bit of Spanish. Although it's not a one-to-one, there's quite a bit of similar vocabulary, and the grammar is relatively similar, you know? So that is a slight advantage. So yeah, I just started for fun, and then I don't know. I mean, not to sound like cringy or whatever, but I kind of ended up just falling in love with the language, and yeah, I got very obsessed for a very long time, and basically did nothing else but to study Portuguese. I still love Portuguese, of course. I don't study as much as I should, but yeah, I still listen to Portuguese music. Obviously, I speak a little bit of Portuguese every now and then. We have some Portuguese people here in the chat. But if you're asking me for like a proper reason, I have no actual reason to know Portuguese. It's literally just because I decided to try it and I found it very rewarding, so I kept doing it. What is up, Just Covino? How are you doing? Welcome in. What have you been up to? Sammykins, welcome. That Gamer, CodeMat, Brainerd Games, welcome back. Nice to have you all. How you doing? If anyone doesn't know me, I go by Mad Chirpy and I'm working on this point-and-click horror game. We've done a bit of art today. So I did some improvements to what I now consider the main hall in my game. I think it's pretty neat. Yesterday we also made a new little fireplace with painting of a posh bloke. Kinda nice, kinda nice. Today I spent a lot of time working on this little thingy. Made a full online generator. You know, we can now do a bit more of a basement type of scene. If anyone is interested, if you think the game looks cool, or whatever it might be, you can actually wishlist the game on Steam. Isn't that pretty cool? You can click that little button. It would help me out. And also, of course, if anyone does not know of the one and only Covino, definitely go and check him out. He's yet another developer here on Twitch, working on a bunch of cool stuff. You've been hosting a jam, is it? The jam finished, right? I think. I've been like slightly following here. How did that go? Hope you're doing well, Covino. Love the work you're putting in. Thank you so much, Covino. Everyone, I just realized that's a raid message. Thank you all. Fighting COVID, but we still gotta work on the greatest clicker game known to mankind. Nice. Do you have anything you wanna show? Oh damn, winner will be announced tomorrow. Exciting stuff. How many entries did you get? Or how many joined the game jam? Also, Hypnotic Games, welcome in as well. Nice to have ya. We do have an ad running, sorry about that one. Thank you for your patience. You can try my entry chops, it has Corvino's beautiful face in it. Ooh, nice. Maybe we might check it out on Wednesday, because then it should be finished, right? Oh, wait, no. If the winner is announced, that means it's already finished, isn't it? I just realized. Damn, 100 signups, not bad, man. 20 entries, sweet. That sounds like a success to me. Yeah, it would be fun to host a game jam at some point. Was this your first one you hosted yourself, Corvino? Looks like a game that would run on my Virtual Boy, do you mean mine? I think you could run my game on an absolute potato. That's what I think. And I'm not saying that because I'm very good at optimizing, that is definitely not what I mean. I just mean that there's like no... Like, the native size of this game is 320 by 180 pixels. Everything is fucking minuscule. Yeah, so the Steam requirements, yeah. Obviously that is a little bit of an estimation, but I do have some stuff, like in my DevTools I can... It doesn't show up correctly here when I'm in the editor, but I can check like how much memory and stuff I'm using. You see this? How the FPS is affected and stuff. That is quite useful. And then obviously for the space I just looked at how big the game is and how big I suppose that the full one is going to be. Oh yeah, people, something else we did today. I did recently show this off, but we have footsteps now. Isn't that fucking sick? Just added them a little while ago. I think it turned out pretty nice. Still thinking if I should have a room in between this room and this room. I need to fully figure out this layout here. What was I working on? I don't even remember now. We were looking at maybe adding a rotary phone. I found like this would be quite easy to do. Can also do one like that. What did it say? These were generally used mid-80s to 1800s onward. Rotary phones started to decline rapidly as touch phones became more common and were increasingly required for service like automated menus. Some rotary phones remained in use into the 1990s, especially in rural areas or amongst users reluctant to upgrade. But by then they were considered outdated. I think it's fine to have a rotary phone. Unity works with C#, right? You are correct. Yeah, very first one, nice! Well, it sounds like you had a good first one then. ICA basic CPU as the minimum requirement? Yeah, pretty much as the minimum requirement. Yeah, exactly. Depends on what period you're going for. Yeah, I mean, that is the thing. I'm a little bit undecided, but I think I want this to be like a... Obviously, I'm going for kind of old house here. Like, I've recently started changing my furniture a bit, trying to make it seem a little bit more old school. So a good example is like, you know, I added these extra details and stuff. You know, made the table a little bit more interesting. And I feel like these type of extra details tend to look more old school. Because today a lot of stuff is very simple. I can show you what they looked like before. I mean, I posted a image on my Blue Sky. Actually my best post on Blue Sky so far. If you didn't know, you can follow me on Blue Sky here. This was the before and after. I feel like this looks like straight out of IKEA 2025, whereas this has more of like a old mansion type feeling to it. So, but here's the thing. I still want the game to be set in a relatively new age, because I also want to have, like, I don't want to go back to like the 1800s, because that minimizes the amount of puzzles I can do. Because now I can't have like electricity and so on. So what I'm kind of been envisioning is maybe the time period is like, I don't know, 80s, 90s. But then we are in a very old house. Because nothing says that the house has to be up to date, right? Like, technically speaking, stuff stays around longer, right? Like, they started to decline after this. Declining indicates the fact that they were still around, right? So even if we would be in the 90s, nothing says that a house like this couldn't have a rotary phone. Does that make sense? There could be a collector and just have an old phone. True as well. Very, very true. Welcoming Devious Oatmeal. How you doing? My father's wife had one in the early 2000s. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, so even if they were the most common in like the... But they became the standard around like the 40s to 60s. That doesn't mean that just because I have a rotary phone, this has to be set in the 40s. Right? Should we try making one just for fun? Maybe add the vase as well, quickly. I don't know if I could do something more interesting with that one. I feel like we could. Props vase. I think we need to decorate this stuff a little bit more. Like, I don't want to overdo it either, because I do have a lot of... Should we try getting a candle in here? I do have a lot of placeholder rooms, but having this stuff implemented so I can decorate stuff later on is still good. I kind of want to try making a candle, just to see how it looks. I don't need to animate the entire candle, really. I might do it anyway, why not? Boom. We add some other color in here. Should something be like a different color? Nah, I think I'm doing it like this. Ooh, I also have this little lamp. I forgot about that one. That one we can definitely use to... decorate stuff with as well. Any other good, like, small decorations we could use? Any ideas? Feel free to sham. Why haven't I ever heard about Blue Sky before? I don't think it's that old, to be honest. It's fairly new, isn't it? Does anyone know when they launched Blue Sky? Was it when Musk bought Twitter? It might have been around that time. Which I also don't know when it was. I am horrible when it comes to, like, having a good understanding of, like, time. I don't know why, but I'm fucking shite with it. February 2023, okay. Yeah, so it's fairly recent. Just ad-free Twitter, yeah, basically. 2024? Penis candles? Do you think they look like a penis? Do they look too penisy? I think it's fine. Devious Oatmeal, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate you, man. Also, very nice name. I like oatmeal. Oatmeal is nice. I eat it every day. Oatmeal is certified POG, if I may say so. Should we do one of these? Or should we do one of these? No, I think I might do one of these. Slightly simpler. Not because I'm lazy, I promise. Doing one not on a wall would be harder. Would it? Maybe it wouldn't have to be that bad. It depends on the perspective though. If it's gonna be centered in the room, it would be quite easy. To the side, we need to get like this type of angle. You need to see the side a bit. might be more difficult. I think we can try both. Let's try doing both and then make a decision. It was invite only till 2024. Blue Sky officially launched to the public on February 6th, 2024. Okay. High risk, high reward. Okay. Phone. Should we do this in a test scene instead? Just to get the sizing right. There's so much stuff going on here now. Holy shit. Let's do something like this. That's fine, right? Okay, rotary phone. Let's start off doing... Do I have a table in here? Box radio... I do have a cabinet. We could draw one on the cabinet. It would be easier to do... Ew, old table. I don't want my old table in here. Give me my new table. Boom, boom, boom. There we go. Okay, let's try doing both. Let's make a new layer. Call this phones. Okay, so on the wall. Well, we can do maybe something. Maybe we should think about the phone first. That might be easier. Like take the size of the phone. Maybe something this work maybe. Is that too big? I mean, easier if I could do this. I don't know if this is gonna be too big. I'm actually not sure about this. The thing is that I don't have a lot of pixels to play around with, do you know what I mean? So like, the issue doing one on the table, that would probably have to be even smaller. Like, unless I do the phone like this. And that would be the smallest I could do it, right? How big is this canvas? 320 by 180. So it is very small. I think your rotary phone would be nice. It would like fit the vibe, but I think it might be difficult getting one to look good in this size. Just this feels too big, doesn't it? I feel like it is too big. This might be a harder undertaking than I first gave it credit for. Is that a pill bottle? Which one? Or the thing he was drawing? Use monster as a reference? I could actually do that to get the size right. He's cooking. Warning, speed camera ahead. We could also try to do it like one of these, like fill-in ones. Then I don't know. What is up, Samurai Dev? Welcome in. Hope you're having a great day. I am. Thank you very much. Hope you're doing well as well. Hope you're having a good Monday. How you doing? One is too big and the other one is not detailed enough. Lol, it's hard, man. It really is. And the thing is that when you're working with these like minuscule pixel art sizes that I am working with, it's like adding one pixel is like a huge difference. Do you know what I mean? No, this looks too high. Can I do this? Is that gonna look... No, that doesn't work. Also, I realized that now the black part here kinda looks just like a hashtag. Don't know if I love that. How am I a chicken? I'm not a chicken. Thank you very much for the follow, Samurai. I appreciate ya. Thank you, nice. Congrats on your game button. Looks great. Thank you very much. Move the smaller one on the table, maybe. The thing is that it would look different if it was a smaller one, right? Because now we have to... Or if it was on the table. So now we have to do something like... How do we do this?
Phytone Compositions is forcing you to stand up for 10 minutes.
Let's do it. Are you from Sweden? I am indeed. Are you too? Are you a fellow Swede? Do I have one of my countrymen in here? Oh wait, this is not right. I think maybe, in this perspective, I don't think I can do it. From like a... If we have it centered in the room, we could probably sort it out. Still, it's gonna be difficult, because now, what, we need a... We need like the rotary thing over here.
Why did the rotary phone break up with the smartphone? Because it couldn't handle the pressure of a toxic relationship, too much dialing.
Anyway. Oh, I like the new room. Thank you, Nietzsche. Appreciate ya. What's up, Venom Mouse? How you doing? Welcome in. Now it looks like a dynamite detonator. Kinda true. Holy shit, I actually see it. Holy shit, that is kind of true. Is it a phone? Or is it a detonator? Because you know what? It kind of could be either one. Kind of true. You know what we could do as well, though? You also have those where the phone is on the side, right? Kinda could do something like this too. This is completely unreadable. There's no fucking way you would know what this is. This makes no sense. I don't like this. Nope, that's fucking horrible. I hate it. I'm from Argentina originally, but I'm based in the enemies, question mark. Are you in Norway, Denmark? Which one? The good or the bad one? The good or the bad enemy? What, what's up, Creative Waste? How you doing? Nice, Avia. Did you know... Wait. I am pretty sure that Creative Waste might have just released a demo. Did you guys know this? I am pretty sure that's the case. So, you know. Which means that a little bit of a shout out is very much due. I think... Holy shit, I still haven't changed it to the Steam page. Fuck me, dude. I need to get on that. The old one. He's working on a really cool looking game. Let me just bring it up for you guys here. The old one, and look at that! Demo is available. Is that not fucking sick? He also has a Kickstarter. 50% funded as of right now. Holy shit, GG man. Here's the game if anyone wants to check it out. Feel free to link your Kickstarter as well, if you want to. Dope shit. Go and check the game out. Click that wishlist and follow button. Support our fellow developers. Play the demo. All of that good stuff. Anyways, nice stream. Got to run. See you next time. No worries, Adi. Thank you very much for dropping by. Always nice to have you here. And I'll see you next time. Cheers. Add sign. This was supposed to be a phone. Sorry. That might be a fix actually. Not gonna lie. You might be onto something here. This is far too big. Far too big. I don't think I can get this to work, guys. I actually don't. I'm starting to believe that I just do not have what it takes to make a rotary phone. So this would have been straight ahead. It would have been like boom. I don't know, some of these aren't horrible. Like I could kind of live with this one, kind of. I don't love any of them. Looks more like an old school fire alarm. Birdhouse. Wait, this one? The ones on the top look cool. Did you like this? Maybe. I feel like this one is a bit too big. At least the phone, I think, is too big. We're trying to think about the perspective here. Now, obviously, I don't have a lot of stuff going on here, so can't really tell. I feel like this one is massive. This one looks weird. I think that one, the scaling here is a bit off. This one I think is the best. This one is a little bit too unreadable. This one I could be fine with. If you did one with a mouthpiece and earpiece are separate, might be easier to convey. How do you mean they are separate? I really like the middle one on top. I think that is the best one. You could also have a little plate that says phone above around it. I mean, you could. You could even, like, if you want to, you could even do this, right? I mean, we could put something like that in the game, just to really make it clear. Top middle is cool, maybe a pixel less for the tube supports. That is difficult. Because the only way to do this with a 1 pixel is to do this. Unless we have the phone not be centered, or this one not be centered. But I feel like that looks slightly off. Because the thing is that if I want this one to only be 1 pixel, that means this needs to be an uneven number, which means that we either have to make it wider, or we have to make it more narrow. Sent you an image on Discord, let me have a look. But now it feels like this would be even older. Now I'm scared we might be going too old. And I also don't know if this would be... I feel like I would almost have a harder time making this one. At least to a recognizable position or spot. I don't know what I'm saying. Because if the rotary phone started going down in the 90s, where did the separated one start declining in use? I feel like that's, because those are probably older, right? I was thinking 1 pixel less on the top, both sides. Don't know what measures you're using. Wait. The top middle is true, but a pixel less for the tube support. Wait, do you mean this one? Is this what you're referring to? Oh, wait, are you saying this? Is this what you're saying? I think that might be what you're saying. Nope, the grey. Okay. You mean going down one? Now I get it. Sorry, man. If I'm being slow, I'm always gonna blame it on me being live for 9 hours, and now I can feel good about myself again. You know what's kinda mad? I poured up my tea like 6 hours ago. I think I had like 2 sips of it. Okay, you are saying that we should do this, right? Should also have a black pixel here. Don't know if that's better or worse. I think that is worse. Don't worry, 9 hour stream, that's it. Cheers, man. Does hot dog bean make coffee taste like hot dogs, or does it make hot dogs taste like coffee? That is one of the questions that philosophers have debated for millennia, and I am not sure if there is a answer to it. What's up, Moonies? The one and only. How are you doing? I'm apparently making rotary phones. Which one do you think is best? We have, what do we have? We have 1, 2. We got ourselves a little 3. We have a 4. And of course, we have a 5. We also have a 6, but no one likes it, so fuck that one. Hello, friend. Hope you're doing well, Moonies. Don't take my artist eye as a truth, I'm like a dog, seen in black and white. 1 slightly downsized. It's hard to slightly, like, it's easy to say slightly downsized, but how do I... Because there's a lot of questions here. If I move this 1 step in, we now have to make a smaller circle. Now we're gonna have uneven here, so now we need to have a double one. I still think like the phone is the main issue here. I think the phone is way too big. You could make a bigger box for this one. Because I think this phone size is better. I think this phone is way too big. I don't know if I can make a phone in between these two. What would that be? I mean, I should be able to. That would be... Well, that is difficult, because that would be 4. But if I do 4... it becomes a double pixel line. That would be... something like this. That looks even bigger. But then if I have this only one, now it's not centered, so that doesn't work. I remove this. I don't think so. Hmm. 4 is the real deal, the rest are... Do you think so? For you as well, Oatmeal? Not gonna lie, the 4th looked most like a phone. I would add some grey between the phone and the base. Wait, where in between? I did add one grey pixel here, kind of like the thing you hang it on, if that makes sense. I still think 2 looked the best. I think I am leaning more towards these. Should probably make this one a little bit... I should try making it thinner. But now it's a lot of white clusters here. I don't love that. Two and 3 look too small, you think so? I mean, it's hard when I don't have enough details in here. That's an old rug. I don't even have that in the game anymore. I feel like 1, I think is too... I think 1 is too big. I could kinda see the 4 phone here. That one I think is fine. I mean, it's the same phone as here. You could make the base bigger on one of these. That's very possible. Looks kinda like Shovel Knight said. That's kinda funny. I can see it. 2 and 3 look too small. You're all youngins, back in my day it was 4. Yeah, but that might be too recent, right? I'm fine with it. I feel like this is even more old school, if anything. This is older. This is an older style than this, isn't it? I feel like you're the youngling here, Moonis. 3 looks like an old cassette player. Damn, I really like 4 now. Holy shit. We are way too undivided for this. I'm looking at the handle and imagining a hand around it. Then the same hand going around those phones. Wait, oh, did you mean the door handle? Okay, but then let's do this instead. What do you think now? What the fuck is the painting? There we go. Because this handle is a lot closer to us. Because now, compared to this handle, this one is fucking massive, isn't it? And keep in mind, if we're looking only at the phones, is this not even the same phone? Yeah. This is the same phone as this one, it's just sideways. Actually, wait, all of these are the same. No? This is the only one that's slightly smaller. 2, 3 and 4 all have the same phone. She's fucking difficult, man. Why if I just make a bomb detonate instead? I think that would be easier. Game ends, you just blow up everything. I'll still go for, though the perspective is a little wonky with the new door. To be fair, all of these have a bit, like... Unless they are quite literally in the wall, you would need to see the side. If we're gonna have it over here, which means we kind of need to do... At least maybe something like this. If it's gonna be correct in perspective. Oh, maybe we should be cheeky and do this. I have to move that one. I'll make the phone longer. Because now this looks off, right? Whether it technically is or isn't. We even add like a fire extinguisher somewhere. That we could do. Fire ex... How the fuck do I spell extinguisher? There we go. Can we go old fire extinguisher? I cannot say this word. And they basically look the same. We can probably add one of those. This is basically what I'm seeing on 2, 3, and 4. No. No. 2, 3, and 5. No. Why not on this one? Why not on 1? So would you say that 1 is better? Oh, but that's not... If we have the perspective thing, then that becomes a bit weird. The thing is that we should put this... If we don't have a door, we should put this at the center of the room as well. Like that is a option as well. Nothing says that it has to be on the side. Oh, 1 was the large one? Oh, have I flipped the numbers a bit? Oh yeah, because I flipped the order of these, right. I remember. For me, 4 is the best. Maybe add a little bell on top of 4. Should probably do that. But how would we... Question is how... Even that. Add a bell. What do we do? Like... That looks off in perspective. I think we have to put it here. you had a phone on the top and hanging on the wall, it's not an old phone. They always sit on the table if they haven't had a phone like that. Do you think so? Is that the case? Because here I only said rotary phones. What about wall-mounted ones? 1930s to the 1980s, I think we're pretty fine. Wall-mounted rotary phones started appearing in homes and businesses. These early models were often bulky and made out of metal or bakelite. Bakelite? Is that how you say bakelite? I don't know how you say it in English. 1950s to 60s, sleeker, more colorful plastic ones became widespread. The Western Electric 554, introduced in 1955, became one of the most iconic wall-mounted rotary phones in the US. I think it's fair to say that we can have a old phone on the wall as well. This one had a phone on top of it. I feel like that would be even harder to get right though. Because then we have to... But to not make the phone too big, it would be something like this maybe? But then we can't really make the wheel here, can we? Unless we go maybe... kinda works. It's weird to not have it connected in the center though, isn't it? But now if you see the side, you should kind of see the side of the phone as well. So now the question is if we shouldn't do it like this. I mean, I don't hate it. I don't hate it. Oh, no. So on a table you put it on top because it makes more sense. But Moon is that there are these phones with it on top. Like, the reason I made that one first is because of a reference, right? Not saying that it isn't less convenient. It definitely are. Definitely is. That's why I said grammar. Okay, you are right that the ones on the side were pretty much always the most common. Common in offices, homes, offices and public buildings. Top-mounted handset phones. Less common but not rare. Ironically, especially in Germany and Scandinavia, ironically. Used in kitchen or tight spaces where the width was limited but vertical space was available. Sometimes considered more stylized or modern for certain interior designs. Less common overall, but they had practical and aesthetic niches. Side-mounted most dominated due to ease of use, manufacturing standardization and broader distribution, especially in the US. If you ask me what 1, 2, 3 and 5 was without knowing the context, I would say some kind of alarm bell. Fair enough. Speaking of bells, I don't know if I don't have enough pixels to make that look good enough, I think. I kinda don't mind this one either, to be honest. Looks like there's a little mushroom go. Yeah, kinda true. Just Google old wall phone and you get a million examples. Is that not what I did? I mean, rotary phone's wall. That is basically old wall phone. Right? If anything here, it seems like front facing is actually the most common. Actually, is there any? This one is technically side mounted and that one. But it's still front facing, which is interesting. Or however you want to say it. Otherwise, I would say that according to these search results, it's kind of the one straight on top like this that seems the most common. Like, the other ones do show up as well. This is too old, right? Because this, I feel like people wouldn't be able to clock that it's a phone. Especially not in the low-res pixel art. I don't know, how are you guys feeling about this one? 0. I'm starting to see, I don't know if I like this either, actually. So I feel like the box is kind of big on the sideways one we have. I could potentially... Maybe this? We do lose that middle pixel though. Zero says phone more than the others, but the time period is very different. You think so? I don't know. The thing is that like my history in general isn't the greatest, I feel like. Let's see, I checked the rotary phones and wall-mounted phones. What about wall-mounted rotary phones where the phone was hung on the front, kind of? Crank or box phones where the handset or receiver was hung on the hook or cradle on the front of the phone body, often beneath or beside the speaking tube or fit. Wait, what? Is this what I mean? I'm not sure if this is what I mean. I'm not entirely sure that is what I mean. I don't think that is what I meant. How do I explain this? Can I do this? Can I do this? I meant these. Does that work? Rotary wall-mounted phone with a handset hanging on the front, integrated into the body. Style was especially popular in the 1960s to 70s. So it is fine in terms of time period, I think. Because like I said, I'm imagining this to still be relatively modern, but we're in an old house, if that makes sense. We got some ads coming up in about 1 minute. Zero looks like an emergency phone. Or the symbol outside of payphones. I mean, that is good in some regard, because that does mean it's recognizable, right? Which I'm starting to see what you guys mean with these. They might not be as... I see how they could be misread. I don't know if I can do that. Should we put it to a vote? I feel like we have a pretty good mix here. A symbol outside of payphones. I mean, at least that should mean that it is quite recognizable as a phone. Also, I'm spending a lot of time on this. I don't even know, is this supposed to be interactable? Because that's a very important question. Like, if we add this to the game, should it have a function? Are you able to call someone? Maybe this is what the questions I should have answered first. What happens when you click on the phone? Oh, you know what we could do? We could make it so that if you click on the phone, we hang it straight down. 3, 5, 10. Should we flip it then? Yeah, maybe. We could do this and then play like a, you know, the busy tone thingy or whatever, you know what I'm trying to say. That could be the interaction. Welcome back from the ads, people. I'm considering like what should be the function of the phone in game, like as in like what happens when you click on it. Because if we're gonna have this, I feel like it should be clickable, but I also don't know if I want to play it to be able to actually call someone. But I did realize that we could do this. So when you click on this, we just let the phone go, and then we, for like a few seconds, we just play the no tone. No tone. That's not... How do I refer to... You know the tone I mean. Yeah? I think I might prefer this one. I think I might. But I am willing to poll it. Which phone is the best? Oh, can I not do... Oh, I cannot do more? Okay, let's do... Which ones do I like the most? I think... Let's do... Okay. I don't... I think this one is far too big. I think this box is too big too, in my opinion. Okay, this is good enough. Let's hide this for now. Zero, 1, 2, 3, 4. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, perfect. Let's do 2 minutes. Poll is up. Ladies and gentlemen, remember to vote. Your vote matters. It's important. Which phone do you like the best? Dial tone? Yeah, that sounds like a good way to describe it. Yeah, we just play that tone. Fade it out after like a few seconds. I feel like that could work. Any voters? Any voters in? Do you want to have your voice be heard? Oh shit, the amount of references I actually have open. Oh yeah, though, that one I might want to check. Fire extinguisher. Might do one of those. Okay, we are getting some votes in. There's about 1 minute left on the poll. Boom. The amount of stuff I have open. Holy ADHD. There we go. Oh no, it's a tie. Okay, we cannot let it be a tie. Vote, people, cast your vote. There's about, what, 20 seconds left or something in the poll? Bro, I'm dying. The UI rebinding is kicking my ass and it won't work. I know the feeling, Jin. I spent a lot of time on the rebind system as well. I mean, I spent like almost 2 full days or something to get the rebinding stuff to work fully. Okay, you guys gave me a... you gave me a tie. So, we did have 2 votes on this one. We had 2 votes on this one, and we had 1 vote on this one. So we currently have a tie between this one and this one. Which means it's back to the dictatorship. Which is democracy didn't work. Take second place. Is this the one you think, Hypnotic? That one shows up as second place for me, but I don't know if that is always the case. If it's... what do you call it? Deterministic. The rebinds work in the settings menu, so new rebind key is updated, but then the default bindings are the ones that work. Oh, interesting. I meant phone too. Oh, do you mean this one? No. Are you saying this one? Because in that case, you just gave me a three-way tie. That's not helping me, man. This is making it worse. Oh, shite. Oh, wait, you voted 3? Oh. But now it's a tie between these two. In that case, we're just moving the tie from this one to this one. Now, let's see how these look with the phone down as well. I suppose that is important too. Okay, can I move some of these phones out of the way? I don't think we want these. I think this one is too big. And no one voted for this one, so let's remove that one too. Let me have a look. How you doing, Hypnotic? Are you having a good Monday? Are you a full-time developer as well? Out of curiosity. Okay, so in this case, we should just do... not just do this. I think you mean Tuesday. Technically speaking, you are correct. Especially for you, because you are way ahead of me. And it is technically Tuesday for me too. It is 15 minutes past midnight, so... no matter for which one I meant, it still is Tuesday. Now, how many hours ahead of me are you? What, like, 12 hours? No, I don't know. No, 8 hours. You're 8 hours ahead of me. Okay. I think, is that... wait. Now I feel so ignorant. Do you guys only have one time zone? Or do you have multiple? No, you don't have multiple. Very few countries have multiple time zones, right? I know America does. I feel like that's quite the exception, isn't it? Where do I connect that one? The mid one. Just gonna look off. I'm gonna put it here. I do think this looks better than this. Oh, you do have multiple? Oh, okay. I mean, it is... Australia is a big country. Time zones. Oh shit, you do have a lot. What the fuck? Wait, why is this? Plus... what? Wait, what? Is this all your time? Holy shit, that's a lot of time zones. Oh, it changes on daylight saving time. Damn. That is way more than I expected. I thought, okay, if you have it, I expected like 2 maybe. This is a shit ton. Interesting, I had no idea. Well, you learn something new every day, eh? Boom, 1, 2, 3, boom. I don't know why I care so much about the wire being the exact same amount of pixels. Probably doesn't matter that much, does it? Maybe then maybe I should flip it this way. I think hanging down, this one might look the worst. It could also be because I connected a wire here, because I could have gone all the way down here. And then have this one be here. I think that would probably look better. Yeah, I think I would prefer that. I think I prefer 0 though, to be honest. I think I like this one the most. This one feels very big. I think that's the main thing. I think we're doing this one. The dictatorship has spoken. What the fuck? Yeah, I think I prefer that one. Should we put the phone in the main hall? Is that possible? Okay, let's save this. Is it? No, it might be too big here, because this wall is even further away. We should see. It should be kind of nice to have a phone in here. I don't think it's gonna work. Let's do this first. Props, telephone 0. Props, telephone 1. What else did I add? Candles. Kinda wanna see how this would look in game. Oh wait. I need to have an unlit channel though. The thing is that you have to consider how much things actually... How many things you actually need to add just for such a simple thing as a candle. Like, it sounds like a very small thing, right? But at the same time, it's like, if I have a candle, should you not be able to maybe make, like, extinguish it? Does that mean should you be able to light it as well? Now we need to have, like, matches. Because how can you light it if you don't have matches? If I'm gonna add matches as a game object, or as an item in the game, do we need to be able to light more stuff with the matches? Like now, if we have matches, should you be able to light the fireplace upstairs? Is this what they call the door problem? This might be what they call the door problem. I'm slightly unsure. Like, should you be able to light this if you have matches? Should you have matches? Should you be able to extinguish? I feel like you should. I kinda like interactions, and I feel like if I add something like a candle, you probably should have an interaction around it. How much should a candle light up? That's a lot of questions. I really like the new footstep sound though. I think that turned out pretty good. Oh, you could have a phone here. in like the main entrance. That would kind of make sense too. If it's too big to have here, which I think it is, I think we're gonna put the phone here. I shouldn't fit a wardrobe in here, dude, should I? Maybe I did this door a little bit too big. We could probably make it like, I don't know, 5-6 pixels less wide. Maybe on the height as well. It is a very big door. It should be bigger, just that's what I'm considering to have as like the main entrance or whatever. You could fit a decent sized display case / shelf on the left spot here. When you say display case, do you mean like in the ones I have in my Skyrim house? Holy shit. What would we display? Or do you mean something like this? Oh, yeah, we should definitely do something like this. I mean, I almost have everything you would need to make this. Because we have this one, right? This one right now, I was considering having cabinets here, or doors here, and then having it opened here. But we should easily add, like, all we need to do is to take these, right? And just make windows instead. So maybe... Do we still need a handle? Maybe on that one we can be a bit cheeky and just have like a dot for a handle. That one would be higher up as well, so you'd probably put the handle a bit lower, like here maybe. And then we could just do this. And boom, we can make a display case. Easy fucking peasy. What's up, Slow King? How you doing? Welcome back, man. Just for it kind of matches your design styling from the others. Give some glass and a hidden lower door spot for interaction, etc. Yeah. Need to remember to raycast alpha pixels on something like this. Yeah, we can definitely try this. I'm wondering if this one might be a bit too... I haven't added that into the game yet. It might be a bit too wide. But as I said, I don't know if I made this door too big. Don't compare to this one. It should be compared to this, just as a side door. So if we feel like we can't fit anything in here, at that point I feel like it might be better to just make the door smaller, because we do want to decorate stuff, right? I'm so fucking happy with the footstep sounds. I think that's a great addition. How you doing, Slow King? How's your Monday or Tuesday? Okay, props, let's save this. Let's make a few more objects. Where's my prop is? Oh yeah, wait, there was one more thing I had to add. Like I said, if we're gonna have candles, I think we need to have an unlit one as well. I think that's, if I'm not mistaken, that's the law. Did I not do these before? Did I not save them? Holy shit, did I forget to apply, you fucking Dumbo? Whoops. Well, well, well. That happens. Telephone 0. Doing good. I'm drawing sprites for my game right now. Nice. Also doing some artsy stuff. Let's go. Telephone 1. Candle 0. One, 2, 3. Did I chat all of these out? Didn't chat this one out. What you call this? This is a wardrobe. This is a... cabinet? Can I call it a cabinet? I don't know. Keep in mind here, this should be both a display case or a... like, cupboard with a open shelf here. It should be either or. Would that also be considered a display case? Maybe. Should have made something where you have cupboards all over. No. No, I don't think I want that. What do I call this? Cabinet. Is this too big to be a cabinet? Maybe not. No, IKEA says this should be a cabinet. Kitchen cabinet. I think we might be able to call this a cabinet. I think I called the other one a cupboard. This one. I do indeed. I wonder if I could build a kitchen by just putting these next to each other all over the room. I think I could. Just put this edge to connect with this one, and then maybe make one whole board, and boom, we have a kitchen. Might actually be able to do that. Let's see. Duplicate that one. Put you here. Boom, copy this. Cupboard 1 base. Wardrobe. I think I'm gonna call this a cabinet. I don't know if that is correct. If any native English speaker has a better word for me, let me know. Cabinet base. So now I would have cupboard, wardrobe, cabinet. Does that make sense? I don't know. We have the wardrobe doors. Cupboard doors could be used for that one. I need to do the bigger hitboxes. I don't think I actually do. I think I fucked it up before. I should have made the base... should have made outside inside. So I can place the items in between this... no, behind this. The items should be in between the background and this, because then this hitbox is gonna cover it. Is that an issue where you could click on the very edge below the door and pick up an item inside? Because the item's hitbox was going outside of it, you know? But if I just made this in front of the items, that would like automatically solve it. Oh no, never mind. Because I can't do that with this one, unless I separate the inside, at which point I could do it with that one. Maybe I should have done that. How many sprite sheets do you guys have in your game? Are you the type of people to do a new sprite sheet for each like object, or do you do these like messy gigantic sprite sheets with like every object in the game, just out of curiosity? I can flip these doors, I don't need both. Display case door, maybe? 0. Display case door 1. 2. I made a new spreadsheet for every new game object, item, characters. Damn. I don't. Maybe I should. I'm starting to think sometimes that this does get very messy after a while. But I also feel like it's... I feel a bit of sunken cost fallacy. Like, is it too late for me now to start doing... Because that would mean I had to redo this, re-implement all of them. I feel like, can I actually be bothered? But I'm kind of starting to see why it could be nice doing that. Because now if I need to move stuff around, I have to change like everything. And like finding stuff here is... Like, I can't search for a thing in here if I want to find it in the sprite sheet. Normally you just search for the sprite, but yeah. Okay, I think we can make quite a few new items with this. Everything applied should be. Let's try. Let's start doing a... What do I want to do? Let's do a new UI image. Maybe not. Let's call this telephone. Let's actually remove the image. Let's add a prop icon. And then on this one, we are going to do a UI image. We are going to get ourselves a bit of a phone. Let's call this one something like telephone mounted, maybe? Let's remember to do a lit material. Let's change the color. Did I not rename you? Telephone mounted. We have some ads coming up in about 1 minute. Thank you for your patience. Let's make this interactable. On click, you are probably gonna play some sound effects. I don't know what sound effect we can put in here now. I actually have no clue. Do we have something we could use in the meantime? I'll click out. Maybe. I don't know. Let's try it. And then we want to... switch objects on click. I would like you to deactivate yourself. And then I would like you to activate this new one, which we are going to call telephone hanging, I guess. This one probably doesn't need to be interactable. So let's remove all of this and do non-interactable. I think the phone is not going to fit in here though. What? Why? Oh, have I forgot to set native size, set native size. 40. Oh, I was changing the position, you fucking dumbo. 18, maybe 16? No. 10? Yeah. That's too big. It's too big in here. And let's go to props. Let's add the telephone. And then let's open the telephone and add these into the part prefabs. Boom, boom. Now we can delete the telephone in here, and let's try it in the entrance room. I feel like it should fit in here. Welcome back from the ads, people. Telephone, bum bum boom. That should work, right? I don't think the sound effect is gonna work. Oh, I should probably raycast the alpha pixels on this, because otherwise... Oh wait, that's not even interactable. Why are you not interactable? Telephone... Oh, just the telephone hanging is on top, I see. I also forgot to switch the sprite here. And let's do this. Telephone. Boom, boom. Telephone. Set native size. Eight. That looks correct to me, and then disable you. Did that not save? Did save, okay. Telephone, overrides, revert. Now, it should, as far as I know, be interactable. It is indeed. You can tell by the fact that it is being highlighted. Highlight? I don't even know. Probably need a different sound effect, but that kinda works. I think we need to play that dial tone or whatever. Just to give extra feedback that, like, the phone was not working. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. Should we add a cabinet? Or should we add the candle? Should probably add both. Did you create the sound effects as well? I like them a lot. I helped out doing some of them. We haven't changed out all of them, but currently Bjarne, who is the sound designer on this project, or whatever you want to call it, he is in the process of remaking all of the sound effects. He bought a fancy audio recorder and everything. We still have some old sound effects left. But yeah, for example, the footsteps he made today, and that was literally him with his hands inside of a pair of shoes, smacking them on the floor. Sounds pretty fucking good. He's done a great job so far. So he's currently doing the music, ambience and sound effects, and then I do the rest basically. That is the current division of work. Okay. Well, what was I gonna do? A cabinet. I don't think I have a cabinet right now. I only have my cupboard, right? Yeah, I have the old one and the new one. So we should probably duplicate this one, and then we rename this into... Let's call this one cabinet. And now I think I'm going to be a bit more clever. I'm gonna unpack these, and then I'm going to change this. Cupboard base, no. This should be cupboard inside. And I'm going to move the base over here, but still behind the doors. And then rename this into outside. Which is now... the hitbox of the base should cover this, be on top of the stuff that's inside. So this would block those hitboxes, which I think is good. Then we might even have the base raycast alpha pixels, just to get even more of a hitbox. But yeah, thank you for the compliment. I do think so far I am very happy with the the sounds. And it adds so much. I still remember the first time we started adding sound effects to the game. It makes a huge fucking difference, not gonna lie. I'm gonna center all of you for now. Okay, inside I'm gonna need to duplicate that one. Ooh, is this even gonna work? Is this going to be incorrect in terms of perspective? I think it might. I did not consider that. I think I think I did it like this in the game jam version. I'm realizing now that that perspective might be wrong. Yeah, this cannot be the case. There's no way. There's no way. I need another one of you. I think I'm gonna move you down here. Because that one's on the top. Since you can't see the top of this, you should barely see the top of this either. I don't know if I want one to be completely straight either, but maybe we do 1, 2, 3, 4, something. Maybe even add you here. Not sure about that one. I feel like I need to change this one too. Maybe we can do this. Let's throw this one into this room just to see how it looks in game as well. Where are you, my little cabinet? Let's go. Boom. Yeah, that is definitely not correct in perspective. This looks weird. That absolutely looks weird. Without a doubt. So this one should change to this one instead. I think that's better. I think it is. Let's do inside, top, and bottom. There's no way I'm gonna line that up correctly. Yeah, this should be 10. 10. 14. 14. So this, I think, is going to be the basic cabinet. I think so. Now, this is functional too, right? Should be. Nice, thank you. Yeah, that's good. This is slightly too big in here. But as I said, I might actually make this door smaller. I think I might have gone a little bit too far with the door, in my opinion. Looks nice, cheers. Now, let's do the display one. And this, I think we should do... Yeah, we should be able to do this as a prefab variant, because it's obviously going to be very similar. Let's do cabinet display, maybe? Should we have a fully closed one as well? No, I don't know. I don't know. At that point, I kind of feel like you would have 2 full doors. How common is it to have a big cabinet like this? Different doors on the top and bottom. I know it's common with this, like, display case stuff. But otherwise, this is what I mean. Like, if it's this big, I feel like you kind of have a single door if there's no display case. I can't actually do boxes or whatever, drawers, because you wouldn't be able to see inside of them. So it doesn't make sense to have in my game. And here, full height, full height, full height, full height. I think it's... this one is divided though. That's doors up and top. Very common in the US. China hutches. Is that what you call it? Yeah, this one is also double, right? That looks double as well. Yeah, it might not. Okay. Let's do all of them and then we can see whether we use them or not. So let's call this one... Okay, I changed my mind. Because now the open one is the one that's the most different. So let's redo the normal cabinet into double doors, I think. So, I'm gonna grab all of these and we are going to duplicate you. This is fast enough to make that even if I don't end up using this, it's fine. Ooh, did I line it up perfectly? I actually think I did. Nope. That doesn't look right. Something was moving there, right? Oh, maybe not. Maybe it was a scaling issue. Nope. This actually does look pixel perfect. Holy shit, never seen before. Okay, and then disable the open ones. Maybe here we should rename them too. So let's do prefixes. Let's call it bottom door closed. Probably gonna make my life easier in the future. Then here we of course have top doors closed. Otherwise I'm gonna start clicking on these doors every fucking time I wanna look in, like, do something. Which I'm probably never gonna do, but still. Okay, so this is now going to be our basic cabinet. I don't love it. I think it looks kinda shit. Oh, this isn't right in the angle either, I just realized. The doors wouldn't be facing this far down. I hate perspective, man. Holy shit. This isn't correct in perspective. They wouldn't face down like this. This line should probably be pretty much straight. And then maybe have a little bit of a downwards angle here. Yeah, this is not correct in perspective. Scheiße. Perspective, why do you do this to me every time? Which means... yeah, hutch or china hutch, interesting. We use hutch here too, but I think that's usually drawers you're talking about then. I'm pretty sure. Okay, so top ones should probably be straight here. And then we do less angle down here. Maybe. Gonna have to see how this looks in game. I think it's gonna look better at least. Boom, 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 boom. Isn't this one usually even further down? Okay. So let's do boom, 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 boom. Why is perspective making my life so difficult every time? Which means that these we're probably always gonna use on top, right? Yeah, it's very rare that you would have a like display door like this at the very bottom. Usually there's either drawer or closed ones there. I don't think we're ever gonna use this at the bottom. That I think is very rare. Unless it's like a full one like this, that might be one thing. Same thing here. But if it is separated, I feel like you almost never see them at the bottom. Fuck. I mean, to be fair, you know what? I already have the ones at the bottom drawn. Why not just keep them? Right? Let's do it. I think it's gonna be easier to duplicate these. And then, what do? We remove like this. And this. Yeah, I think so. Let's not forget to raycast alpha pixels on those. That is going to be very important. Thank you for the ideas from. I think it was you, is it? Yeah, it was. I think this is gonna look good. I think it's gonna look better than this one. Cabinets. I don't know how I'm gonna do this. It's gonna be fine. Okay, let's do cabinets top. The ones we need to change are the open ones. Probably need to cut them out first though, don't I? This should be here. Yeah, you should be here. Wait, are these the same? No, that one is wider or whatever. How about one door, one open? That should be fine. Display case door, one. Two. Fuck it. Oh, do I already have two? Oh, 1, 2. I didn't name them as a programmer. 3, 4. Is that all we need? Should be. Apply. This should be this one. You should be that one. Yeah, perspective is more difficult than you would actually think. Yeah, for sure. I think sometimes I make my life a little bit harder as well. Just because something here looks off. I wonder if this should have been one pixel more compared to the ones below. I think it's fine though. It's fine for now at least. What was I saying? I think I made my life a little bit harder because I have this like stylized perspective as well. Which means that it's kind of impossible for me to find the absolutely correct one. I just have to go with... basically eyeball it, which is kind of risky. But I do feel like this is kind of okay. Way better than it was before, at least. Okay, so that is our basic one. Now, we have the display cabinet. This should be fairly easy. You should now turn into this one. Ooh, I don't think I want the inner large pixel line. Don't think I want you. I think that's gonna be better. -1, let's flip this one. I think that's pretty good. I find it difficult, yeah, me too, man. Oh, now we need to change these two as well. At least they should be the same size now. So let's do boom and boom. Then we have a very important thing here. All of these now need to raycast alpha pixels. Then we turn these off. Props, cabinet display. Let's throw you in here as well. So much furniture. Let's go, man. Making progress, that's for sure. Got some ads coming up in about 1 minute. Yeah, because if we didn't raycast alpha pixels, this would be clicking through, which would be weird. Oh! Oh, should we add those? Maybe with this color. Should we do this? Do you know what I mean? I think that could be pretty good to sell the windowness. That is not a word. Because if we go window pixel art, I don't think there's a single window that's not gonna have this. You know what I mean? You do these little stripy thingies. I think we should do that. I don't do it on my normal windows, but those are usually too small, right? Like there's almost not enough place to add anything. But here I think it could look pretty good. I suppose... Oh, now I'm gonna flip these. I wonder if that's a bad thing. I feel like these might be supposed to be at the same angle, right? Because this is supposed to imitate a reflection of light, I think. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, accidental gradient, I see. Because this would look weird, wouldn't it? I think that's weird. I think it needs to be like this. Yeah, almost certain. Does that mean should I have the same angle on these as well? Probably. One, two... Ads should be over. Welcome back, people. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. That's fine. Does look more like a window, doesn't it? Maybe I should make these. That would be an exception. But maybe I should make them slightly transparent. Let's try this first. Whoops. Probably without the background. Yeah, flipped looks really weird. Display. That means I have to add a new one. And then unflip, yeah. Perfect. Yeah, that looks better. Do we like it? I think I like it. What do you think, chat? I think that's pretty nice. And let's do one more variation. This one is going to be very easy. Let's go props. Oh, I have an issue. Scheisse. These need to be part prefabs. You need to be prefab and you need to be prefab. How does that affect my prefab variant? Slightly unsure. Oh, that fully worked. Oh, sweet. I didn't think it was gonna be that easy. Now let's make one more prefab variant. Let's call this one cabinets open. Should I not make a shelf? Oh. Wait, what? Oh, yeah. Should I not make a shelf out of this as well? If I just do this? Yeah. This should be used as a shelf as well. Okay, but for this one I'm just going to do this and we now have a open cabinet. Easy fucking peasy. Then I'm gonna duplicate this one. Copy paste, yeah. Open. Now we are straight up going to remove the outside. No, I can't do that. We are going to I think we're gonna unpack this one. And just delete all of the doors. Rename this into shelf. And we have a shelf as well. Why work smart when you can work hard? We now have 4 different different furniture. Or, well, it's not fully different, it's more like variations, if we're gonna be honest. Boom. Maybe I should call this one shelf big to be a little bit more descriptive. Descriptive. There we go. Look at all this new furniture. And I actually, to be honest, I think these are different enough. Just different enough to where reusing these isn't gonna be like a huge indicator of laziness, right? Because with 4 of these, 4 different variations, I feel like that might be all I need in the game. We just use 1 in 1 room. 1 per 1 room, whatever. You get what I'm saying. Like we have 1 instance of this one, 1 instance of this one. Just to have, not make it too obvious that I'm reusing the assets. Have you ever been to IKEA? It's all basically the same thing. True, true. One with broken glass? Shit, should you be able to break the glass? Oh, wait. What if we make a locked cabinet that you can't open, and the way you get the item inside is actually to break the glass? That would be kinda interesting. Can I make that work like this? Display. Can I think that depends on if I can turn off... I can't turn off my components. And if I'm mistaken... Can I delete them? I'm actually unsure, I don't remember. Switch object on click. Can I delete this in a variant? I can. Okay, we could make that work. We could actually lock these so that breaking the glass open is legitimately the way to get the items inside. Like we lock them and we just don't have a key for them. I kinda like that. I think that's more fun than just having one that's with broken glass to start with. Kind of ironic though, because in some regard it means that we didn't need to make these. But maybe we use these ones as well. We could have 2 variants, one locked, one unlocked. Yeah, why not have both, exactly. In case a monster break glass, yeah. Should we have a fire alarm? Should you be able to turn on the fire alarm? Could add a wrap of cloth as an item to protect your hand when you break the glass too. That could probably... But that's gonna feel a bit weird because there's no... I can't literally wrap the hand. So what that would actually be in practice is you selecting a piece of cloth and using the cloth on this one. That breaking the glass feels a little bit unintuitive, because it feels like the interaction should have been like clean the glass, if that makes sense. I feel like just using a tool, like hammer or something, is gonna be easier to make sense in my game. Otherwise it's a great idea. It's just that I can't I don't know how to make an interaction of wrapping the hands, if that makes sense. let's duplicate these. And then, what do I want to do? Can probably remove all of these. Should we? Maybe we shouldn't. Maybe we just do something like this. In that case, I think we should remove all of these. This is kind of good if we have as much open space as possible, if that makes sense. Ooh, that looks more sharp. I think we should do more of those edges. I think that's good enough. Maybe here, can I be lazy and just flip this? Is anyone gonna know? What if we flip it horizontally and vertically? So it's more important that you can reach items at the bottom though. Bright in white, we could do that. Did I do the other ones? Did reuse that color on those. Should probably have a few white pixels in the glass shards though. Make it look a little bit more shiny. Just a few. Those we're probably gonna reuse here on the floor as well. That'll be a 150 quid consultation fee. Anyway, so this is where I'm gonna have to end it. I'm joking. I think I want this color. We'll see how it looks in game. I did draw that on the right layer, right? Yeah, I did. Save that. Let's make this as a variant of the variant. That's what I'm gonna do. So, you know, take the cabinet display. We are going to, what are we going to do? Create prefab variant. Let's call this one cabinet display locked. So a few changes here. Should the bottom ones be locked as well? Props for the use of the word quid. That's a very British term. Cheers, man. I'm trying my best here. Should these be locked? If these are locked, should these be locked too? It's not difficult to lock both, if I want to. Does that make more sense, maybe? I don't know. What do you guys think? Okay, we know at least that the top ones we definitely want locked, which means... I don't actually really know how to do this. We need to change the sound to like... I guess we're gonna do the door yank, but maybe pitch it up a bunch. Maybe do like 33% higher pitch. and then remove the switch object on click. Then do the same one here. Remove that one. Change this to the... Like, this is a full-on, like, room door yank sound effect, so it's probably way too heavy. That's why I think maybe if we pitch it up... Oh, maybe we pitch it up and we lower the volume to make it sound more light. This is me just testing. This might sound like shit, but you never know. So now clicking here is not going to do anything. Then we need to... We can actually reuse these door open ones here. I wanna do that. No. I'm gonna do this. And then we remove everything on both of these. And then we add non-interactable. And we switch the sprite. I didn't cut the sprite, did I? I have no idea if cut is the right word, but it feels like it makes sense in this context. If you wanted another version of the cabinet, you could do one with the lower drawers. Yeah, that could... It would be nice if I could, but it doesn't work with my perspective. Because the issue is, I would have to open those drawers so far for you to be able to actually look down and see if anything is inside of them. What I could have done is have those like doors as well, but that you flip out like this. That could work. But drawers is very difficult with my perspective. Because it's basically just gonna go out like this. The drawer is gonna cover most of the inside. It would be very hard to actually pick up an item there. Player runs around pulling drawers all the way out of cabinets and throwing them on the ground. That could work. I mean, that would kind of be a fix. Actually fully pull them out. It could kind of work. Display case door 0 broken. This is going to be door 00 broken. Don't judge the naming. Sometimes we just do what we gotta do. And this one should now be this one. This one should be... Oh, I have an idea here. You know what I think I'm gonna do? I think I'm gonna completely turn off the hitbox of these. Because now you need to only click in the transparent area, whereas we could actually select both of these and just turn off the raycast target, which means that you can now fully click inside here. We could also make it so that the player can, after crashing them, actually open them, but I don't think so. Then we need to add one more object, which is of course going to be the glass shards. Baited into making an account. Thank you very much for the follow. That's a very interesting username. I'm kind of curious about the story of that one, but if you want to lurk, feel free to do so. Okay, I should have my... I think they are called glass shards, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, indeed. Grab these. Maybe we only have one. I feel like it might be a lot to have both. Maybe not. I might like both, actually. Profile picture explains it all. That's a good one, not gonna lie. I like it. Is it? You know what's actually mad? I've used that song a few times. You know, the debated song to debate a few people. Kinda funny. But the worst thing is that I cannot tell you guys how much that song actually gets stuck in my brain, stuck in my mind. Like, it's actually a fucking jam, not gonna lie. Let's duplicate this, and then I think we're gonna flip this. Let's put you at 12.5. That should be pixel perfect. That doesn't look right. I think I need to move you in a little bit more. Let's do 10.5, maybe even less, maybe 8.5? Yeah, I think that's better. Because it should be more centered in front of these. I feel like that looks better. Let's rename these as well. Let's do glass shards left. Never mind, I'm not gonna do that. You know why? Because there's no way of knowing what is left and right. Because I could, you know, you never know. It's very possible that I'm gonna flip this in a room and now left is right. So it doesn't make full sense. Yeah. I like this idea. Shout out to Strom as well as Vintage. Strom basically gave me the idea for the display case, and Vintage helped me reach the idea of smashing the glass. I have to say, take some credit here. Right? Right? Little bit. Little. Yeah, teeny tiny bit. Okay, so what do we do here now? We need to remove those, as well as remove those. And then we need these, which are now locked, right? They are indeed. I need the item interactions, so let's do this. Call this interaction hammer, where we do play sound on click. I think we have something here. We can probably reuse the window one. Window break, that's probably fine. Maybe since it's smaller than a normal window, maybe we do the same here. We pitch it up slightly, lower the volume slightly. What's up, iJoyan? How you doing? Damn 10 hours. Yeah, it's getting fucking late. I need to get off soon. I can't have another stream until 4 AM. That's not gonna work. Let's see if we can fix this one, and then I might actually have to start to get going, as they say. By the way, where are you with the game's progress? Slightly far too early compared to what I would like to be. I would say I'm still basically in an alpha stage. I'm almost feature complete, to be honest. I feel like I have most of the features I want to have in the game. However, I am very much lacking in actual content. Like, a lot of my rooms have been like testing rooms and placeholder stuff. I'm still kind of working on the story. It's kind of undecided. So, you know, in terms of content, we are lacking a bit. Yupply, thank you for the follow. Did you playtest it yet? Yeah, I do have a playtest on Steam. So I've had, well, we've done like 3 different builds or something that people have tested. I started testing very early on because I think that's good. I think early testing is good. I know that some people were probably a bit shocked at how little content, especially the first playtest did. It was like you could complete it in like 5 minutes. But I still think like getting that very early feedback is important. Yeah, I'm sleeping before 2 AM today. Yeah, that might be difficult now for me. I have 26 minutes to do that. But no, I need to get off pretty soon. I did heavily fuck up my day and night rhythm over the weekend, so should probably try and fix it slightly. Content is the scariest part. Yeah, I think so too, because it's such an important part, right? A story as well. Story is something I'm stressing a lot over. Okay, deactivate yourself. Activate this one. Boom. As well as these glass shards. We don't need to deactivate anything else. That should be good. And duplicate this one. Put you on here. It's extremely important to test before you add content, or you risk wasting all that content. Yeah, true. True. Yeah, because my first playtest was basically just like a test of the UI and the very core mechanics. But barely no content whatsoever. But I think early testing is good. Speaking of which, if anyone is interested in playtesting, I do have a form, as well as if anyone speaks another language and anyone is interested in localization. If you want to help out with that, feel free to apply. Let's see. Now we need to change this, right? So this should probably... Wait, did I fuck up? Oh, I think I did fuck up. Top door 1. How can you be at the same location? That doesn't make sense. Well, that's fucking odd. How is this happening? Oh, just this one is at the... Oh, I see. That makes sense, actually. There's some ads coming up in about 1 minute. Okay, so this should probably all be the opposite, right? You should activate that broken door instead, exactly. And then glass shards should be this one. And you should also deactivate yourself. And we just need to add this interaction, and we should pretty much be good to go. So, items, hammer, interaction. You guessed it, interaction hammer. Need one here as well. Interaction should be with the hammer. Successful interaction should be this one. And I think we should have a functional locked cabinet. Holy shit, I've done so many cabinets today. Prefabs, props, cabinets, display locked. Let's get you in here. Let's see if it works. That doesn't sound too bad actually. So this is the normal one. And I'm just reusing that sound effect, but slightly pitched up, slightly lower volume. Should maybe pitch it up even more. I don't know if we should lock these two. Is it weird that these are locked but these are open? I don't know, maybe. Add break should be open. Open? Over. There we go. That's when you know I've been streaming for too long. Thank you for your patience, guys. I'm considering whether this is weird. So these are now locked. But these are open. Is that odd? If these are locked, should we lock these as well? Dude, I'm really happy with the footstep sounds. I think that adds a lot. That's pretty nice. Come on now. That's pretty nice, isn't it? I see you had a productive stream. Yeah, we've done quite a lot today, man. How you doing? Good morning, checks. I'm impressed with how quickly you made that work. It's just actually my workflow is so good now after like the, what I like to call the great refactor. Like the systems I have in the game, the tools, whatever you want to call it, makes adding new stuff so fucking easy. I'm so happy I did it. Like during the game jam, I had to write so much new code for everything I wanted to do. Whereas here now, did you notice how we made this entire thing? I didn't have to write one single line of code. I just reused my little puzzle piece components. So useful, man. I quite like that. Shall we try putting a few items in there just to see how it works? Cabinet. The only annoying thing is that I have to unpack this one. Items. Let's do components. For now, let's just throw a little battery in here. Oh, that's the wrong one. Battery. Which means I have to open the prefab. What prefab? Did I not unpack this one? What? So confused. Prefab, unpack. What? Prefab, unpack. That's odd. Is that because it's a prefab variant? Does that change that somehow? Rotation, what do I do? 90? There we go. Let's just put like a little battery in here. Good job, Chase man. That looks a little bit weird. I think you should be further down. You need to be like cut off for this to look good. Yeah. Now it looks more like you're actually on the inside. I think you want to pitch that up even more. That's an issue. Why does that not work? Oh, when I unpacked this, did you become the other one? No. No, that can't be it. I'm so confused. I don't know how this works. I need this to be an override in the other one, though. We'll see. I'll sort that out. As much as I want to chill, I need to head to bed. No worries, vintage. Have a good one, Chappy. Cheers. Thank you very much for dropping by. Nice to have you. And I hope to see you next time. Yeah, I need to head pretty soon too. It's getting way too late. Let me just see if I can get this to work. Raycast tar, is it because I have the non-interactable script? Maybe I can't have the non-interactable script on these? Does this somehow... Default color, if not... Oh, I think this overrides it and makes it a Raycast target anyway. Okay, let's do zero for private bool Raycast target is equal to true. Yeah, let's do that. And then here, if you're not supposed to raycast alpha pixels, and if this is a raycast target, then you do this. Otherwise, don't do nothing. So now raycast target off. See if that fixes it. I think it should. I started Boolean logic. How so? Okay, I should pitch that up as well. I think that would be better. Yeah, now... I still can't open it. Or get the item. Oh, I know why. I know why. The base, you have raycast alpha pixels. That's the issue. Maybe that was the issue all along. What if I... Let's re-enable raycast target here and see if that changes anything. Otherwise, I think that was the issue. The base was raycasting alpha pixels, which now covers... Yeah. Yeah, now it works. Okay, so that was the actual issue. Interesting. In that case, I probably don't need this change I did. Raycast target. Don't think I need you. Because you were not the issue. If is crouch and is not uncrouch and can uncrouch. Well, at that point, I feel like that's more of a naming issue than it is a Boolean logic issue, isn't it? If that would actually be the method or whatever. Should we pitch it up as well? I think we should. I think we should. I can't make overrides here, that's kind of the issue. At least now I know that works, so let's delete this entire thing. We also have a phone now. And naming is a picture, it is. Prefab props. Display locked. Let's make sure that the base is not a... And this I actually need to apply to everything. The base cannot be raycasting alpha pixels. No, you can't. So let's apply this to prefab, apply to overrides in prefab cabinets. Let's apply that to the very root or whatever you call it. And now, was there anything else I wanted to do? Yeah. I think I want to try pitching this door yank up even more. Maybe go all the way to 5. You know what? For now, fuck it. Let's put a battery straight in the prefab. Battery. Children of a prefab instance can be deleted or moved. Well, that's an issue. In that case, let's not do it then. Let's not. Props, cabinet, boom. Should probably see if I can position this correctly from the get-go. Do something like this. Oh, I think that is pixel perfect. And we could apply this to... I think we can apply this to the cabinet, the root one. Don't know about those, but at least the position. Just for good measure, let's unpack this one. And then... items... components... battery... Okay, this is interesting. I don't understand what unpacking... I have to unpack through each variant? I don't fully understand this. So when I unpack a variant, I unpack it to the non-variant and then fully unpack it? Kinda weird. I don't fully get that. You don't have to be pixel perfect. You do. I'm a perfectionist. Why not? Why should you not be pixel perfect, eh? Oh, look at that. So much better. Who doesn't love pixel perfect shit? Are you updating the playtest build a lot or holding off? I haven't played since the first release. I think I've done 2 updates since then. Not any like major updates. The next one I'm doing, which I'm hopefully gonna get out relatively soon, is gonna have I think it's gonna be quite a lot of new content and stuff. Yeah, I think that's better. Now it sounds even lighter. Dude, reusing sound effects by just changing the pitch is the fucking best, not gonna lie. Nice. We got footsteps now. I'm kinda hyped, not gonna lie. Think they sound pretty good. I think I'm gonna make this door slightly smaller. I think the door is too big. Dude, we've done quite a lot today. A lot more art. We have 4 new cabinets we can use. We also did some slight changes to the main hall. Fixed some perspective stuff. Added a little rug. Technically something as well. We also broke this little section here, which I think is a pretty neat little detail. We also have... we have this room now. We can make basements. I think I'm gonna do like some type of a brick wall or something, like big bricks. Kind of thing down here. I think that could look good. Small detail, yeah. Each prefab instance is a tree of descendant of the prefab family tree. Unpack goes up the family tree each time you unpack. But that's so weird, because when I unpack it, it doesn't become the like parent prefab. It would have made more sense if it became the parent prefab, but it's still the same. Oh, it becomes I guess it becomes the parent prefab, but it keeps the overrides. Yeah, I think that's probably what's happening. No, yeah, I think you're right. I think it does exactly that, but it keeps the overrides. Because the instance, or the specific prefab I have doesn't change when I unpack it. But it does update the symbol and stuff, and I have to do it as many times as prefab parents I have. So I think you are right. I think it moves up, but it keeps the overrides. So the object still looks the same and acts the same, but it's now technically the other prefab. Yeah, it's a little bit weird. It's a little bit weird, but I think that is how it works. But yeah, we need to make it so we can break this one as well. I think that's cool. We didn't make the wardrobe. I still need to sort out the wardrobe at some point. Oh shit, I don't know if I spoiled it. Do you know what this is, Checks? Do you know what this is? It's a wood chipper? No. Very good guess though, to be fair. Again, this thing and I still have no idea. Fuck. Yeah, I think I'm gonna sort it out. I don't know, maybe if I should look into ways to make it more obvious. But it might not be a problem in-game, because there is a chance that like the gameplay around it might kind of tell the player what it is, and at that point I think it's gonna be obvious enough. So if you want to know, it's supposed to be like a gas generator or whatever. But I think that if we make it kind of like an objective in the game, then I think it would make sense. Like if you're going around looking for a generator and you find this, then I feel like it's much more likely that it would make sense for the player. Because with the left side of it, it is one of like the it's not like this is technically the exhaust, but this is still like a ventilation thing. I don't know if I have my... I had a bunch of good good references. I don't think I have those open anymore. I don't. What did I search for before? Maybe diesel generator. Indoors. Yeah, it's this thing. So I think that is another like ventilation thing. I don't think it's the actual exhaust from like the motor, because I think that is the thing going up here. I think this is the exhaust, but this is still like a ventilation thing. Yeah, as in fuel, exactly. Yeah. Because I think you have both ventilation and exhaust. I think that's how it works here. Same thing here. I think this is like some ventilation thing, and I think this is the proper exhaust. If you had some fan spinning, it would make it clearer. That one is also difficult because it's probably not gonna be... I would imagine that if we have this as like a game object, you're probably going down to start it, which means nothing would be on when you get down, I imagine. Probably shows the most difficult reference to model after. Yeah, but it was I think it was the best one, because this I partly think is boring. And I think if anything, this looks less like a generator. This could be anything. And I also think it should be fairly industrial, because I imagine that the house we're in is like relatively big. So I think, in my opinion, I think like doing something like this doesn't make sense. Like these small portable ones, I feel like it's possibly not enough for, you know, the relative size I'm kind of thinking that this house is going to be. I feel like it needs to be a bit more industrial in some regard. Also doing something like this, like, way too boring, right? Maybe some gauges with liquid in them and the smoke coming out of it. Yeah, you should still do like some gauges. Wait, a gauge is what I think it is, right? Oh, you mean a gauge light? Oh yeah, no, I know what you mean. I did misunderstand it though. We should probably do that. Well, would you have that on one like this though? You probably would have for the fuel though. Seeing that generator, I fully expected a high-tech secret underground laboratory. Yeah. For generator, it does the trick, I think. Like I said, I think it's very few people that I have asked have guessed first try that this is a generator. So I don't think it's like super obvious. However, I think that if you know you're looking for a generator, I think it's good enough. But if you're going around looking for a generator and you find this, I feel like you're gonna make the connection, you know? Because I imagine we can do something where it's like... What I'm kind of thinking potentially is that some point during the game the power cuts out. Maybe a bit later you find some old document or something that basically explains that in the case of a power outage there is a generator in this area or whatever. So at that point we are kind of nudging the player that, like, you know, you should go and find a generator. Which means that the player is gonna be actively looking for a generator. At that point, I think this is good enough. I think if we didn't do that nudge, I think it could be a problem. Just like I said, not a lot of people have guessed it correctly. But if you know what you're looking for, I think it's gonna, as you said, I think it's gonna do the trick. Remember when you had a generator sound, that will help as well. Yeah, but this is difficult because none of that would be playing, right? Because if we're gonna do something like what I was thinking, you're going down to start it. So like having stuff moving or having smoke or like sounds and stuff, it doesn't really make sense. Like that should be after you start it, right? But as I said, I think it's gonna be fine. If the player knows they're looking for a generator, I think this is gonna do the trick. Anyways, good luck with that. I'll go sleep. It's late. No worries, Joyan. Thank you very much for dropping by. Nice to have you, as always. And have a good night's sleep. You realize how golden the generator is for gameplay? We could do a lot of fun stuff with it. I have a few ideas. I think you could do a bunch of fun stuff. Whispering Tree, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate ya. Yeah, we've done quite a lot. I'm feeling good. This has been a productive day. We didn't add the fire extinguisher. Fire, I can't say that word. I think that is something that could be an interesting detail somewhere. Maybe doesn't even have to be interactable. But just to fill stuff out. Because in the full game, you know, when we release this, I don't want to have rooms that look like this. Like this is way too empty, right? Like everything needs to be like kinda packed in some regard. This is kind of fine being empty, just there's enough going on here. Like the fact that we're missing a few items or whatever, small objects, doesn't really matter. But then the full rooms, even this I think is too little. Like there should be something on the walls. Maybe, I think I'm gonna need to make a lot of different rugs. I think that's gonna be important. I'm assuming it will be dead first, but I imagine the generator helps the play somehow. But after starting it, it will keep dying and require the player to keep fixing it while solving puzzles or escaping. Yeah, you could definitely do stuff like that. if we implement the whole thing, we could do something where there's literally a timer on it, so that it actually runs out of fuel, and you have to like go down to refill it. You know, we could do that kind of stuff. Also, high noise could potentially attract the monster, so going down to start is actually like a risky thing to do. Maybe it even takes a few seconds to start it. No, doesn't make sense with the current setup, because right now this is supposed to be like a button. You can actually click it. It doesn't do anything. Nothing happens. But you can click it. Look. Kinda cool. Doesn't do anything, but... it's too fun smashing windows. Not gonna lie. Ooh, I think I forgot to add... screen shake when you smash the... because this one has screen shake, right? I think we want screen shake when you smash the cabinet doors as well. Because here I have it, right? Yeah, that's screen shake. However... if we go here, I think I forgot to add screen shake. So much possibilities, yeah. There's a lot of fun stuff we could do with it. Yeah, we need screen shake here. You must have a bit of screen shake, right? Okay, last thing, I promise. Oh shit, that needs to be in the prefab thingy again. Let's just do this. That's the easiest way. Because I can't be bothered making prefab variants of each like part as well. That feels like too much work. Cabinet display locked. We can do this. And both of these I would like to alert on click. Now I think this is gonna feel a lot better. Got some ads coming up. For any non-subscribers, thank you for your patience. Okay, let's see this. Yeah, that's better. Right? A little bit of screen shake, that's the trick. Oh. Can I smash this? Oh, I can. Did I add a room here? I don't think I did. I didn't. Okay. Ah, scheiße. Why did reloading give me an error? Something that future Chirpy has to solve? I'm not even gonna look at the error, I'm gonna pretend that did not happen. I'm starting to wonder if maybe we should never deselect items. It is gonna make brute forcing a lot easier. Because now you can just select an item, spam click everywhere. But at the same time, I wonder if that might still be like a quality of life thing that could be nice. Like now I would still be holding the item. But maybe the only time we should actually deselect an item is when we consume it. Like here. if I recharge it, we should obviously deselect it. But maybe on a failed interaction like this, we should just keep holding it and have the player manually. But that should also be annoying. But just failing to charge the flashlight and then having to deselect it, it forces the player to do an extra input. That could be seen as annoying. At the same time, if I want to try the hammer on both these doors, automatically deselecting it could also be annoying. I actually don't know what's best. Next thing you know, you're gonna start adding quick item slots at the bottom of the screen. We're gonna make this look like World of Warcraft with add-ons. Just gonna be a shit ton of buttons everywhere. Bind a button to each one of them. Could. Sometimes I'm not sure about this. I'm not sure about this, but sometimes I'm kind of struggling, kind of thinking if whether or not maybe I should have picked a different name for the full version of this game. I don't know. I feel like it is something I'm kind of struggling a little bit with now. Kind of feel like I could have picked a better name, to be honest. Like, I don't hate it or anything, it's not horrible, but there is something to be said about simpler names being better and more memorable. Do you know what I mean? What's up, Nicholas? Welcome in, how you doing? The game is currently called Shroud of Gloom. What do you think? Like, as I said, I don't hate the name. I don't think it's the worst game I've seen a game have. I think it's decent. Just checking your Steam page now, nice. If you think it looks interesting, make sure to wishlist the game. Nudge nudge. Don't change the name, you don't think so, chats? Because the only thing is, if there would be any time where, if you put it this way, if I should switch the name, now's like the best time to do it, because few enough people know of it. Like, I think it would be very different if I had like 12,000 wish lists or something. At that point I would just go, it's too late. At this point it's way too late to change the name. Right now we're sitting at like 350, so I feel like it would be early enough to do it, but like I said, I'm very undecided. It also would be slightly annoying, because obviously a lot of people know of the game by this name. Still, know of the game by this name. But it's also, we're not talking about thousands of people either. Maybe 1,000 in total? I mean, I've had almost 1,000 plays on the Game Jam version, I think. Also, another reason why it could have been good, because it would separate the game a little bit more from the Game Jam version, which is something I kind of worry about sometimes. That if someone searches for my game now, and they get some YouTube video of someone playing the Game Jam version, which there are a few of, sometimes I'm scared that people are gonna look at that and think it represents the full game. Because I've realized that, you know, obviously a lot of people who are just casual gamers, they have no idea what Game Jam is. So I realized that even some people playing the Game Jam version didn't realize that this was like a simple prototype demo or whatever, until the very end after completing the game, when I say that like the full game is coming to Steam. That's when some people had like oh, this is like a demo version or something. So before that, they had the impression that this is a full game, even though it's called like, I think at that point I called it Game Jam version. I actually changed the name to Game Jam Demo, kind of because of that reason. Because if I say demo, at least I feel like more people are gonna understand that it's not the full thing, if that makes sense. Just make the name work with the story somehow. You already established this title with your fan base. But that's why I feel like it wouldn't be too bad for my fan base. Just let's be honest. Like, although I very much appreciate all of you, like, my fan base also isn't like massive either, you know. It's not small. It's not tiny. But it's not massive either. Like, most of my immediate fan base is on Twitch. Well, since I started streaming full time working on this game, I think I've gotten maybe 600-700 followers or something. Some of those are probably even inactive to some regard. I don't know. At the same time, it would be a lot of work. Like, imagine all of the places. Like, every single VOD I posted to YouTube and stuff is referencing Shroud of Gloom by that name. I think the name is good. It evokes mystery and darkness, from which is gen of the Steam page, all aligned with the survival horror tag. Seems a bit more of a misnomer since I can't see any combat from a trailer or description. You 100% will need to update the key art so the Steam version looks visually different. Wait, what do you mean? Yeah, maybe I should have kept, because what I actually did is that I updated the key art on itch. I don't know if this is what you mean, but I updated that one to the same one. Maybe that was a bad decision. Maybe I should have kept that with the old key art. But yeah, there is no combat, and there's not really gonna be combat. Well, wait. Survival horror doesn't necessarily mean combat. No, I don't think that's correct. Or have I misunderstood this? Survival horror is a subgenre of horror games. Although combat can be part of the gameplay, the player is made to feel less in control than in typical action games through limited ammunition or weapons, health, speed, and vision, through various obstructions of the player's interaction with the game mechanics. So even says here, although combat can be, which kind of signifies that combat doesn't have to be part of the gameplay. I think survival horror is more about, like, feeling more defenseless, whether you can fight or not. It's about that feeling of, like, feeling like you have to actually really try to survive compared to, you know, running in somewhere with a massive machine gun or whatever. So I think the survival horror tag should be fine. I also don't think, if I'm not mistaken, I don't think I have it very... Oh, it actually showed up... Oh, it was higher up than I thought it was. Interesting. But yeah, I think even without combat, this should be fine. Yeah, and dying, you can certainly die in the game. So yeah, I think this should be fine. It is. I think I also chose this because of similar games. This is basically an escape room game, right? Obviously there are games with combat here. But if I'm not mistaken, a game I don't think have combat, but Five Nights at Freddy's. I'm quite sure this is survival horror. You don't really have combat in this, right? So I think you should be fine. No matter what though, it's fucking good to double check this stuff, because it would be bad. Something I don't want to do is to accidentally misrepresent the game.
What's good?
What's up, Ameripon? Another hardcore long stream? Yeah, accidental. It wasn't supposed to happen, but it did kind of happen. It's more implying that the player can die. Yeah, kind of. player can die, and that I feel like it seems to kind of represent a lot of that like feeling of not fully being in control, if that makes sense. The player is made to feel less in control through stuff like limited ammunitions or weapons, so that would be fully limited in my game. Health, speed, and vision. So here, for example, vision is one for me, right? Like the fact that you a lot of the time have low vision kind of speaks to the survival horror genre. Or through various obstructions of the player's interactions with the game mechanics. Through various obstruction of the player's interaction with the game mechanics. I barely understood that. The player is also challenged to find items that unlock the path to new areas and solve puzzles to proceed in the game. Yeah, this is basically my game. Survival at the very least implies that it's possible to not survive. Yeah, true. Games make use of strong horror themes such as dark, maze-like environments and unexpected attacks from enemies. Yeah, so all of this, I feel like this describes my game pretty well. If you just skip the weapon ammunition part. However, ladies and gentlemen, I think this is where I'm gonna have to end it. It is getting way too late. I was supposed to fix my sleeping schedule. I fucking didn't. But please stick around. Let's see if we can find someone to throw a little raid at. And then I shall be back on Wednesday, which is technically tomorrow because it's past midnight. But yeah, I shall be back on Wednesday with some more game developments. RIP sleeping schedule indeed. Yeah, it is what it is. Who should we go to today? We have a few live. We have Whitechapel, Hypnotic. I rated both of those kinda recently though. But good guys, you should check them out nonetheless. We also have Gamion and Japan doing software and game development. I don't know if I rated either one, to be honest. Sleep the sleep of the productive. Wait, what? Did I just have a stroke? When I do the Finn is fine? I don't think I know Finn is fine. Who's Finn is fine? I don't think I follow them. I do follow them. Wait. Oh yeah, they were my... Yeah, sure. I don't think I rated them either. Let's do it. Today, I'm gonna let Conrad guide the raid. Let's go to Finn is fine. Before we do so, if you guys want to, feel free to join the Discord if you want to connect more with the community. Starting to have quite a few members over there. We have like 160 people or something. The Discord is popping off, people. Go and join it. Other than that, of course, if you haven't, make sure to follow the channel. There's a little heart symbol somewhere down here. Push that little one. If you've been enjoying the stream. Also, make sure to wishlist Shrouded Loom. Probably the best way to support the development. Appreciate those wishlists very much. Once again, I'm gonna stop shouting this out soon, but if you do miss me too much, I have a new YouTube video out, a devlog of how I made my first game. So go and check that one out as well. But for now, let's go over to Finn is fine. Like I said, I shall be back on Wednesday with some more Shroud of Gloom development. Thank you all very much for dropping by, as always. Nice to have you here. I really do appreciate all of you sticking around, hanging out. I know I stream for fucking long hours, but there's a lot of you who hang out for very long hours as well, and yeah, I want it to be said that I do very much appreciate it. Also, shout out to Q, Mizu, and Just Trovino for the big raids today, appreciate it. We also had Jin with a bunch of bits, very much appreciated. Yeah, let's go to finish fine. I will see you guys on Wednesday. Until then, I hope all of you have a great time. And yeah, I'm gonna go sleep because my sleep schedule is fucked. Thank you guys very much for dropping by, and I'll see you next time. Cheers.